If I wanted to master PowerPoint in 2025, I would definitely watch this video from start to finish. This video is a masterclass made out of my best PowerPoint tutorials ever that I have handpicked for you and placed in a special order so that you can become a PowerPoint pro easily in 2025. And the first section of this masterclass will focus on slide design. After that, we'll jump into the world of slide zooms, and next you will learn all of the morph transition secrets. And finally, we'll master PowerPoint animations and interactive elements such as clickable menus. And by the way, if you'd like to jump to any specific part of this masterclass, then feel free to use the timestamps that you can find in the video description. My PowerPoint version is Microsoft 365 and usually I'm using the black theme because it's easier on the eyes. Okay, my friends, let's go. And now, my friends, let's start with the first section of this masterclass, slide design, because everyone wants to have great looking slides. And a great video to start off this chapter is this tutorial where you can learn how to quickly design great looking slides in just 10 minutes. So let's go. Hello my dear friends, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful, and in today's video I'll show you how I've made these 5 beautiful PowerPoint slides in 10 minutes. So here it goes, my 5 slides in 10 minutes. Let's go. And before we jump into the action, let me show you how I have customized the quick access toolbar. And over here you can see all of the commands that I have added into the quick access toolbar, and hopefully all of these commands will help me speed up my workflow. And now if I would just hold down the Alt key, as you can see these little numbers light up, and I can just quickly hit Alt 2 to open up these stock photos. So that's super duper awesome. And now in the same way I can quickly use the rest of the commands in my quick access toolbar. So let's just select this shape, let's hit Alt 4, and this way I can quickly open up the format shape pane. That's beautiful. So hopefully all of these commands will help me out when designing all of these slides in just 10 minutes. So let me just start the timer here at the top right corner of the screen, and let's go. Okay my dear friends, so let's jump into the slide master view, and first of all let's pick a new color palette, for example this one, and let's pick a new font pair, for example darker grotesque. That's looking beautiful. Let's pick a blank slide layout, okay, and now let's just find a beautiful stock photo that we could use as our background, for example this one, okay. Let's make sure that we crop this photo to the aspect ratio of our slide. Let's resize it so that it fills the whole slide. And now let's just make this photo darker, minus 50% for the brightness slider. And now let's insert a beautiful slide title. Let's make sure that we're typing in white so that we can see what we're writing. And now let's just write, now you are a pro gamer. So let's just say this slide is devoted to gamers. Okay, next let me increase the font size of this text box. So let's make sure that the whole text is selected, and let's just use 80 for example. That's beautiful. So for the font I'm using darker grotesque semi-bold. And now let's adjust that line spacing. So I'm choosing multiple 0.6. And now this slide title is looking beautiful. Let's bring it upwards. That's nice. And now let's just quickly insert and create a simple logo. So I'm just using a rounded rectangle. Let's just type in logo inside. And now once again I'm choosing darker grotesque semi-bold for my font, okay. And now let's jump into the format shape. Let's make sure that this logo is fully transparent, and let's make sure it has a line, white line of 1 point width. That's beautiful. And next my friends, let's just quickly insert a 3D model. Let's search for a controller. Here it is. Let's pick the dark one. Okay, let's just bring it downwards a little bit. Let's choose this preset, okay. And next let's just quickly add a swing 3D animation to this controller, okay. For the intensity I'm choosing strong. Let's make sure it starts with previous, duration 3 seconds. That's looking beautiful, and let me just quickly bring all of these elements a little bit upwards, just like that, so that everything is looking well balanced. Nice. Okay my friends, let's continue with the second slide, and for this slide let's insert a full screen video. Let's search for a dark looping abstract video. I think this one will do just fine. Let's click insert to insert it. Okay, it covers the whole slide. That's beautiful. And now we can just copy the logo and the slide title from the previous slide to save some time. And now for this slide title, let's actually align it to the left. Okay, let's decrease the font size. And now let me just open up one of the PowerPoint templates, and let's just copy a couple lines of text. Okay, so here it is. Let's just copy a little bit of text that we can use on our slide. Okay, let's just paste it over here. Let's make sure that we're using the same formatting. That's beautiful. Okay, so let's just make sure that this passage of text is nicely aligned in the center of the slide. That's beautiful. And the slide design would work really well with a quote. So if you have some beautiful or important words, you can insert them into this text box. And next, my friends, let's insert a little photo just below the passage of this text. So let's say we'd like to give credit to whoever has written this quote or said this quote. So we can insert a portrait photo, for example this one, and next we'll add a little text box as well. So first of all, let's make sure that we crop this photo to aspect ratio 1:1, and next let's crop it to a circle. And now let's just resize this photo while holding down the shift key, okay? And now let's just create a little text box just below. We can hold down the control key to make a quick copy, and let's just type in name, surname, and a job title, for example CEO. And now let me just quickly jump into the text box options. Let's make sure there's no wrapping. And now let's just decrease the size of this text box. Let's use 14, and for the font I'm using darker grotesque medium. And now for the line spacing I'm using 0.8. Okay, looking beautiful. And now let's just make sure that we align this little text box together with this little beautiful portrait photo. And let's just make sure that all of these elements are nicely positioned in the middle of the slide. We can even check it out on the full screen, looking beautiful. Okay, my friends, let's keep on going. Slide number 3. Okay, my friends, and for this slide I would like to use a glass morphic effect. So first of all, let's just find a nice beautiful photo that we could use. For example, this late office working photo. Let's make sure that we covered the whole slide. That's beautiful. Now let's just make a quick copy. And for this copy, let's just add a maximum blur. Okay. And now let's just copy this fully blurred photo. Let's just hit Ctrl+C. Let's delete the photo. And now let's make sure that we paste that blurred photo as the slide background, just like that. And let's make sure that the original photo is nicely sitting in the center of the slide. And let's insert a huge circle. Let's position it to the left side. And for the fill, let's use slide background fill. That's beautiful. Let's make sure there's no line. And now let's just add a couple of elements, and to save some time, we can just copy these guys. Let's paste them over here. Let's bring the logo to the left, and let's just bring this slide title to the left as well. Let's make sure that the text is aligned to the left, just like that, and let's just type in our mission. That's beautiful. And this time, my friends, we can use the lorem ipsum formula. So first of all, let me just make this paragraph smaller. Let's use 16 and a different font. Okay. And for the line spacing as well, let's use 0.8 multiple. And now we can just type in the formula equals lorem parentheses. Let's type in 1. Let's hit enter, and skadoosh, we get one paragraph of lorem ipsum text. That's beautiful. And next, my friends, let me quickly turn on the slide guides so that we can see where's the center and middle of the slide. This way we can better align all of these guys on the slide. And now let's just quickly create a little button. We can reuse the logo. Let's type in learn more. And now let's add a beautiful vibrant color to this button. So let's jump into the format shape options, and let's make sure there's no transparency. Let's pick any color that we wish. Let's use no line. And additionally, let's add a beautiful blurred shadow. Let's use the same color that the button is using. And we can just add a bit of blurriness or blur. And of course, you can choose any angle that you wish and any distance that you wish. And here it is, a beautiful third slide, my friends. So of course, we can adjust all of these elements a little bit. But let's just keep on going, and before we keep on going, let me just copy all of these elements because we'll be reusing them on the next slide. Okay, let's paste all of these guys over here, and let's just make sure that we set the text to black so that we can see the text. And for the logo, let's use black outline. Okay, and for this button, let's use white text as well. And now for the slide title, let's just type in business model. That's beautiful. Okay, my friends, and now over here in the center of the slide, let's insert a huge rounded rectangle, and we'll fill this rounded rectangle with any photo that we wish. So let's just hit Alt-C to open up the stock photos, and let me just type in man coffee, and over here we get this beautiful photo of a man holding a coffee cup. We can resize this photo a little bit. Let's make sure that we send it to back. And now let's make sure that we select the photo, hold down the shift key, select the blue shape. Let's go to merge shapes, and let's choose intersect. And now we can just paste that blue shadow from the button to this photo. Let's just make sure that this shadow is super blurry, just like that. And now for the photo, let's add a subtle white line of 3 points. I think this adds a little nice touch to this photo. And now here on the right side of the slide, we can create a couple of KPIs, key performance indicators, and of course we can resize this text box. Let's make it a bit smaller. And now let me just duplicate this text box one more time, and let's just type in a bit of gray text. Let's just choose a different lighter font, and for the font size I'm going with 16, and just type in anything that you wish, for example your important KPI. Okay, and now let's just group both of these two text boxes into one single beautiful group, and let's make a few more copies so that we have 3 KPIs over here. We can distribute them vertically so that they have equal gaps, and let's align all of these guys to the middle of the slide. We can bring them slightly to the right and this photo to the right as well. And of course we could customize the text inside of those KPIs, but let's keep on going. Slide number 5. And for this one, let's once again use a full screen photo. So let's just search for a photo that has a nice wall, for example, this one. And on this wall, we can do something beautiful. Okay, let me just increase the photo inside of the cropping area. And once again, let me copy a couple of elements from previous slides. And let's just create a slide title for this slide. Let's just type in our process. Okay, so this is going to be a little infographic consisting of a couple of circles. Okay. Let's just make sure that the slide title is nicely sitting in the middle of the slide, and now let's just insert a simple circle. And we can quickly grab the styling from the logo and apply it to this circle, okay? And now let's just insert an icon, so let's just search for a bulb icon, let's use this one, that's beautiful. Let's make sure that the icon is white and let's align it together with this circle, okay? And now we can reuse the logo shape, let's make sure that it is fully rounded. And now let me just select all of these guys and let's bring them a little bit upwards so that we have more space to work with. And let's just type in step 1. Okay, let's make sure that this shape is a bit wider so that all of the text nicely fits inside. And now let's just select all of these guys and let's just hit Ctrl G to group. And let's make a few more bubbles so that we have 4 beautiful bubbles in total. And we can select them all and distribute them horizontally so that we have equal horizontal gaps. That's beautiful. Okay, my friends, let's make sure that everything is nicely sitting on this beautiful wall. We can bring this slide title a bit upwards, or we can just decrease its size so that we have more space. Let's just decrease it to 50 points. That's beautiful. Okay, my friends, and now for all of these slides from slide number 2 to slide number 5, let's apply this uncover slide transition. And for the first one, let's use fade. And since we have just a little bit of time left, let's see if we can add a couple of animations. So for this text box, let's add an appear animation. Let's make sure it starts with previous. Let's make sure that it is animated by letter, and for the letter animation delay, let's use 0.03. That's beautiful. Okay, and for these guys, let's just actually select them all. Okay, let's group them into a single group, and let's just apply a flying animation. And skadoosh, my friends, the time is up. Okay, the time is up, 10 minutes on the clock. That's beautiful. Well, that was a bit of stressful and fun at the same time. So here it is, my friends. 5 slides made in 10 minutes, let's check it out. So first of all, we have this gamer slide with an animated 3D model, that's nice. Next we have a looping full screen video with this animated passage of text and a little portrait photo at the bottom, okay. And after that we have a beautiful slide with a glass morphic effect. So as you can see on this slide, I haven't managed to add any animations, but the glass morphic effect is looking beautiful. And next we have this awesome looking business slide with this interesting image placeholder in the middle and a couple of KPIs on the right. And finally we have this wall with a couple of light bulbs inside. So as you can see, I have definitely had too little time to finish this slide, but that's okay, you can always customize those text boxes and insert new icons. Okay, my friends, so that's all for this video, 5 slides in 10 minutes. I don't know if I have spent precisely 2 minutes for each slide, but definitely 10 minutes for all of these slides. So thank you for watching, definitely check out the video of Lewis and the video of slide skills. I'll put their links in the video description, and if you'd like to download these slides or any other slides from my tutorials, feel free to visit my Patreon page, link is in the video description as well. And if you'd like to master PowerPoint animations, then I definitely recommend checking out my PowerPoint Animation Mastery course, link is in the video description as well. Okay, my friends, thank you for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace! Okay, my dear friends, now that we have learned how to quickly design great looking slides, let's slow down a bit and let me show you the professional workflow for designing slides. Let's go! Hello my dear friends, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful, and in today's video you will learn how you can design this super duper awesome aesthetic slide in PowerPoint. Let's go! And first of all, I want to say huge thanks to Matthew Gold for inspiring today's video. I have found his work on Dribbble, link is in the video description. It's an art gallery website design. I absolutely love it, and I thought it would be fun to design a PowerPoint slide in the same style. So let's go! Okay my friends, and first of all, let's jump into the slide master where we can set all of the fonts and all of the colors that we'll be using. So let's go to View Slide Master and let's look for fonts. Let's set up a font pair that we'll be using, okay? We can set one font for the headings and one font for the body. And for the heading, I'm using a font called Kirimaro. It's an elegant free font, link is in the video description, and for the body, I'm going with Montserrat. And now we can just give a name to this font pair. Let's call it OneScale 2 because I've already played with a couple of fonts before. Okay, so as you can see, we have one skill pair and we have one skill 2 that we have just created. Okay, and now we can jump into colors. Let's go into customize colors, and over here we have 6 accent colors and we can change those colors, okay, for later use. So now let's change this first accent color, and to find some inspiration we can jump into this wonderful website Coolers or colors.co. And now let's just pick any color that we wish. We can just click, for example, on this color, and this way we can quickly copy the hex code. Okay, so the hex code has been copied. And now let's go to this accent 1 color, let's go to more colors, okay, and over here in this field we can paste in the hex code, and skadoosh, the first color has been set. And on the same way you can set the rest of these colors to any custom colors that you wish. I'm going to change accent 2 and accent 3 colors to custom colors, and the rest of the colors I'll just leave them the way they are, because I think for this slide design 3 colors will be more than sufficient. Okay, so let me customize those colors and I'll catch you in a second. Okay my friends, so in the slide master view we have successfully set a font pair and some colors, and now let's get back to the normal view and let me show you how we can create these beautiful shapes on the right side and fill them with some pictures. So to create these shapes we'll be using other basic shapes such as rectangles and circles, and at the same time we can turn on the slide guides so that we can see where's the center of the slide. And now let's just draw a rectangle. We can hold down the shift key to draw a perfect rectangle. As you can see, this rectangle is picking up our custom color. That's beautiful. And now for the height and width for this rectangle, let's use 6.35 centimeters. This way everything is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And by the way, as you can see, I'm using these fancy shortcuts. I can easily align this rectangle wherever I wish. And all of these shortcuts are possible thanks to Bright Slide, a free PowerPoint add-in which has productivity shortcuts. That's awesome. And now my friends, let's insert a circle. We can hold down the shift key to draw a perfect circle. Okay, just like that. And now let's make sure that the circle has the same height and width as the rectangle. So it should be 6.35. And once again, we can use the Bright Slide add-in. Let's make sure that both of the shapes are selected, and let's just click on this button, match size. And now skadoosh, both of these shapes have the same height and width, 6.35. And now let's position the circle just like that at the top right corner of the rectangle. And now let's duplicate this circle a few more times so that we basically have a circle at each corner of the rectangle, just like that. And now let's select all of these circles and let's group them, union them. Let's go to merge shapes and let's choose union so that they become one solid shape, just like that. And now let's make sure that we send these circles to back so that they're behind the rectangle. Now let's select the rectangle first, then those circles. Let's go to merge shapes and let's choose subtract, and skadoosh, this way we have made that awesome looking pointy star shape. Okay, now let's move it just below the center, and now let's make a few more copies, and basically you can create any pattern that you like. So let me copy a few more of these beautiful pointy star shapes, and let's align all of them to the right side of the slide. That's beautiful. And as you can see in the original slide, we have some semi-transparent shapes as well, so we'll have to do that as well. But before that, let's make sure we add that accent 1 color as our slide background fill color. So let's choose accent 1. That's nice. Now we have this beautiful color as our slide background color. And next, let me show you how we can fill all of these shapes with any picture that we like. So let's jump into unsplash.com, an awesome place to find photos and pictures. And now let's just zoom into this photo and let's copy it. Link is in the video description if you'd like to use it as well. And now let's jump back into PowerPoint, and now let's just select all of these guys. We can hit Ctrl A to select them all. Let's jump into the format shape, and now in the fill options, let's choose picture. Let's click on clipboard and skadoosh. This way we have pasted that photo as the fill for all of these shapes. That's awesome. We can as well make sure that we copy one of those shapes. Okay, let's align it to the edge, to the right edge, to the middle of the right edge of the slide. And as well, let's add some transparency, for example 70%, and this way that shape becomes semi-transparent. And this is just purely a design choice, just to make our slide design a bit more sophisticated. Okay, so a few more of these guys at the top, and pretty much we're finished with those shapes. And by the way, here's one skill from the future showing you how to fix these photos because they're actually looking a bit squished. So let's just select one of those photos, let's go into crop and just click on fill, and now this photo will look the way it should look like. Okay, we can select one of these guys, hit Ctrl+Shift+C to copy the style. Now we can select the rest of these guys and hit Ctrl+Shift+V to paste that fill option, and now all of these little photos are looking correct. So just keep in mind, if your photos are looking squished, you can just jump into the crop options and choose fill. Okay, my friends, and now let's continue with this beautiful slide title. So let's go into Insert tab, let's find that beautiful text box tool, and let's just type in your slide. Okay, let's increase the font size to something huge, for example 96 points, looking beautiful. And now for the heading, we can choose our beautiful heading font, Kirimaru. Okay, and for the font color, let's pick this shade of black. And as you can see, the spacing between lines is pretty huge, so let's go with multiple and let's choose, for example, 0.7. And now these two lines of text are closer together, which is looking much better. And by the way, let me jump into the text box options and let's make sure there are no margins. So let me just insert 0 centimeters. This way this text box will look a bit cleaner. That's nice. And now, my friends, the question is how we should precisely position this text box on the slide. And for this purpose, I'm using guides. Once again, we can create these guides, these slide guides, with the Bright Slide add-in. Okay, so first of all, I have inserted margins of 1.5 centimeters. So this is basically a safe area around the edges of the slide. And next I have 12 vertical columns and 30 rows. And all of these columns and rows will help me to space out and to position all of the elements on the slide. And this way everything is going to be looking beautiful. So now I have decided to place this slide title somewhere over here. Okay, and as well let's turn on the rulers so that we can see where is the center of the slide. So let's make sure that the slide title is barely touching the middle of the slide and it is touching the right side of the first column. Okay, and now we can just duplicate this text box by holding down the Ctrl+Shift key, and let's change the font to Montserrat. This is going to be our body text. Okay, and we can resize our body text box a bit so that we have more space inside. Let me just grab this text from the first line and let's paste it over here. That's nice. And let me check the spacing, the line spacing. We can jump into paragraph and we can see multiple 0.9. That's looking beautiful. Okay, let's make sure that we're using the same shade of black as our slide title is using. Okay, that's nice. And as you can see, we have exactly 2 rows of spacing between the slide title and paragraph text. So that's the bonus or the benefit of using guides, because you can precisely space out the elements on your slide. Okay, my friends, and next let's create that little call to action button just below the body text. And for that we'll be using a rounded rectangle. Let's make sure that those corners are fully rounded. Once again, 2 rows of spacing below the body text. Okay, let's make sure it is 2 columns wide. And for the width of the line, let's use, for example, just 1 point. Let's use the same shade of black and let's add a bit of transparency, for example 50%, just for fun. Okay, and now, my friends, let's make sure that we're using 14 points for the font size. Once again, the same shade of black. And let's just type in the address of one more awesome website, which is pptskill.com, where you can master PowerPoint animations. So definitely check it out. Link is in the video description as well. And now, my friends, let's create this awesome looking logo. Okay, so let me just go to the top left corner of the slide. And to create the logo, we'll have to use, first of all, a circle. Okay, so let's just insert a beautiful circle. Let me just copy the style from this rounded rectangle and apply it to this circle. Let's position it over here. Let's just zoom in so that we can better see what we're doing. And now let's just make sure that this circle is somewhere around 2 rows height. Okay, so it has height and width of 1.07 centimeters. That's nice. And now let me just duplicate this pointy shape. Let's make sure it is using a solid black fill or any shade of black or any other color that you wish. Okay, and now we have to make sure that both of these guys have the same size, and for that, once again, we can use this magical button called match size. Okay, so let's just zoom in a bit. Once again, let's just center align both of these guys. Let's group them into a single group and let's just position them somewhere over here. And actually, let's fill this circle with some beautiful white color, just like that. And we have this nice looking aesthetic, I don't know, static logo. And now let's just duplicate it and put it into this call to action button over here. That's nice. And by the way, for this rounded rectangle, let's change its fill. And before that, we can of course move the text a bit to the right side if we wish. And let's just change the fill to something more different. That's nice. For example, accent 2. That's looking beautiful. Okay, my friends, so we're doing a wonderful progress, and as you can see, the CTA button in the second slide is a bit higher than the button in the first slide, but that's okay. It wouldn't be as fun if everything were identical. And let's get back to our logo. Let's just duplicate the slide title. Let's resize it. Let's use, for example, 20 points for the size. And let's just move this little text box closer to our shape. And actually for the font size, let's use 18, okay, so that it pretty much has the same height as those two rows from our guides, just like that. Looking beautiful. And now let's just select the shape and the little text box, and let's just group them into a single group. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's add a slide number, okay, so let me show you how we can do that. And to customize the look of the slide number, we'll have to jump into the slide master, where you usually have to do these kind of things like changing the look of your slide number. So let's just grab this text box which is responsible for the slide number, and let's just move it to the top. Not top, but bottom left corner of the slide, okay? And let's make sure that the text is center aligned. And now let's go to shape format, edit shape, and let's choose change shape, and let's choose circle. So this way our slide number text box will have a shape of a circle, but of course now it is not proportionate. So let's make sure that the height and width has the same numbers. So let's just use 1.07 for height and width, and now we have a perfect circle. And at the same time, let's make sure there is enough space for the text inside of this slide number text box. As you can see, we have a couple of strange looking arrows. Let's go into text options, let's uncheck wrap text, and now the slide number should have enough of space inside of this circle. And let's position it just like that, just touching the left margin and bottom margin of the slide. And once again, for the line, let's use 1 point and the transparency of 50%, okay, and the same shade of black. That's nice. Okay, and once we're done, we can get back to the normal view. And to turn on the slide numbers, all we have to do is jump into the Insert tab. Let's click on the slide number button, and let's check this little checkbox slide number. Let's click apply, and skadoosh, we get that little slide number at the bottom left corner of the slide. And if we duplicate the slide, as you can see, we get slide number 3. That's awesome. It is fully functional. Okay, my friends, and now let's just insert this beautiful greenish looking circle. So once again, let's jump into the Insert tab, let's go into Shapes. We can turn on the slide guides as well, so that we can better see how to align that shape, that circle. And now let's just draw a nice looking circle. Let's make sure it is nicely aligned inside of those two pointy shapes. You can hold down the Ctrl-Shift keys to resize from the center. And by the way, to turn off the slide guides, you can just hit Alt F9, that's nice. And for the fill color for this circle, let's use accent 3. Once again, for the line width, let's use 1 point, and let's add some line transparency, 50%. And let's make sure we are using the same shade of black. Okay, and as you can see, we have this curved text inside, and we have the same logo shape. So let me just select this logo from the CTA button, and let's just move it over here. Let's make sure both of these guys are center aligned. And now let's just duplicate the slide title. We'll reuse it to create that curved shape. And now let's just type in anything that we wish, for example, your super awesome slide, okay? And by the way, at the end of this text box, I'm adding one little asterisk, just for fun. Hopefully it will make this text design even more elegant. And let's make it bold so that it stands out a bit better. And now let's go to shape format, let's go to text effects, let's go to transform, and let's pick this preset which makes this text rounded, just like that, or curved. So first of all, let's check what was the size of the circle, and let's make this text box pretty much the same but a bit smaller. So let's use 4 centimeters for the height and width. This way it looks proportionate. That's nice. And by the way, as you can see, once we select the text, we get this yellow bubble. So let's make sure it pretty much connects to itself, just like that. And we can hold down the Ctrl-Shift keys to resize this rounded and this curved text until it looks the way we want it to look. And now we can just select all of these guys and group them into a single group, and let's add a spin animation to all of these guys. Let's make sure the animation starts with previous animation duration 10 seconds. Okay. And in the animation options, let's make sure that this animation is repeated until the end of slide, and this way this circle will be rotating until we go to the next slide. That's awesome. And now we can use the animation painter and paste the same animation to any other element on the slide that we wish. We can change the duration for these two last animations if we wish to something faster, for example 5 seconds. Okay. And next, let me show you how we can add those shadows or those soft glows below some of the shapes. So first of all, let's just insert a simple circle, and let's just use this green color. Let's remove the outline, and now let's go into shape formats. Before that, let's make sure that the circle is a bit bigger, and let's add soft edges effect. Let's make sure it is maximum soft edges effect, and let's move it to the exact position where the green circle is. Of course, you can move it wherever you would like to move it, and let's just send it to back so that it is below the green circle. Now let's just make a duplicate, and this duplicate will be a glow, or a shadow for this CTA button, and let's just make sure that we change its fill to accent 2, and let's just send it to back. Once again, I'm using those productivity shortcuts by bright slide to send those fuzzy shapes to back. That's awesome. Okay, so we're pretty much finished. Let's check it out on the full screen. Everything is spinning, especially this logo is spinning. I think I didn't want to spin that text, only that shape. So let me quickly fix that. We can select this logo, hit Ctrl-Shift-G to ungroup. So now we should be able to select this guy, which is animated, and paste the animation. So let's select this guy, let's click on Animation Painter, and let's paste the animation to this guy. Okay. So now everything should be looking correct. Okay, so all of these shapes that should be spinning are spinning, and the rest of the shapes are looking beautiful. We have some elegant fonts, we have these awesome looking shapes on the right side, we have some fuzzy glows, that's nice, we have a custom image placeholder, and we have some beautiful harmonious spacing between all of the elements because we have used those slide guides, with those 12 columns and 30 rows. Okay, my friends, and now you know how you can create this beautiful slide in PowerPoint as well. I hope you have found this video useful, and if you did, please smash that like button, and I'll create more videos like this one. Thanks for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Okay, my dear friends, you're making a wonderful progress, and next let me show you how you can do this beautiful rounded hexagon slide design. Let's go. In this video, I'll show you how you can easily create these impressive PowerPoint slides step by step. First, I'll show you how you can design these awesome looking slides, and later on in the video, we'll add animations. So, let's go. Hello my friends, it's OneSkill helping you become an unstoppable PowerPoint creator. And now let's just find a fresh blank new slide where we can start creating everything from scratch. Okay my friends, and first of all, let's fill this empty slide with a beautiful picture. So over here I have downloaded a couple of photos from unsplash.com, link is in the video description, and now let's just select this photo, let's hit Ctrl-C to copy it, and now let's get back to our empty slide, and now let's just right click on it, let's go to format background, okay, let's go to fill options, and let's choose picture, and let's just click on clipboard, and this way we have pasted that photo as the slide background. As you can see right now, we cannot select this photo because this photo has been pasted as the slide background, and this is what we want. Okay, next let's insert a semi-transparent dark rectangle, and for that we can jump into the Insert tab. Let's go to Shapes, let's find the Rectangle tool, and now let's just insert a simple rectangle. We can align it to the top left corner of the slide. Now let's just grab this bubble at the bottom right corner and drag the rectangle until it covers the whole slide. Now let's fill this rectangle with a black color, and let's add a transparency of 20%, and this way we can see through this dark rectangle and see the background picture. And now my friends, the magical part. We can insert any shape on the slide that we wish, for example a beautiful circle, and now we can jump into the fill options and choose slide background fill. And skadoosh, as you can see now, this circle is taking that bright photo as its fill, and this way we can create amazing slide designs. So we'll be using this slide background fill feature. But as you have noticed in the intro of this video, we should be using these beautiful rounded hexagons. But there is a small problem. Rounded rectangles do not exist in PowerPoint by default. The closest thing that we have is this hexagon, which has sharp edges or sharp corners. And in this case, we'd like to have a rounded hexagon. So let me show you how we can create this rounded hexagon, and for that we'll be using an external free online tool which is called Figma. So let's jump into Figma. And usually Figma is used to design websites and apps, but in this case we'll jump into figma.com and create a simple rounded hexagon. So you can just click on this button to get started for free. You can log in with your Gmail account, and once you log in you'll see something that looks like this, okay? So now let's just click on this blue button design file. Let's choose drafts or any other folder that you wish, and skadoosh, we are inside of Figma. And now let's just go to this rectangle tool. Let's expand the menu. And now let's just select the polygon tool that looks like a triangle, okay? We can hold down the shift key and draw a perfect triangle just like that. But since we need hexagon, we can go into this field and we can input a new corner value. So let's just type in 6 and skadoosh, we get a hexagon. And over here we can specify the roundness of the corners. So let's just try 50. And this way, my friends, we have easily and quickly created a rounded hexagon. So now let's just make sure we select it. Let's go to export. Let's choose SVG and now let's just export it. And now we can jump back to PowerPoint and we can import this SVG and use it in our slide design, okay? And now let's just scroll down to our slide. Here it is. And now let's insert that rounded hexagon. So let's go to insert pictures, this device. Let's find our beautiful hexagon SVG. Here it is. Let's insert it. And skadoosh, we have a beautiful rounded hexagon. But it is not yet fully editable. As you can see, a couple of fill options are grayed out. And for that reason, let's make sure that we click on this button, convert to shape. And now this rounded hexagon is fully editable. We can use all of the fill options, such as the slide background fill. That's super duper awesome. Okay, my friends, and for now, let's just leave the fill at solid color, okay? And now let's just make this hexagon a bit smaller. And before we do anything, let's just lock the aspect ratio so that once we change the height, the width will change accordingly as well. So for the height, I'm using 7 centimeters, okay? And now the hexagon is a bit smaller. And now let's just move this guy to the middle of the slide. That's beautiful. And now we can hold down the Control and Shift keys and make some copies, okay? You can decide how wide you would like this gap to be between the hexagons. I'm going with a pretty narrow gap. Okay, so we have 3 hexagons in total. Let's make some space for one more hexagon. So once again, let's keep on holding Control Shift keys to drag a copy in a straight line. That's beautiful. And now let's just select all of these guys and let's just drag them to the right side so that a half of this rightmost hexagon sticks out just a little bit. And of course, this is a creative choice. You can create any pattern that you like. And now let's just group all of these 4 hexagons into a single group. This way it will be much easier to work with them. That's beautiful. And now we can hold down the Control key and make a copy of this whole group. And this way we have quickly created 4 more hexagons. Let's just make sure that we align everything precisely. So let's make sure that those gaps are looking beautiful between all of the hexagons. Okay, looking good. And now once we're happy how everything is aligned, once again, we can hold down the Control Shift keys and drag a copy downwards, just like that. And once again, let's just make sure that all of those gaps between the hexagons are looking consistent. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's insert a few more hexagons here at the top and at the bottom of the slide. Okay, my friends, and now we have 5 beautiful groups of hexagons, and now I think we can select all of these guys. Let's ungroup them so that we can select the individual hexagons. And I think we can delete those hexagons which are outside of the slide window. So let's delete this guy, this one, and this one. And I think the rest of the hexagons are touching the slide window, so that's good. Let's select them all. And for the fill, let's choose slide background fill and skadoosh. Now all of these guys are using the slide background picture that we have pasted in the beginning of this tutorial. And since we'll be adding animations, I'll group these middle hexagons into a single group. I'll do the same for these guys, so just hold down the Shift key, select any hexagons that you wish, and hit Ctrl G to group. So one group over here, and let's select these guys at the top. Let's group them into a single group as well, and let's do the same for these guys at the bottom. So once again, we have 5 groups of hexagons, and this way it will be much easier to animate them, okay? So my friends, now let's just zoom out a little bit so that we can select all of these hexagons, all of these groups of hexagons, okay? So let's make sure that we open up the animation pane so that we can see what's going on in the animation world, okay? Let's select all of those hexagon groups, and now let's just select any animation that we wish. For example, flying animation, okay? As you can see, all of the 5 animations have been added. For the duration right now, let's just choose from top. Let's make sure all of the animation starts with previous, duration 2 seconds. And now while all of the animations are still selected, let's jump into the animation options. and we can select anything that we wish. Let's just choose maximum smooth end, okay, so that we have a soft landing for all of these flight animations. And let's just check it out what we have so far. And as you can see right now, all of these hexagon groups are flying in from the top. So I think we can change that for these two bottom rows. So let's make sure that we select this group of hexagon and this one, okay. So let's just select this one first, and for the direction, let's choose from bottom, okay. And let's do the same for this most bottom row of hexagons. Let's make sure that the flying direction is from bottom as well. And let's check it out once again. Okay, looking much better. And as you can see, once all of those hexagons are flying in, they're overlapping on top of each other. So let's just make sure that this middle row of hexagons stays at the front, okay? And now we can select this top row and this bottom row, and let's just send these groups to back, okay? And let's just make sure that we send this semi-transparent rectangle to back as well, so that we can see those top and bottom hexagons, okay? And this way, I think all of these hexagons will be overlapping in a much nicer way. So let's check it out once again, and as you can see, that middle row of hexagons stays in the front. That's beautiful. And next, my friends, let's make our slide design complete by adding a couple of text boxes. So let me copy the logo, the text boxes, and the slide number from my previous slide. Let's just hit Ctrl+C, and let's just paste these guys into our slide. That's beautiful. And now let's just add an animation to these text boxes, which are grouped into a single group, so that's convenient. And let's just add a flying animation to this group of text boxes as well, direction from left. Let's make sure it starts automatically with previous, with the rest of the animations. Animation duration 2 seconds. And this time let's use the bounce slider. Let's use 1.5 seconds for the bounce effect. And this is what we get. That's beautiful. So those hexagons are flying in softly and the text boxes are bouncing in. Super duper awesome. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now what's super awesome about the slide design is that we can quickly and easily change how it looks like. We can select this photo, we can hit Ctrl+C to copy the photo. Let's get back to our slide. Let's jump into the slide background fill options, okay. So let's make sure that the picture is selected, and let's just click on clipboard and skadoosh. This way we have pasted the new photo as the slide background fill, and now this slide has a completely new look. That's nice. And now just for fun, let's try using this photo as well. It's looking beautiful. Let's make sure that we copy the photo. Let's get back to our slide. Let's go to fill options and let's click on clipboard and skadoosh. Once again, our slide has a completely new look. Looking beautiful. Congratulations, my friends, on finishing that hexagon video. And next, let me share with you top 20 PowerPoint tips and tricks that will make you a PowerPoint master in 2025. Let's go. Hello my friends, in today's video top 20 PowerPoint tips and tricks that will take your presentations to the next level. Let's go! Okay, so let's start with tip number 1, the glass morphic effect. Let me show you how you can quickly create a glass morphic effect for any shape on your slide. And here, as you can see, we have a couple of rusty looking blurred triangles, and this is the look that we're going for. And here's one more example of how you could use the glass morphic effect in your slide design. Alright, so here we have a nice background photo and this rounded rectangle with some text inside, and now let me show you how we can add the glass morphic effect to that rounded rectangle. And now let me move this photo to the side for a little bit so that you can see how the slide background looks like, and as you can see, it's absolutely white. That's super awesome. And here in the middle of the slide we have this rounded rectangle with no fill, thin line and some text inside. So let's just put this guy in the middle of the slide. Alright, and next let's make sure that the photo is selected. Let's jump to Format Picture. Let's go to Artistic Effects and let's choose the Blur effect. Alright. And now for the blur radius, let's insert 100, which is the maximum value, and as you can see, our photo becomes absolutely blurred. And this is what we want. And now let's just right click on the photo and let's copy it, okay? And now let's just reset the photo to the previous state, alright? And now let's do some changes to our slide background. As you remember, our slide background is filled with a solid white color, and let's change it to picture. And here we get this button clipboard, and as you remember, we have copied the blurred photo. So now once we click on this clipboard button, we can basically paste that blurred photo to the slide background. And this is what we want. And now let's just place this photo back to the center of the slide. That's good. And now we are pretty much ready to apply the glass morphic effect to any shape that we want. So let's make sure that the rounded rectangle is selected and let's choose the slide background fill. And now as you can see, this rounded rectangle is taking that blurred photo as its fill. That's super awesome. And if you'd like to make your glass morphic effect even more realistic, you could insert a white inside shadow to your shapes. And this way you could create that frosty look. Well done, my friends. Now you know how you can quickly apply a glass morphic effect to any shape on your slide. Okay, and next we jump to tip number 2, which is all about placing your photos and videos into any shape that you can imagine. It might seem easy to place a picture into a circle or a square, but what about more complex shapes? Well, let me show you how. So first of all, let's make sure that we have some kind of custom shape that we could use to place our picture inside, and you can use PowerPoint to create any vector shape that you can imagine. For example, this blob looking shape was created using this curve tool, and to create a blob shape all you have to do is just click a couple of times with the curve tool and make sure that you connect the ending point with the starting point and you'll get your beautiful blob, okay? So this is how it works, and let's actually jump to this slide and let me show you how we can create these beautiful circles and semicircles. So let me just select all of these shapes and let's delete them so that we can start from scratch. And let's just activate the slide guides so that we can see where's the center and middle of the slide. And now let's go to Insert Shapes, let's find that circle tool, hold down the Shift key and let's draw a beautiful circle. That's awesome. And now let me show you how we can create a semicircle. And first of all, let's duplicate our first circle, and now let's move the second circle to the middle and center of the slide. And now let's insert a rectangle. Let's make sure that it covers the right side of the circle, then select the circle, hold down the Shift key, select the rectangle, and let's go to Shape Format, Merge Shapes and choose Subtract. And by the way, you can add the Merge Shape functions to your Quick Access toolbar for Quick Access. And if you don't see the merge shapes in your Quick Access toolbar, you can just click on this little arrow, go to More Commands and make sure that you have merge shapes in your Quick Access toolbar. So from this point, I'll be using merge shape functions from the Quick Access toolbar because it's much quicker this way. And now let me make a few more adjustments and a few more copies until we get the final shape that we're looking for. Alright, all of the shapes are ready, and now let's make sure that we select them all, and now let's go to Merge Shapes and choose Union, so that all of these shapes become one single shape that we can use for our picture. That's awesome. And next let's insert a picture into our slide, so let's just pick any picture that we want, let's just drag it and drop it into the slide, okay? And let's make sure that this photo covers the whole shape that we have just created, and now let's send this photo to back, that's beautiful. Let's make sure that the photo is selected, hold down the Shift key, select the custom shape, and this time let's go to Merge Shapes and choose Intersect. Voila, ladies and gentlemen, you have successfully inserted a picture into this custom shape that we have created in PowerPoint. And by the way, you can click on the crop button and you can adjust how your photo looks inside the shape. And now the process of inserting a video into a custom shape is pretty much the same. Just make sure that your video covers your whole shape. Then send your video to back, make sure that the video is still selected, hold down the Shift key, select your custom shape, and then go to Merge Shapes and choose Intersect. And this way you would place your video into your custom shape. And if you would like your video to stand out a little bit better on a dark background, in that case you can use a line. So in this case I'm using a gradient line for my video. And by the way, if you are creating a PowerPoint template, in that case I would recommend creating a custom picture placeholder. What's awesome about picture placeholders is that they have this little image button in the middle. You can click on that little button and you can quickly insert any picture that you want. If you don't like the image, you can delete it, you can click on the button again and you can insert a new image. So it's a really easy and quick way to insert pictures into custom shapes. So make sure if you are creating slides for other people to use, you go with this approach. And now let's just select all of these shapes and let's copy them, and let me show you how we can create a custom image placeholder, okay? And now let's jump into the Slide Master. This is the place where we can create custom image placeholders like this one. But let's delete this guy and let's create a new one from these beautiful shapes. Let's just make sure that we unite all of these shapes into one single shape. That's beautiful. And now let's go to insert placeholder and let's choose a picture placeholder. And now let's just drag and cover all of these shapes with this picture placeholder. Let's make sure that this picture placeholder is in the back. Now select it, hold down the shift key, select the custom shape and choose intersect. And this way you have created a custom picture placeholder. And now let's get back to the normal view, let's click on layout and let's choose our newly created custom image placeholder layout. And now just click on that little image button and choose any photo that you like. Congratulations my friends, now you know how you can place your photos or videos into any shape that you want. Alright my friends, let's keep on going. And in place number 3, we have slide grids. Just take a look at this slide. Notice how all of the slide elements are positioned. And now let's take a look at this slide. Both of these slides are identical in terms of content, but as you can see they look and feel different. And the reason for that is alignment. All of these slide elements on the first slide are pretty much all over the place and it becomes really obvious when I turn on the grid. As you can see, this logo and these numbers are out of alignment, this slide title, paragraph and this button are just floating freely, and this photo is touching the bottom of the slide, so as you can see the alignment is missing. And now if I turn on the slide grid on the second slide, as you can see everything is nicely aligned based on the slide grid. And now as you can see the photo has equal space from the top and bottom of the slide. And here are a few more examples of how slide grids can be used in slide design. And on this slide we have a slide grid of 18 by 12, and you can pretty much create any kind of slide grid that you wish. For example, on this slide we have a slide grid of 12 by 8, 12 columns, 8 rows. Okay my friends, and now let me show you how you can create a slide grid for yourself. We'll be creating a grid of 12 columns and 8 rows. So first let's start creating our columns, and for that we can just go to insert shapes and let's insert a rectangle that touches the top and bottom of our slide. And for now don't worry about the exact width of your columns, just make sure that all of them are sitting flush to each other. And now once all of the 12 columns are ready, we can select them all and group them into one single group. And now let's just grab this handle and let's just stretch all of these columns until they nicely cover the whole slide. Alright, that's super awesome, and now let's repeat the same procedure to create 8 beautiful rows. Okay, so the columns and rows are ready, and we can jump into the selection pane and let's see what's going on. We have a group of columns and group of rows, and now let's just select both of these groups by hitting Ctrl A and let's group them into one big single group, just like that. And you can use that little eye to quickly hide or show your grid whenever you need it. And by the way, feel free to remove the fill from your grid and add some transparency to your grid lines so that you can see your slide content easily. And once your slide grid is ready, you can use it to help you align all of your slide content inside your slides. Okay my friends, and next we have tip number 4, which is all about the duotone effect. So on this slide we have a nice background photo, and this is how this photo looks originally. And now let's take a look at a couple of duotone examples of this photo. So to create a duotone effect you have to pick 2 colors and you have to use them to recolor your photo. And currently PowerPoint doesn't have this feature, maybe it will in the future, but for now we can use this free website duotone.shapefactory.co to create a duotone effect. Just pick any 2 colors that you wish and your duotone effect will be created. And the only thing that I would recommend is picking one brighter color and one darker color of any hue that you wish, because otherwise there might be too little contrast in your photo. And if you would like to create the same duotone effect that you can see on this slide, in that case you would have to use the same colors. So let me just copy the hex values of these colors and let's paste them into the website. That's beautiful, we have created the same duotone effect. And by the way, you can type in anything in the search bar, for example Mars, and you can pick any photo that you like. And once you have found a photo that you like, just click on it and click on download, and you will get your beautiful duotone picture that you can insert in your PowerPoint presentations. And in place number 5 we have text spacing and line spacing. Spacing might seem simple at first sight, but it's really powerful and it can change the look of your slides instantly. And you probably know that you can go to this little drop-down menu and choose different spacing presets. And let's say this preset very loose is not enough and you would like to have even more spacing. In that case, go to more spacing and choose expanded. And now let's insert, for example, 15 points and hit OK. And now as you can see, you have some super wide gaps between your letters. That's super awesome, and you can definitely make some creative slide designs with this feature. And now let's take a look at this paragraph text. And for me personally, the normal spacing is too narrow and the loose spacing is too wide. So what can I do? I just go to more spacing settings, choose expanded and insert just 1 point. And this way my letters have just a little bit more space to breathe. That's super awesome. And now in a similar way we can adjust the line spacing. Just look what happens when I hit enter. The word spacing jumps to the next line and it overlaps with our paragraph text. So that's not good. And let me show you how we can fix that. Let's just go to paragraph settings, and here we have a couple of line spacing options. For example, 1.5 line spacing, but this is too much. So let's undo that and let's check for other options. And this time let's try multiple and let's insert 0.8 and hit OK. And now as you can see, our slide title is looking much better because the spacing between the lines is much smaller. Well then my friends, now you know how you can precisely adjust your text and line spacing to achieve the look that you want. Alright, and next we have tip number 6, which is all about converting your text into a vector shape and creating something fun. Okay, so here we have a nice simple editable text box. As you can see, we can delete the text and type in anything that we want. By the way, this beautiful font is called Orbit. If you'd like to check it out, link is in the video description. And now let me show you how you can cut your text in any way that you want. And to cut your text, all you need is a shape. And let me quickly create a random shape using the freeform tool. And now select the text box, hold down the shift key, select your shape. And now feel free to choose any of the merge shape functions that you would like. And once you will apply any of the merge shape functions, your text will be converted to vector. And I have chosen subtract. And let's say you don't want to make any cuts, you just want to convert your whole text box into a vector shape. In that case, the quickest way to do that is just to duplicate your text box, make sure that both of those text boxes are perfectly aligned, and then go to merge shapes and choose union. And now your whole text is converted to vector. And now with all of this knowledge, let's create this vector text design. And I'm just creating a random shape that I will use to cut my text. And once the shape is ready, I will duplicate my slide, and on one slide I will keep the top part of the text, and on the other slide I will keep the bottom part of the text. And to create that bottom part, I will first select my shape, then hold down the shift key, select the text and choose intersect. And now let me place both of these parts into the same slide, and we can move them around a little bit so that we have a gap. Congratulations my friends, now you know how you can convert your text to vector shape and use merge shape functions creatively. Alright, and next in place number 7 we have color shadows. So by default all of the shadows in PowerPoint are black, but hey, no one is stopping you from changing the color of your shadows and this way changing your slide design instantly. And as you can see, soft colorful shadows can be used to highlight some of the elements on your slides. And now let me show you how we can pop out these charts by adding some soft colorful shadows behind them. So there is a rounded rectangle shape behind the chart, so let's make sure that we select that rounded rectangle, and now let's go into the shadow options. And now feel free to choose any outer shadow preset that you like. And now as you can see, the shadow is looking dark, and we can change that by changing the shadow color. And now let's add some blur, for example 75 points, so that our shadow will look soft. That's good. You can as well add some distance, so that your shadow looks a little bit more distant from your shape. And feel free to adjust the shadow transparency as well if you think that your shadow is a little bit too intense. And that's super awesome my friends, now you know how you can use colorful shadows to spice up your slide design. Let's keep on going, and tip number 8 is making sure that you're using all of the benefits of the Slide Master. One great thing about the Slide Master is that it helps you make global changes. For example, you can insert your logo in the Slide Master and then it will be visible on all of the slides. You can change the look of your slide number in the Slide Master as well. And to access the Slide Master, all we have to do is just go to View and click on Slide Master. And here we can make global changes, so let's just delete this logo and let's insert a new one, okay? Let's make sure that the new logo is aligned to the center of the slide, that's beautiful. And now, once we close the Slide Master, we should see the new logo in all of the slides. That's super awesome. By the way, another way to access the Slide Master is just holding down the Shift key and clicking on this little icon. And once we are in the Slide Master, we can adjust how our slide number looks like. So currently I have inserted this rounded square around the slide number. And if we wish, we can turn this rounded square into a circle. Let's just go to Shape Format, change Shape, and let's choose a circle. That's looking beautiful. And by the way, if we would like to, we could change the position of the slide number. So now on the right side we have this text box, we can delete it. And now let me grab that circle and that slide number and let's drag these guys to the right side of the slide, okay? And now once we close the Slide Master, we should see our slide number on the right side of the slide. Well done, my friends, and now you know how you can use the power of the Slide Master to make global changes. Okay, my friends, and in place number 9 we have one more thing that can instantly spice up your slide design. That is gradient text. One awesome technique is to add a gradient fill to your slide title and keep one word white with some white glow. And you could as well play with the transparency. You could create a text gradient where you have one solid color and one color which is absolutely transparent. And this way create some awesome looking text. Alright, and now let me show you how we can apply a gradient fill to this slide title. And the process is really easy. Let's make sure that we select all of the text, let's go to text fill options and let's choose a gradient fill. And now let's insert as many color stops as we want, let's move them around until we get the look that we want. That's looking beautiful, and let's make it a little bit more interesting by filling this word effect with white color, and let's add a white shadow to add that little glow effect. Congratulations, my friends, now you know how you can add that extra pop to your slides with some gradient text. Alright, and tip number 10 is all about creating modern looking charts with a gradient fill. Okay, so first of all, let's insert a chart, and the chart type that we're looking for is an area chart. And now let's resize our beautiful chart and let's clean it up by removing all of the elements that we don't need, such as the chart title, axis labels, and those chart lines. And now let's edit the data of our chart. And currently we have 2 columns of data and we just need one, so let's delete one of those columns. And now in column A, let me type numbers from 1 to 100. And now in the series column, let me insert some random numbers, and we can generate some random numbers with this formula rand_between. So just type in equals rand_between, open parenthesis, type your lowest number, for example 1, then semicolon, your highest number, for example 100, and close parenthesis. And once you hit enter, a bunch of random numbers will be generated for you that you can see in your chart. That's super awesome, and if you wish you can select your formula again, hit enter and you will get new random numbers. And now let's add a beautiful gradient fill to our chart. Let's make sure that we keep one color fully opaque and one color fully transparent. And let's add a beautiful gradient line to our chart as well. Once again, let's keep one color opaque and one color fully transparent. Congratulations, my friends! Now you know how you can create some modern looking gradient charts. Okay, my friends, and with tip number 11, we jump back into the Slide Master once again and explore more awesome Slide Master features. And as you probably know, we can add animations to any object on the slide once we are in the normal slide view. But did you know that we can add animations once we are in the slide master view as well? Yes, we can do that. And this way we're basically getting two separate animation timelines that we can use to get creative. And what's awesome about the slide master animations is that those animations will be repeated on all of the slides. As you can see, that little playback animation at the bottom of the slide is actually a slide master animation, and it is visible on all of the slides. And now, while we are in the normal view, and if we would go into the animation pane, you would see that there are no animations in the animation pane. And the reason for that is that all of these animations are existing in the slide master view. And to access the slide master, we can go to view and clicking on the slide master. And now once we're in the slide master view, we can see all of the animations that exist in the slide master. So here we have a couple of animations that are responsible for this little playback animation. And here at the bottom I have a grow shrink animation that I have applied to this background photo. And now let me duplicate the current slide layout and let's do a little experiment. So first of all, let's rename this duplicate. Let's call it, for example, test. And let me remove all of these playback elements at the bottom of the slide. And now let me insert a random picture of a fox drinking some coffee, and let's put it somewhere right here, okay. And now let's just animate this little fox. We can insert a motion path line, direction right, okay. Now let's just drag that red bubble so that the fox goes to the right corner of the slide. And we can as well make sure that the auto reverse option is activated in the animation settings, and let's make sure that this animation is repeated until the end of slide. And now, once we get back to the normal view, we should see this little fox on every slide that is using this exact slide layout. And now let me select a couple of these slides, let's go to layouts and let's choose this newly created layout called test, where we can see that little fox. That's super awesome. And by the way, let me remove the footer slide number so that they don't get in the way. And now once we play these slides on the full screen, as you can see that little fox is visible, it is animated, and it will be animated on all of the slides that are using the same slide layout. So as you can see, my friends, the Slide Master is really powerful, and you can use its secondary animation timeline to create repeatable animations for multiple slides. You're making a wonderful progress, my friend, and now comes tip number 12 that will help you add more time to your animations. Let's say you would like to create a 2-minute timer, where this white circle grows and fills itself until the time is up. And of course, this animation plays too fast right now, so let's delete it and let's do it from scratch. Let's select this white circle, let's go to animations and let's choose this wheel animation. Alright, and since we want to do a 2-minute timer, for the duration we would have to insert 120 seconds, so let's try doing that. And once you hit enter, as you can see, the maximum duration that you get is 59 seconds, and you can't add more seconds to this value. But don't worry, my friend, there is a way to add more time to your animations, and all we have to do is jump to the animation settings. So let's just double click on the wheel animation to jump to the settings, and over here in the timing tab we have this duration field where we can insert as many seconds as we wish, for example 120 seconds. Click OK, and now as you can see, this duration field changes to auto, but don't worry, it's definitely 2 minutes. If we zoom out, we can check the end of the animation and it says the animation ends at 2 minutes. That's super awesome. And now if we would play this animation, this circle would spin around and fill itself until 2 minutes are up. And to save your time, we will not be waiting the whole 2 minutes for this animation to complete, but now you know how you can add more time to your animations. Okay, next let's continue with tip number 13, and it's all about rotation center. Just look at these examples and try noticing where the center of rotation is. So for example, for this green arrow, the center of rotation is this little white circle. And you can probably guess where the center of rotation is of this little cap. And now the center of rotation of this arm is somewhere around the shoulder, as it should be. And now let me close the slideshow and let me show you how all of these objects are rotating once again. Okay, now let's try creating a center of rotation for these objects. So here we have a circle and a rectangle. So let me group these guys and let's see what happens if I try to rotate them. And as you can see, currently this group is rotating around its middle point. And let's say we would like that little circle to be the center of rotation. So how we can do that? Well, first of all, let me turn on the slide guide so that we can see where's the center and middle of the slide. And now all we have to do is just to insert a huge circle that covers our group. Let's make sure that the circle is big enough to cover all of the shapes on the slide. And let's make sure that the circle is aligned to the center of the slide. And now let's just select all of these shapes and let's group them into one big group. And now if we would try to rotate this group, as you can see it rotates around its little circle. And this is what we want. This is our new rotation center. And by the way, feel free to remove the fill from this huge circle so that only the small circle and that little rectangle is visible. Well done, my friends, now you know how you can create precise rotation centers for your animations. And now with tip number 14, we enter the world of GIF animations. And as you can see, this robot is waving, its legs are moving up and down, and at the same time its whole body is moving left and right. It would be quite hard to create this animation just using PowerPoint animations, and that's why we will combine PowerPoint animations and GIFs. Let's go! And first of all, let me just find that robot, and for that we can use stock illustrations provided by Office 365. And now let's convert this illustration to shape so that we can access all of the individual parts. And since we want to make a waving arm animation, we'll have to create a new center of rotation, because currently, as you can see, this arm is rotating around its middle point, and we would like the rotation center to be somewhere where the shoulder is. And luckily for you, you already know how you can create a new rotation center, and let me show you a new technique. We can just duplicate the arm and let's attach it here at the bottom, and before that let's just flip it like this. Okay, and now let's move this duplicated arm somewhere right here. Okay, and now let's set its fill to no fill so that it becomes transparent. And now let's make sure that we group both of these arms, and now we should get a new rotation center which is somewhere around the shoulder. That's super great. And now let's add a spin animation to this arm, and let's use 45 degrees for the spin amount, and let's make sure that auto reverse is activated. And now let's make those legs move up and down, and for that we can use motion path animation. And for the animation duration, let's choose up. Okay, and for the travel distance, let's keep it very short because we just need a very subtle up and down animation. And in the animation settings, let's make sure that we check the auto reverse option because we want this leg to go up and go down. Okay, and now for the animation duration, let's keep it short. Let's use 0.1 second. Okay, and now let's use the animation painter and let's paste the same animation to the second leg, but for the second leg let's add a delay of 0.2 seconds. So now all of the animations that we have in the animation pane should finish at 0.4 seconds, okay? And now if we would play all of these animations, it would look something like this. And as you can see, all of these animations have played just a single time. And if we would try adding repetition until the end of slide, the animations would not look correct. So let's just check it out on the full screen, and as you can see now, these two legs are going up and down at the same time. And of course this is not what we want, so let's undo that and let's use the power of GIF animations. And before we export this slide as a GIF animation, let's make sure that the slide transition of this slide is set to none, because otherwise our GIF animation might look not so smooth. And now let's go to File, Export, and let's click on Create an Animated GIF. And I'm choosing extra large quality, transparent background, and 0 seconds spent on each slide. PowerPoint will know how long our GIF should be. And now for the slides, we just want to export a single slide, and that is slide 53. So let's select it and let's click on Create GIF. And now we can go to Insert Pictures and we can insert our newly created GIF into the slide. That's super awesome. And as you can see, our robot is animated, it's waving, and the legs are moving. We can resize our GIF, and we can as well crop some of those transparent pixels from the side if we wish by using the crop button. And now let's just add a motion path animation to our GIF, direction right, and let's make sure that the auto reverse option is activated in the animation settings, and now our robot should be moving right and left. Congratulations, my friends, now you know how you can create complex animations by combining PowerPoint animations and GIF animations. Okay, my friends, welcome to tip number 15, where you will learn about a super powerful animation tool called Bookmark Trigger. So a bookmark trigger can help you loop a sequence of animations, even if those animations have delays. Let me give you an example. So here I have applied a single grow shrink animation to each of these colorful bubbles. And this animation sequence plays just one time. And let's say I would like these bubbles to be pulsing the whole time until I go to the next slide. So here comes the bookmark trigger. And by the way, let's see what would happen if I would apply a repetition until the end of slide for all of these grow shrink animations. So now, as you can see, all of these colorful bubbles are pulsing, but they're not doing that in the correct order that we want. So let me show you how we can use that bookmark trigger. And first of all, let's make sure that we know when exactly do all of our animations end. And as you can see, the last animation ends at 2.8 seconds. And now let's just go to Insert, Audio, and let's click on Record Audio. And now we'll have to record a short audio clip that is just a little bit longer than the last of our animations. And you can stay completely silent or mute your microphone. The most important thing is that this audio clip should be just a little bit longer than the last of your animation. And in my case, since my last animation ends at 2.8 seconds, I have recorded an audio clip of 3 seconds. And now, as you can see in the animation pane, a play animation has appeared for this audio file, so let's just move it to the top of the animation pane list. And let's make sure that this audio recording plays automatically. And at the same time, let's make sure that this audio recording is looping until stop. And by the way, if you wish to trim your audio, you can do that by clicking on this button, Trim Audio. Now just insert a new duration for your audio clip. And since my last animation ends at 2.8 seconds, let's make this audio clip 2.9 seconds. And now let's make sure that we click at the start of our audio clip so that we can see 00 seconds. That's good. And now let's click on this magic button, Add Bookmark. And now, as you can see, a little yellow bubble appeared in our audio file, and this is the bookmark trigger. Now let's make sure that we select all of the animations that we want to be repeated. Let's go to Animations, let's click on Trigger, let's go to On Bookmark, and let's click on Bookmark number 1. And now, my friends, we have created something really spectacular. All of these animations will be triggered each time when this audio clip hits bookmark number 1. And as you remember, we have set this audio file to keep on looping, which means that all of these animations will be looping as well. So let's give it a preview on the full screen and let's see what happens. And as you can see, all of the animations are successfully looping in the correct order. Congratulations, my friends, now you have one more powerful animation tool at your disposal, the audio bookmark trigger. And now, my friends, in tip number 16, let's talk about the Morph transition. So if you have Morph transition in your PowerPoint version, let me show you how you can make sure it works perfectly every single time. Now, as you can see, these mobile phone pictures are nicely morphing from one picture to another, but sometimes pictures just won't morph smoothly like that. And sometimes you might get something that looks like this, where one picture fades away and then the other one comes in. So let me show you how you can quickly fix that. So let's jump into the selection pane and let's give a new name to this picture. By the way, you can click on Arrange and select Selection pane to open it. Okay, so currently it's named Picture 1, and instead of that, let's just type in double exclamation marks and now any word that you want, for example, phone. Okay, double exclamation marks and phone. And now let's use the same name for the second picture. So let's start with double exclamation marks and type in phone. And now PowerPoint will understand that both of these pictures are connected, and the Morph transition will look much better. So let's check it out on the full screen. And now, as you can see, we're nicely and smoothly morphing from one picture to the second picture. So remember, you have to use the same name for both of the pictures and make sure that those names are starting with double exclamation marks. And now, my friends, in tip number 17, let's talk about the Morph transition a little bit more. So you probably already know that you can animate objects on your slides just by changing their position and applying Morph transition to both of the slides. But have you tried experimenting with the picture crop tool and the Morph transition? If no, well, let me show you how it works. So let's say that here we have a nice photo cropped to a circle. Now let's make sure that the slide transition is set to Morph. And now let's duplicate this slide. And now on the duplicate slide, let's just move this photo circle to the right side. Okay. And now let's just give it a preview. And now, as you can see, the Morph transition does this animation where this photo circle is just moving right and left. And now let's make it a little bit more interesting. Let's select this picture on the second slide. Let's click on the crop button and now let's just increase the size of the photo. And once you're happy with how your photo looks, just click on the crop button again to finalize the changes. And now let's check out the Morph transition once again on the full screen. And now as you can see, we're getting this movement right and left, and at the same time we're getting the zoom in effect thanks to the crop tool. And by the way, I have used the same principles to animate these slides: morph transition and crop tool. Alright my friends, I can almost see the finish line. Let's keep on going. Tip number 18, creating auto-updating beautiful donut charts. Okay, so first of all, let's just go to Insert, Charts, and let's pick a donut chart. Alright, now let's make sure that we have only 2 rows of data. We can delete rows 4 and 5. And now let's just rename our column and our 2 rows. So I'm just naming the first row visible part and the second row invisible part. And now for the visible part, let's insert, for example, AT. And now for the invisible part, let's use a formula. Let's type in equals 100 minus B2, which is our visible part, and we should get 20. And now my friend, you have created a donut chart that is really easy to update. And now let's just insert 50 for the visible part, and as you can see, the invisible part is calculated automatically. That's super awesome. And of course, feel free to style your donut chart any way you wish. Usually, I like to add some colorful soft shadows to my charts to make them pop a little bit better. You're doing wonderful, my friends, and here comes tip number 19 on how to quickly and easily divide a pie chart or a donut chart into equal parts. And that can be really useful when you are designing UI elements or infographics. So first of all, let's insert a donut chart, and you already know how to do that. Let's go to Insert Charts, Pie Charts, and here we have a donut chart. Okay, and now let's say that we would like to divide this donut chart into 6 equal parts. And for that reason, let's make sure that we have 6 rows of data in our table. Okay. And now let's type in the same value for each of these rows. So let's just use number 10. And now as you can see, our donut chart is divided into 6 equal parts. And before we continue, let's just clean up this chart by deleting all of the elements that we don't need, such as the chart title and chart legend. And if you wish, you can adjust the look of your donut chart by adjusting the whole size of your donut chart. And now let's make sure that we cut this donut chart, alright? And now let's go to Paste. Let's choose Paste Special, and let's choose SVG, okay? And now we have pasted our donut chart as an SVG file, and first we have to convert it to shape, so let's just click on this button, Convert to Shape, and now let's ungroup it by right-clicking and choose Ungroup. And voila my friends, now we can access all of these individual parts and create UI elements or infographics. And by the way, if you'd like to have some gaps between your donut chart parts, in that case you could use a different approach. So this time let's just insert a donut shape. And now let's insert a thin rectangle. Let's make sure that it is higher than our donut chart. And let's put it at the center of the slide, just like that. Now let's duplicate it and let's put it horizontally like this. And now let's make 2 more copies of these narrow rectangles and let's place them diagonally in the center of the slide. And now let's select all of these narrow rectangles and let's go to Merge Shapes and choose Union, and this way we can merge all of these narrow rectangles into one single shape. And now let's select our blue donut chart, hold down the Shift key, select those narrow rectangles, let's go to Merge Shapes and choose Subtract. And this way we have subtracted those narrow rectangles from our donut chart. But as you can see, we still cannot access those individual parts, and let's do one more step. Let's insert a square. Let's make sure that we cover the whole donut chart. Okay, and let's send the square to back, and by the way, I think we can change the color of this square so that we can see better what's going on. So let's just turn it to white, alright? Now let's select a square, hold down the Shift key, select our donut shape, and now let's go to Merge Shapes, and this time let's choose Fragment, okay? And now select the white square, delete it, and now you'll have all of your individual parts. You can modify. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Hooray my friends, you did it! Tip number 20. Thank you so much for watching this video for so long. And now let me share with you my favorite PowerPoint shortcuts that I'm using all the time. And let's start with Ctrl-A. That helps you to select all of the elements on your slides. So for example, I can hit Ctrl-A to select everything, and then I can just hold down the Shift key to deselect something that I don't want, for example this title, and now I can move the rest of these shapes anywhere I wish. And next we have Ctrl-G that I'm using all of the time to group elements into groups. And once your shapes are in the same group, it's much easier to move them around, to apply animations, and to apply formatting. I'm sure you know how to use Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V, but what I usually do, I just select a shape that I want, hold down the Ctrl key and drag a copy. And if you're holding Ctrl and Shift keys at the same time, you can drag a copy in a straight line. And next you can hold down Ctrl and Shift keys to resize any shape from center. If you will just hold down the Shift key, you will keep the proportions, but your shape will be increasing more to the right side. And if you hold down Ctrl and Shift keys, you will be resizing from the center. And now whenever I want to quickly copy and paste a style from one shape to another, I'm just using Ctrl Shift C and Ctrl Shift V. That's a great time saver. And now whenever I want to quickly increase the font size of my text boxes, I'm just holding down the Ctrl Shift keys and hitting on the dot. Well done, my friends, now you know all of the top 20 PowerPoint tips and tricks that will take your presentations to the next level. Tutorial slides are free to download, link is in the video description. Thank you for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on my next video. Peace. Well done, my friend, you have just finished the slide design section of this masterclass. And let's continue with slide zooms. In this next video, you will learn everything you need to know on how to use slide zooms effectively. So, let's go. In this video, I'm going to share with you 5 essential tips that will help you unleash the full potential of the PowerPoint slide zoom feature. Slide zooms enable you to create interactive, dynamic, and engaging presentations by allowing you to zoom into specific slides or sections of your presentation. This way you can break out from the usual linear flow and add a new zoom dimension to your presentations. Hello my friends, it's OneSkill and I'll help you become a PowerPoint Pro. So let me share with you 5 essential tips that will make you an expert in using PowerPoint slide zooms. Plus at the end of this video I'll share with you one extra tip that will take your slide zoom skills to the next level. So let's go. Okay my friends, so first of all let me show you how you can insert slide zooms into your presentation. So there are basically 2 ways of how you can insert a slide zoom. First of all, you can go into the Insert tab, click on the Zoom button and click on Slide Zoom. And now in this window, you will see all of the slides that exist in your presentation. So now just pick any slide that you wish and click Insert to insert a slide zoom. And skadoosh, you have inserted your first slide zoom. Congratulations! Now let's just move it a bit to the left side and now let me show you a second method. So you can just use this slide list that you have here on the left side. And once you find a slide that you like, just grab it, drag it and drop it into your slide. And this way you can as well create a slide zoom. That's awesome. And now let's just turn on the slide guides for a quick second. This way we can easily see where is the center of the slide. And now let me just quickly align these slide zooms so that everything is looking well balanced. And as you can see, both of these slide zooms have a little thin line around them. And that's because PowerPoint by default always adds a line to all of these slide zooms. So let's just select both of these slide zooms, let's go to Zoom, Zoom Border, and let's choose No Outline. This way I think these slide zooms are looking much better. And now one more thing that I like to do to all of my slide zooms is to add rounded corners to them. So let's make sure that both of these slide zooms are selected and let's apply this style called Reflected Rounded Rectangle to both of them. And skadoosh, now these slide zooms have rounded corners and reflections, and by the way, if you would like to disable those reflections, you can just jump into the Format pane, let's go into the reflections and let's just choose none. I think those rounded corners are enough. That's awesome. Okay my friends, and now let's just play the presentation and let's see what happens. So let's just click on any of these slide zooms, for example this one, and let's see what happens. So skadoosh, as you can see, we're zooming in, that's beautiful. And let's see what happens when we click one more time, we just jump into the next slide. So let me show you how we can actually return to the previous slide or to the home slide. And to do that, we need to use this feature which is called Return to Zoom. So let's just click on this slide zoom. Okay, now let's go into the Zoom tab. And over here, let's make sure that we check the check mark next to Return to Zoom. And let's make sure that we do that for both of the slides. And this will enable us to zoom back after we zoom in. So let's check it out on the full screen once again. So let's just click on the slide zoom, we zoom in, that's beautiful. And on the second click, we zoom back to the home slide. That's awesome, that's the power of Return to Zoom feature. So whenever you wish to zoom back to your previous slide or to your home slide, make sure that you activate the Return to Zoom checkbox. Okay my friends, so next you have probably noticed that besides slide zooms, we have 2 more types of zooms in PowerPoint. If we go into Insert, click on Zoom, over here we can see Summary Zooms, Section Zooms, and Slide Zooms. And first of all, it's important to understand that slide zooms are used for single slides. As you can see, there's a little number at the bottom right corner of the slide zoom. It shows 9 and it shows 12 on this one. And all it means that we're going to zoom into a single slide and zoom back. And in case you'd like to zoom in, go through a couple of slides and only then zoom back. In that case, you would have to use a section zoom. And make sure that you have at least one section in your presentation, because otherwise you won't be able to insert section zooms. And let me just collapse all of these sections on the left side. As you can see, we have a couple of sections that we can expand or collapse. So just make sure you have at least a couple of sections that you can use. So now let's get back to our slide and let's try inserting a section zoom. And this time let's just click on section zoom. And now let's just pick any section that we like. So for example, let's just go to infographics and let's just click on infographics section and let's click insert. And here we go, a section zoom has been inserted. That's beautiful. Let's just align it to the middle of the slide. And now we can see numbers from 13 to 15, which means that we're going to zoom into a couple of slides, go through them, and only then zoom back. And now once again, let's remove that zoom border and let's add those beautiful rounded corners. And let's disable the reflection. Okay, so return to zoom option is activated for the section zoom. That's beautiful. And now let's just check it out on the full screen. And once again, let's just first click on a slide zoom that will zoom us into a single slide, and on a second click, we will zoom back. And now let's click on a section zoom. So here's the first slide in the section. That's beautiful. And on a second click, we just transition to the next slide. That's beautiful. And now we transition to the last slide in this section. And after this, we zoom back. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, my friends, and next let's try inserting a summary zoom. So a summary zoom should basically collect all of these sections that we have in our presentation and create section zooms for all of those sections. So this should be like a navigational dashboard that we can use to navigate different sections of our presentation. And at the same time, PowerPoint should insert a new section called summary section and insert all of those section zooms over there. So let's just click insert and see what happens. And skadoosh, we get a grid of section zooms that can take us to any section in our presentation. That's awesome. And PowerPoint has automatically added a new section called summary section, so that's beautiful. And let me just apply this beautiful slide design to this summary section slide so that we have the same style as the rest of the slides. And by the way, if you wish, you can resize the width of your summary zoom, and this way you can have 2 columns or 4 columns depending on the look that you're going for. And next, let's make sure that the summary zoom is nicely aligned to the center of the slide. And next, let me quickly insert a slide title and let's just type in summary zoom. And once again, let's select all of those beautiful section zooms. Let's remove the zoom border and let's add those beautiful rounded corners. And I'll turn off the reflections as well. Okay, and here we have a nice looking summary zoom, and as you can see, some of those sections have just a single slide, but some of those sections have a couple of slides. So let's just give it a try and let's see how this summary zoom works. And by the way, these slides are absolutely free for my PowerPoint Animation Mastery course students. I'll attach these slides to chapter 12, which is all about slide zoom animations. Okay, so the summary zoom is working as expected, and each time we reach the end of a section, we just zoom back to the summary slide. That's awesome. Okay, my friends, so whenever you'd like to have a bird's eye view of your whole presentation, use summary zooms. Just make sure you have at least a couple of sections in your presentation. And now let's move to tip number 4, which is all about making your slide zoom background transparent. So once you click on a slide zoom, you can go into the zoom tab and just click on this button, zoom background. And as you can see, the background of a slide zoom will become transparent. And let's activate the transparent zoom background for the second slide zoom as well. And if instead of a transparent background you're getting a white background for your slide zooms, make sure that the home slide is actually using a picture as its fill or any kind of solid or gradient fill, and then everything should be okay. So now let's just test it out and let's see how it looks like on the full screen. And as you can see, since the slide zoom background is transparent, this slide is basically using the background from the home slide. And this way you can create a beautiful depth effect for your slides. It looks like as if everything is happening on the same canvas but on different zoom levels. Okay, my friends, and next let me show you how you can create custom thumbnails for your slide zooms. And as you have probably noticed, once you insert a slide zoom, all of the content of that slide is visible right away. And it doesn't matter if you have some entrance animations on your slide, all of the content will be visible right away. And let's say you don't want to reveal all of the slide content right away. In that case, you can set a custom image or thumbnail for your slide zooms. Select any slide zoom, click on change image, and then insert any image that you wish. So usually when people are inserting slide zooms into PowerPoint, they have a setup that looks like this. They have some circles with connecting lines, some icons in those circles, and some subtitles below the circles. So let's see what happens if we insert a couple of slide zooms over these circles. And now let's just resize all of these slide zooms so that they nicely fit inside of those circles. And obviously, as you can see, all of these slide zooms are covering up those icons that we have inside of those circles. So this is a good situation for using custom thumbnails for all of these slide zooms. And before we continue, let's just make sure that all of these slide zooms have the return to zoom option activated so that we can zoom in into them and zoom back. And if you wish, you can change the zoom transition duration as well, but I'll just leave it at 1 second. And now let's create a custom thumbnail for all of our slide zooms, and let's create a fully transparent thumbnail so that we can see those icons behind. And to create a transparent thumbnail, let's just insert a rectangle. Let's make sure it has a solid fill, and let's just add a 100% transparency so that the rectangle becomes transparent. And now let's just right click on it and let's choose Save as Picture. And now let's make sure that we save this rectangle as a PNG image, because PNG images can save the transparency information, and this is what we want. Let's just hit save. Now we can delete this transparent rectangle, we don't need it anymore. And now let's just select this first slide zoom, let's go into Zoom tab. Let's click on the Change Image button, and now we can select that transparent image. And skadoosh, my friends, now this slide zoom is absolutely transparent. We can see that icon behind, and the slide zoom is still fully functional. So now let's repeat the same steps for the rest of these slide zooms so that all of these guys are transparent. And now let's take a look on the full screen, and as you can see, all of the icons are fully visible. And by the way, I have added a little grow shrink animation to all of those icons. And as you can see, once we click on those invisible slide zooms, they are working perfectly. We're zooming in, and on a second click, we zoom back. Super duper awesome. So just keep in mind that you can always set custom thumbnails or images for your slide zooms, and this way you won't show everything that you have on your slides right away. And now, my friends, let me share with you that bonus tip that I have promised you in the beginning of this video. And it's all about using animation triggers with your slide zooms. And on this slide I have actually inserted 4 section zooms, and section zooms work perfectly with animation triggers as well. And in the center of the slide we have 4 buttons that we can use to open up those section zooms or close them. And this way, with the help of the animation triggers, you can add a whole new level of interactivity to your presentations. That's super duper awesome. So I know it's really fun to just keep on clicking on those buttons, but let's actually test out this section zoom. So let's just click on it. And here we get the first slide of this section. After that we go into the second slide. Here comes the third slide, and after the last slide we should come back or zoom back to the home slide. And here it is. Everything is working as expected. And now let me quickly go through the rest of these section zooms just to make sure that everything is working smooth as butter. Okay, so it seems that everything is working as expected. Once we reach the last slide of any section, we're zooming back to the home slide. That's super duper awesome. Okay, my friends, so now let me show you how you can create those clickable buttons and how you can trigger those section zooms. So let me show you an example with this first section zoom here at the top left corner of the slide. And once you know how you can create one of those clickable buttons, you'll know how you can create the rest of them as well. And now let me delete the rest of these section zooms. We'll be working just with this one. And now let's just take a look at the selection pane, and let's see what is the name of this section zoom. It's called Section Zoom 19. And this button is called Button 1. Okay, so let's make sure that the section zoom is selected. Let's open up the animation pane. And now let's start adding some animations. And first of all, let's go to More Entrance Animations and let's look for Basic Zoom. Here it is. Let's click OK. And let me check what was the duration of this animation in my previous slide. I think it was 0.7 seconds. Yes, it is. So let's use the same duration. And now with the basic zoom animation, it looks like as if this section zoom is zooming from its own center. And we would like this section zoom to zoom from those buttons over here. So for that, we'll have to add one more animation, and this time let's add a motion path line animation. And let's just drag this red bubble to the center of these buttons, okay? Let's make sure it's somewhere in the center. And at the same time, let's make sure that we reverse this motion path, because we would like the starting point to be where those buttons are and the ending point of this animation to be where the section zoom currently is, okay? And by the way, if some of these PowerPoint animation concepts are new to you or you would like to master PowerPoint animations, in that case I would definitely recommend my PowerPoint Animation Mastery course. Link is in the video description. And now let's just keep on going. So let's make sure that the motion path line animation has the same duration, 0.7 seconds, and let's add a maximum smooth end to it. And now let's select all of these buttons and let's bring them to front. This way the section zoom will stay one layer below, and this way we'll achieve the animation that we're going for. And currently these two animations are triggered by a mouse click, and we would like this button to be the trigger of the animations. So once again, let's check its name. It's called Button 1. And now let's select both of the animations in the animation pane. Let's click on Trigger and let's choose Button 1. And this way we have set this button to be the trigger of the section zoom animations. That's awesome. And by the way, we can animate this button as well, so let's just add a grow shrink animation to this guy as well, and let's just drag this grow shrink animation into the trigger button 1 group. And now let's just set the basic zoom animation to start with previous, because we just want a single click for all of these animations to happen. And now for the button grow shrink animation duration, let's use a duration of 0.2 seconds. Of course, you can use any duration that you wish. And now in the effect options, let's use 90% for the shrink percentage. And we can have a 0.1 second smooth start and smooth end, okay. And let's make sure that auto reverse is enabled. And with this grow shrink animation, it will create an effect as if the button is being pressed. So let's check it out. Let's click on the button and skadoosh, the section zoom comes out. And at the same time, we're getting that button press animation. That's beautiful. However, currently we can only open up the section zoom by using this button. So let me show you how we can close the section zoom by using the same button as well. Let's make sure that the section zoom is selected. Let's go to add animation. Let's go to more exit animations and let's choose basic zoom. And once again, let's make sure that this animation is in the same trigger group, button 1. Okay. And now let's add a second grow shrink animation to this button because we'd like to have this pressing effect to be happening on opening of the section zoom and on closing of the section zoom. So that's why we need to have 2 grow shrink animations. And let's use the same grow shrink settings as before, 90% for the shrink percentage and 0.1 seconds for smooth start, smooth end and auto reverse enabled. And now let's add a second motion path animation to this section zoom because we would like this section zoom to zoom out but at the same time move into the direction of those buttons. So let's just grab that red bubble of the second motion path line animation and let's move it somewhere where the center of those buttons is. And we don't have to reverse the motion path line animation this time because we actually want this ending position to be where those buttons are. And once again, if some of these PowerPoint animation concepts sound too complicated, then I definitely recommend my PowerPoint Animation Mastery course, where we start with PowerPoint animation fundamentals, then take on more challenging projects until you become a PowerPoint animation pro. And now my friends, let's check out this button. As you can see on the first click, we open up that section zoom, and on the second click, we close it. And of course, we can zoom in, check out all of the slides in that section, and after the last slide in that section, we zoom back to the home slide. And now that you know how to create a single button, you can create the rest of the buttons in the same way as well, or as many buttons as you need in your presentation. Congratulations my friends, now you know all of the 5 slide zoom tips and 1 extra tip that will make you unstoppable PowerPoint slide zoom creator. Well done my friends, and now let's continue with the second slide zoom video where you will learn how you can create a slide zoom template in PowerPoint. Let's go! Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's video where you will learn how you can create this brand new slide zoom template in PowerPoint with clickable section zooms and awesome animations step by step. It's going to be legendary, so let's go. Okay my dear friends, let's jump into the magical forest of PowerPoint and let me show you how you can create this presentation. And first of all, let me share with you my PowerPoint version because sometimes you are asking what kind of version I'm using. So my PowerPoint version is Microsoft 365. And by the way, in today's tutorial, we'll be using a little bit of Morph transition, which is available in PowerPoint 2019, 2021, and Microsoft 365. But if you don't have the Morph transition, don't worry because you'll be able to create pretty much everything that you're going to see in this tutorial. We're going to use Morph transition just like a cherry on top for a beautiful flipping hexagon animation, but it is absolutely not essential, for this presentation to be created, okay? So now, my friends, let's just open up a fresh blank new presentation where we can start from scratch. And first of all, let me just close down this notes section at the bottom. And at the same time, we can hide these 2 text placeholders. We don't need them. Let's just go to the layout drop-down menu and let's just click on blank and skadoosh, they're gone. Okay. And now let's find that beautiful background forest photo that I was using in my original presentation. And to find this photo, we'll have to jump into the internet. Here it is, the internet. And more specifically, here is the unsplash.com. And over here, I have collected this little collection of forest photos. And by the way, this photo is from my original slide zoom template, okay? But in today's tutorial, let's use this new photo by Cat Clausen. Thank you very much, Cat Clausen. Now let's just zoom into the photo. Let's right click on it. Let's just copy the image. By the way, link is in the video description. Let's get back to our fresh blank new presentation and let's hit Ctrl V to paste that photo. That's nice. Let's zoom out a bit, and as you can see, the photo doesn't cover the whole slide, but that's not a big problem. We can just select the photo. Let's grab this right top corner and hold down the shift key, and let's just drag the photo upwards just like that. Of course, if you'd wish, you could just drag this photo downwards just like that, but I think it's nice to stretch this photo upwards just like this. Now it covers the whole slide. That's nice. And now we can select the photo, go to picture format, crop options, and now let's just grab this top cropping handle and let's just crop the top of the photo so that it nicely fits in the slide. That's nice. And if we would look into my original slide, as you can see, this background photo looks a bit different. It looks warmer. Okay, it looks like a golden hour is happening inside of this photo. And the reason why these photos are looking different is because I have flipped this photo in my original slide horizontally. So let's do the same for this photo as well. Let's flip it horizontally. And the other thing, let me just right click on the photo. Let's go to picture format. The other thing is that I have made a couple of picture adjustments. So first of all, let's add a bit of brightness, 10% of brightness, and a splash of contrast. And at the same time, let me adjust the temperature of this picture. So let's go to picture color and let's use this temperature preset, okay, of 11,200, I guess, kelvins or any other units that you're using to measure the temperature, okay. And now these two photos should look pretty much the same. Let me check. And yes, it seems that both of the photos are looking identical. Okay, my friends, so now to make this whole presentation work, we'll have to create some slide sections because we're going to use section zooms, not slide zooms, but section zooms. And if we would go currently into this Insert tab, go to Zooms, as you can see, section zooms are not available because we haven't created any sections, any slide sections yet. So let's do that. So first of all, for this first slide, we can just right-click here at the top above this slide and let's choose Add Section. And for this section, let's just call it Home. Okay. And now let's just add a second section. And for this guy, let's just call it Opportunity. Okay. That's beautiful. And now inside of this second section, we can just hit Enter to insert a new slide. That's beautiful. And over here, we're going to create two slides. And then inside of this slide, we're going to insert a section zoom. And through that section zoom, we will be able to zoom into these slides into the opportunity section. Okay, so let's get back to this white slide. And first of all, let me just right click on it and let's just fill it with a gray color. Okay, so that we can better see all of the things that we're going to be doing. By the way, this gray color is going to be transparent later on, so don't worry about that. This is just to make it easier for us to see everything that we're doing. Okay, my friends, so as you can see in my original slide, we have these beautiful rounded hexagons. And by default, it's not possible to create these kind of rounded hexagons in PowerPoint. The closest thing that I can find is this hexagon, which is, laying on the side, rotated a bit, and it has sharp corners. So this is not what we need. And let me show you how we can quickly and easily create these hexagons in Figma. Figma is an online tool, free online tool that you can use to create many things. So you can just go to figma.com, you can log in with your Gmail account, for example, and once you're logged in, you will see a screen that looks like this. And then you can just click on the New Design File button. Okay. And now let's just go to the Shapes tool. We can just expand all of these shapes. Let's use the Polygon tool. We can hold down the Shift key to draw a nice triangle. And now here in the Count field, let's just type in 6. And for the corner radius, you can use any amount that you wish. I'm going with 50 and skadoosh. This way we have those rounded corners. That's nice. I guess you can even grab this handle and make this hexagon as rounded as you wish, but let's just go with 50. And here where we see the fill, we can change the fill to any color that we wish. For example, this one, okay? And now let's just make sure that this guy is selected. We can give it a different name, for example, hexagon. That's beautiful. And now let's just go to Export tab. Let's make sure we're using SVG, and let's just click on Export Hexagon. Skadoosh. So now the hexagon has been exported. That's nice. Let's get back to our presentation, and now let's go to Insert Picture. Let's choose this device. As you can see, I have already tested out exporting hexagon, so this is the one that we need. Let's choose this guy, and here it is. We can convert this SVG into shape if we wish, okay? This way it will be easier to work with this guy. And now let's make sure that we align this guy to the center and to the middle. By the way, I have added all of the alignment shortcuts that I need to this quick access toolbar. So these are all of the buttons that I'm using. You can just expand this little arrow, go to more commands, and you can basically, construct your own quick access toolbar and use all of your most common commands that you're using. So here is all of the list of possible commands. You can go to all commands and just, select anything that you wish and click on add, or you can remove if you don't need something. And what's awesome is that when you hold down the Alt key, you can see all of these little numbers. So for example, number 4 is the format shape. So once I select any shape and hit Alt 4, format shape opens up automatically. That's nice because usually we just have to right click on the shape and then click on format shape. So that's a few additional clicks. And now by hitting Alt 4, I can quickly open up the format shape. So that's nice. Okay, my friends. So for this slide, let me just first of all make sure that this hexagon is sitting in the center of the slide. Now we can hold down the Control and Shift keys and drag and click on this handle on the side, on the corner, and let's increase this hexagon so that it pretty much has the same height as the slide, okay? So it should look like this. And next we can remove the fill from the hexagon, and at the same time I'll show you how we can create this faded gradient line. So let's jump back to our slide and let's make sure that we select the hexagon, and let's hit Alt 4 to open up the format shape. And now let's add a gradient line to our beautiful rounded hexagon. So as you can see, we have 4 color stops. That's too much. Let's just leave 2 color stops. And for the width, for the line width, let's use 5 points. That's beautiful. By the way, let me remove the fill. We don't need that fill. And let's make sure that both of the color stops are white, okay? But the second color stop, let's make it fully transparent. And by the way, let's grab this first color stop and let's move it to the position 50%. This way, that white color will be brighter. And after that, the rest of the hexagon line is going to be faded, just like that. That's nice. Okay, so let's see what else do we have on this slide. So next, as you can see, we have this beautiful bulb icon. And of course, let me just jump to our slide. Of course, you can go into Insert tab and use icons if you have icons in your PowerPoint version. But in today's tutorial, let's do something different. Let's go to this website called phosphoricons.com. Okay, let me just reload the web page. Here it is. So these icons are absolutely free and you can use them for your presentations if you wish. So that's awesome. And over here, we can just search for anything that we wish. So let's just search for bulb. So here we have a couple of bulb icons and I'm going with the thin style. Okay. We can as well increase the font size, not the font size, but the icon size for a better preview. And now let's just click on this guy and then let's just download SVG. That's how simple it is. So let's get back to our presentation. So to insert that icon, let's go to Insert Pictures, this device. Here it is, the icon. Okay, once again, we can click on this button to convert this SVG to shape. We can increase the size of this icon and let's fill it with white, just like that. And for the height, let me use 7 centimeters. Okay, that's beautiful. And by the way, let's make sure that we lock the aspect ratio so that once we change the height, 7 centimeters, the width would change accordingly. Of course, in this case, it's a minimal change. but let's make sure that we maintain the proportions. And as well, let me just make sure that we select the icon and let's hit Alt F4 to open up the format shape. And let's add a little shadow to this icon so that it stands out better. Let's go to shadow. Let's choose this preset, which is called offset bottom right. That's nice. And for the transparency, let's use, for example, 50% for the blur, 10 points, and the distance 3 points is looking good. Okay, my friends, and next we have to insert a beautiful text box just below this icon. And let's check in the original presentation how this text box was looking like. So the font name is Playfair Display, font size 140. And the text is using the italic mode, and it has a bit of shadow. So let me show you how we can do all of that in our slide. So let's go to insert, let's click on text box, let's just click once to insert a text box, okay. And now let's just double click inside and let's just type in opportunity. That's beautiful. Let's make sure that the text is center aligned in the text box, and let's make sure that the text box itself is aligned to the center of the slide. That's beautiful. So now let's make sure that this text box is using Playfair Display. Let's set it to italic. Let's fill the text box to white and let's set the font size to 140. That's beautiful. Let's bring it upwards. Okay. And I think for the letter spacing, I was using tight. That's nice. And now we can select the text box and we can hit Alt 4 because I have, these shortcuts in the quick access toolbar to open up the format shape. And now let's add a little shadow to these to this text box as well. So let's go to the shadows section and let's use this preset, offset bottom right. That's nice. Let's use the transparency of 50%, blur of 10 points. Okay, and the rest of the settings are looking good. That's nice. So here is the first slide of our opportunity section. Okay, here it is. You can adjust the spacing between the icon and the text box to your liking. That's nice. And I think we can just duplicate this slide. And on the second slide, we'll have to do a couple of adjustments. So first of all, let's resize this icon. Okay. Let's make sure it has the height of, for example, 2 centimeters. So a pretty small icon. Okay. Let's make sure it's center aligned. That's beautiful. And for this text box, we can just select the text box and we can use this shortcut, Control Shift and period to resize it. Let me check the precise font size for this text box. It was 72. Okay, so let's use 72 for this text box as well. Let's bring it upwards. That's nice. And now let me just grab some content from my previous slide so that we can save some time. And over here, we just have three rounded rectangles with some, numbers with some text boxes inside. And this guy has some shadow, some glowing shadow. Okay, so let's just copy this group and let's paste it into our slide, just like that. Okay, let me bring this text box a bit upwards. And by the way, let me ungroup all of these rectangles. Let me show you how this glow was created. So once again, we can select this shape and just hit Alt 4 to open up the format shape. So as you can see, this guy is using a shadow option, not a glow option. So you can see there's no glow, but I'm using shadow options. Usually I'm using shadow to make a glow effect because I think a shadow gives a more, softer look. And I think with the glow effect, you get a really intense glow. So usually, 9 times out of 10, I'm going with the shadow to create a soft glow effect. And in this case, I'm using the same bright green color as the fill color. And I just maxed out the blur to 100 points. And this way we can get this beautiful glow effect. Okay, that's looking beautiful. So let's just adjust the positioning of all of the elements. And let me actually make this text box slightly smaller, just like that. Okay, my friends, and next we have to do a couple of important steps. Let's make sure that we jump to the first slide of the opportunity section. And now let's set this slide to transition automatically. And we can do that by going into the transitions tab and checking this checkbox after 0 seconds. And this means that once we will land on this slide, we will transition automatically to the next slide. That's awesome. And let's make sure that this slide, the second slide on the opportunities section, is using the morph transition. And you can specify the duration, and let's go with 1.5 seconds, okay? You can, of course, go with any duration that you wish. And next, let's select this rounded hexagon. Let's go to shape format. Let's go to rotate, and let's flip it vertically, okay? So now, as you can see, this faded part is at the top on this slide. And on the first slide, this faded part was at the bottom. And since this slide is using the morph transition, we should see a nice hexagon flip animation. Let's check it out. Skadoosh, that's looking beautiful. And since we have made the icon and the text box smaller compared to the first slide, these two guys are shrinking as well. That's nice. And of course, if you don't have the morph transition, you can use any other slide transition that you have in your PowerPoint version. In that case, the animation won't look as dynamic as with the morph transition, but still you'll be able to create this beautiful template as well. Okay, my friends, so the opportunities section is ready, and now we can jump back to our home slide, our starting slide. Now we can jump into the insert tab. Let's click on zoom, and as you can see, the section zoom is available. That's nice. Let's click on it. Let's click on the opportunities section. Let's insert it, and skadoosh, here it is. And of course, we don't want to see that gray background. So for that, let's go into zoom tab. Let's click on zoom background, and skadoosh. Now the section zoom is transparent. That's nice. And make sure that return to zoom is activated, which means that once we will zoom in, we will go through slides 2 to 3. So 2 and 3. And after that, we will zoom back to our starting slide. That's awesome. Okay, so currently, as you can see, the section zoom is transparent. In my original presentation, we have this kind of glass morphic blurry background. So I'll show you how we can do that in a second. But if you like this look, this kind of transparent look, so that's awesome as well. By the way, let me set the home slide to fade transition. Okay, so that we have a subtle transition. And let's just check it out on the full screen, how this section zoom is looking right now. We can click on it, and we zoom into it, and we automatically transition into the next slide. That's awesome. Let me use the mouse wheel to scroll back to the previous slide. And here it is, once again, that beautiful animation. And once we're done with all of the slides in this section, we should click and zoom back to the home slide. That's awesome. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now let me show you how we can create that beautiful glass morphic blurry background if you'd like to have that kind of look for your presentation. Okay, so first of all, let me grab this beautiful rounded hexagon from my previous slide. Let's paste it over here. Let's resize it. All right. Once again, let me jump into the format shape with Alt-4. And in this case, let's use, for example, this solid fill just for now. Let's use no line. And let's make sure that this section zoom stays on top. So let's bring it to front. Let's resize this bright rounded rectangle. Actually, let me use a different color so it's easier on the eyes. For example, this dark green. Okay, so let's make sure that this green hexagon is precisely below this section zoom hexagon. And we can use the control key to resize it from the center, just like that. That's looking beautiful. And the whole secret, the whole trick is going to be setting this green hexagon to slide background fill. But as you can see, currently we have this photo on top, and the slide itself is white. So if I would choose this green hexagon, we can use Alt-4 to open up the format shape. And if I would choose slide background fill, as you can see, just becomes white because the slide background is white. So we have to change the slide background to that blurry photo. So let me show you how we can do that. We can just duplicate our original photo. Okay, once again, let me just hit Alt-4 to open up the format picture in this case. Let's go to artistic effects. Let's choose the blur effect. Here it is. And for the amount, let me go with the maximum. We always go with the maximum, okay, while we are creating presentations. So as you can see, with the radius of 100, we get this super blurry photo. That's nice. We can just hit Ctrl-C to copy it, okay. So this blurry photo has been copied to the clipboard. We can delete the photo itself. And now let's just right-click on the background of the slide. Let's go to Format Background, and let's go to Picture, and let's just click on Clipboard, okay? And now that blurry photo has been pasted as the slide background, and on top we have this original sharp photo. Let's position it as it was, just like that. And now we can select that green hexagon, and now we can set it to slide background fill. And skadoosh, we are seeing that blurred background photo. That's nice. And what's cool is that if we would change the position of this section zoom, that blurry hexagon would always adapt to the slide background. That's nice. And by the way, one more thing that we could do for that blurry hexagon, let's make sure that we select it. Let's jump into the format shape. Let's add an inside shadow. So here is the shadow section. Let's go with this inside shadow. I'm using black in this case, and let's use 40 points for the blur. Okay, so this way we're just adding a little definition to the edges of this section zoom. That's looking beautiful. Okay, my friends, so one more thing that I would like to show you is how to animate this section zoom. So let's just zoom out a little bit. Let's make sure that we select the section zoom. Okay, we can open up the animations pane just like that. So the section zoom is selected, and let's add a zoom animation to this guy. All right, so for the duration, let's use, I guess, 1 second. Let me jump back to my previous slide to check what was the duration of the animation. It was 1 second. Okay, that's nice. Let's jump back. So let's use zoom animation of 1 second. That's beautiful. Let's make sure it starts with previous. And now let's select that blurry hexagon in the background. And for this guy, let's go to add animation, and let's go to more entrance animations, because we want to select this spinner animation, which is hiding over here. Let's add a spinner animation. That's beautiful. Let's make sure it starts with previous as well. Duration 1 second. Okay, now let's check it out on the full screen. And skadoosh, the hexagon is spinning in and the section zoom is zooming in. And as you can see, each time when we finish the opportunity section slides and when we come back to the home slide, all of the animations are repeating each time. And if you like that, that's nice, but let's say you'd like to see those animations just a single time. So let me show you how we can do that. And to make that happen, let's make sure that we duplicate the home slide, okay? And now on the duplicate slide, let's go to animations. Let's open up the animation pane. Let's select all of the animations and let's delete them, okay? So now the second home slide doesn't have any animations, only the first home slide has the animations. And let's make sure that the first home slide is set to transition automatically after 0 seconds. And this way we should see these animations only a single time. And after that, we should transition to the second slide where we have no animations. And over here, we should be able to successfully zoom in and zoom back without seeing, those animations replaying each time. So let's check it out. Here is the first slide with all of the animations. That's nice. And now we should automatically transition to the next slide. We can check that by just right-clicking on this slide window, and let's just click on this button, see all slides. And as you can see, we're definitely on the second slide currently. That's beautiful. So now, once we click on the section zoom, we go through all of the slides. And once we click again, we zoom back and we don't see those repeating animations. That's nice. So this is a workaround if you don't like to see those repeating animations each time. But if you like those repeating animations, that's super duper awesome. And in that case, you can use just a single home slide. Okay, my friends. And by using the same technique and the same steps, you can create as many of those section zooms. We have opportunity section, market, solution, model, theme. And once again, all of these slides are absolutely free. Well, I guess I didn't mention it before, so I mention it now. All of these slides are absolutely free. Link is in the video description. So thank you very much for watching. Stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on my next video. Peace. You're making a wonderful progress, my friend. Congratulations. And next, let me show you how you can create one more beautiful slide zoom template in PowerPoint. Let's go. Hello, my dear friends. In this video, I'll show you how you can create this incredible section zoom presentation in PowerPoint. You can click on any of these bubbles and zoom into different sections of your presentation, and that's just super duper awesome. And by the way, this template is absolutely free, and later on in the video I'll show you how you can get this template for absolutely free. And now let's enjoy the rest of these beautiful section zooms, and after that let's jump into the tutorial. Hello my dear friends, and welcome to the magical world of PowerPoint, where I will show you how you can create this wonderful and beautiful slide zoom template, which I'm calling pitch zoom template, because you can pitch anything that you wish. You can pitch your wonderful products or services or anything else that you would like to. And of course you could use this template for any kind of presentation, and in this case this is a pitch deck presentation. So let's start with this slide where all of the magic happens, because on this slide we have all of these clickable bubbles, buttons with section zooms, okay? So first I'll show you how we can design this kind of slide, and after that I'll show you how we can connect those clickable section zooms to this slide and zoom into different sections of your presentation. Okay, my friends, so let's jump into this fresh blank new presentation. And first of all, let's choose a blank slide layout, okay, because we don't need those text placeholders. And first of all, we need to find a beautiful background picture. And for that, we can jump back to my previous presentation and we can use this photo, which comes from freepik.com. Link is in the video description if you'd like to use it as well. So let's make sure that we copy this photo. Let's get back to our slide and let's hit Ctrl V to paste that photo. Skadoosh. And now, my friends, let's create a glass morphic effect for this slide. So currently, as you can see, the slide background is white. So let's place this photo where it was. And now let's just duplicate this photo. And now for this duplicate photo, let's just right click on it. Let's go to Format Picture. Let's go to Artistic Effects and let's choose the blur effect. And let's go with 100%. Okay, let's hit Enter. And you might need to give a few seconds for PowerPoint to do all of the blurring. Here it is. And now we can copy this blurred photo. Let's just hit Ctrl C to copy it. And now we can delete this photo. And now let's move this original photo to the side so that we can select on the slide background. We can actually right click on the slide background. Let's go to Format Background and let's choose picture, okay? And let's choose clipboard. And this way we have pasted that blurred photo as the slide background fill, okay? And on top we can have this sharp original photo. Let's place it directly on top, just like that. And now, my friends, if we would insert any shape, for example, a circle, and if we would go into Format Shape and choose Slide Background Fill, we would see that blurred background that we have below this sharp photo, okay? So this way we can basically add this glass morphic look to any shape that we had on this slide. That's nice. And we can make this glass morphic effect even more awesomer, if I could express myself like that, by first of all changing the line color to white. Okay, you could add some transparency if you'd like to, but let's go with 0% and let's make the line thinner. Let's make it half a point. And now let me add a bit of inside shadow, a bit of white inside shadow to this circle. So let's go to Shadows. Let's choose this preset called Inner Center, Inside Center, okay. And for the color, let's go with white. And for the blur amount, let's go with 25 points. And skadoosh, this way we have created this beautiful glass morphic effect with some frosty edges. That's looking beautiful. And of course, we can resize this circle to any size that we wish. Let's just go with 4 centimeters both for the height and width. Let's place this guy over here, and now you can just hold down the Control key and make as many copies as you wish. So these bubbles are going to be basically the sections of your presentation. So make as many of these circles so they correspond to the section number of your presentation. And now we can select all of these guys and let's go to Align, Distribute horizontally so that we have equal gaps between these guys. And we can as well select these top guys and align them to the top. And let's grab these bottom guys and align them to the bottom so that everything is perfectly aligned. Now we can select all of these guys. Let's hit Ctrl G to group them all. Now let's just align them to the center and middle of the slide so that they are sitting perfectly in the center of the slide. And now we can ungroup them so that we can select all of these guys individually. That's nice. Okay, my friends, you're doing wonderful. And before we continue, let's actually add the first section of our presentation. So let's just click over here just above the slide and right click and choose add section, and let's just call it home. So this is going to be our home section, and right after the first slide, let's add one more section, and this time let's call it our mission. So this section is going to be all about our company mission. That's super duper awesome. And now let's click inside here and let's hit enter to insert a new slide, which is absolutely white. That's fine, but let's just go to format background and let's change the slide background fill to black, because we'll be inserting some white text. And of course, on black background, we'll be able to see all of that white text. Okay, and on this slide, let's insert two super huge text boxes. And for that, we can jump back to my previous presentation. Let's select these two guys. Let's hit Ctrl C to copy. And let's paste these text boxes over here. And as you can see, I'm using this beautiful font called Darker Grotesque. Link is in the video description if you'd like to use it as well. And the font size is 195. And by the way, as you can see, I'm using two separate text boxes for these two words. Of course, I could use a single text box, but since we'll be using a morph transition on the second slide, on the third slide, and we'll be changing the position of these two words and the size of these two words, that's why it's a better idea to have these two words inside separate text boxes. Okay, my friends, and for this slide, a really important thing that we have to do is, first of all, we can change its transition to fade. And of course, at the same time, we can change the transition for this first slide to fade as well. But for this slide, let's make sure that we have this auto transition after 0 seconds activated as well, because we would like to seamlessly transition from this slide to the next slide. So for that reason, let's add one more slide, slide number 3. Into which we would like to seamlessly transition from the second slide. And once again, let's fill slide number 3 with black background color. And now let me select both of these text boxes. Let's paste them over here as well. But this time, let's change the font size. Let's use 18 points for the font size. Okay. Let's make sure that we left align the text inside of those text boxes. And now let's put these two text boxes on the same line, just like that. And now we can position these two text boxes at the top left corner of the slide. And to make my life easier and your life easier, we can use slide guides. Okay, so we can turn on the slide guides. And by the way, I have created these slide guides with a free PowerPoint add-in called Bright Slide. And as you can see, here are the settings of these guides that I'm using. So first of all, I'm using margins of 0.75 centimeters. So this is basically the safe area around the edges of the slide. And I'm using 12 columns, and I'm using one row in this case because I'm just mostly interested in these margins so that we have some space around the edges of the slide. And now we can position these two text boxes here at the top left corner of the slide, just like that. Okay, now we can turn off those guides. That's beautiful. And now we have these two words sitting right here. And for this slide, for slide number 3, let's make sure that morph transition is activated. For the duration, we have 1 second. Okay. And now let's just check it out on the full screen. So this slide should automatically transition to the slide number 3. So let's check it out. Here's slide number 2, and we transition to slide number 3. And at the same time, these two words are changing their position and shrinking at the same time. That's beautiful. But of course, on this slide, we'd like to have some more content. So let's add a bit more content. And first of all, let me add a thin line over here. And for that, once again, let me turn on those slide guides. Let's go to Insert, Shapes. Let's find the line tool. And now let's start drawing a line from this margin. So let me click once to start drawing the line. You can hold down the Shift key to draw a perfect line. Now we can turn off those guides. And now let's just select this line. Let's right click on it. And first of all, let's change the line color to white. For the transparency, let's go with 50%. That's looking beautiful. And for the line width, let's go with 0.5 point. That's nice. And now let's grab this line and let's paste it into our previous slide as well. Let's just move it below the slide window and let's check it out on the full screen once again. So right now we see this line coming from the bottom, and at the same time these two words are shrinking and changing their position. That's the magic of the morph transition. Nice. And for this slide, let's add a bit more content, and for that let's jump back to my previous presentation and let me copy these beautiful elements. Let's paste them into our slide. So over here we have a couple of text boxes and we have a little picture in this circle shape. Okay. So once again, let's make sure that we copy this content and we paste it into the previous slide, and let's just move it to the bottom just below the slide window, and this way we should see a beautiful effect. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And I'm sure that in most cases you don't want to see this dark background, and don't worry, I'll show you how we can set this blurred background as our background for these slides. And for that, on our homepage slide, let's insert finally a section zoom. So let's go to insert, zooms, and let's choose section zoom. Most of the time you would use slide zooms for individual slides to zoom into individual slides. But in this case, we have a section of 2 slides and we want to zoom into a section. So that's why we have to use a section zoom. So let's pick a section that we want. So in this case, we need this section, our mission, and let's just hit insert. And here it is. Here's our section zoom. We can make it smaller. So let's reduce, let's resize this section zoom so that it fits inside of this first circle, just like that. And now let's make sure that the section zoom is selected. Let's jump into the zoom tab and let's click on this magical button called zoom background, and skadoosh, as you can see, it becomes transparent. And now, my friends, let's check it out on the full screen and let's see if everything is working as expected. So from the home slide, we should zoom into the second slide, and from the second slide, we should automatically transition to the third slide. And once all of these slides in the section are finished, we should zoom back to the home slide. Now we zoom into the second slide and automatically transition to slide number 3. And as you can see now, instead of that dark background, we can see this beautiful blurred background because we have used that zoom background button for this section zoom. And that zoom background button basically makes that dark background transparent. And that's why we see the blur background from the home slide. So that's the whole secret. And next, my friends, in my original design, as you have probably noticed, I had a few more design elements on the homepage slide. As you can see at the corners of this slide, we have some additional information such as company logo, the date, and for example, the website. So let's just copy all of these elements to save some time, and let's paste these guys into our slide. So let's select all of these 4 rounded rectangles, and as well, let's grab this beautiful text box at the top center of the slide, table of contents, and let's paste all of these guys into our slide. And one more thing that I really like that we could implement in this presentation. So first of all, let me just duplicate this circle. Let's make it smaller. And for the size, let's, for example, use 1.4 centimeters for the height and width. And let's align this little circle over here. And let's insert an icon into this small circle, and as you can see in my original design, I have used this beautiful sparkling star icon. And I have found this sparkling icon on phosphoricons.com. Link is in the video description once again if you'd like to check it out. So let me just go to insert pictures device, okay? And here is that SVG icon, here it is. And let's set the icon color to white, and for the size, let's use 0.7 centimeters both for the height and width. Let's make sure everything is nicely aligned inside. That's beautiful. And let me zoom back a bit, and let's just group these 2 guys, that little circle and the sparkling icon, and let's group them into a single group, okay? Now let me copy this bubble with the icon, and let's go into this slide, and let's paste it over here. And let's just move it where the line is, just like that, okay? And let's just align it to the middle of the slide. That's nice. And I've just noticed that this little circle is filled with a black fill. So let me jump back to my previous slide once again. Let's select this little circle. Let's hit Ctrl-Shift-C to copy the style. let's click on this circle and let's hit Control Shift V to paste the style. Now it has the same brownish fill, I guess, okay? And once again, let's make sure that we paste this element into our previous slide as well so that everything is looking correct, okay? So we can check it out from this slide. Okay, everything is working as expected. So as you can see, if you would start playing your presentation from this slide, you would see the dark background. But if you would play your presentation from this slide, where we have set the section zoom to have zoom background or transparent background, then the background should be transparent and you should see that beautiful blurred background. So let's check it out. And skadoosh, we can see this beautiful blurred background, and at the same time we see that a little sparkling star inside of that circle. That's super duper awesome. Okay, my dear friends, and here is how to get this beautiful pitch zoom template for absolutely free. And first of all, go to pptskill.com, and if you would scroll down a little bit here in the slide zoom animation section, you can see this free new lesson bonus slides pitch zoom template. And now you can click on any of these buttons and you can join the free lessons of the PowerPoint animation mastery. So just, for example, click on this blue button. And after that, you will log in into the course, and now you can just scroll down to the slide zoom animation section. Let's expand this section, and over here we have this bonus slides pitch zoom template, okay? And if we scroll down, here is the PPTX file that you can download and enjoy for absolutely free. Just make sure you have these two fonts installed in your computer, Darker Grotesque and Playfair Display, and then everything will work as expected. Okay, my friends, and now let's enjoy those delicious section zooms one more time. Congratulations, my friends, on finishing the picture zoom video. And next, let me show you how we can make those slide zooms interactive and create something that I call the hover zoom. So let's go. So here's one of my most popular videos of all time, PowerPoint slide zoom tutorial, where I show you how you can use slide zooms to create dynamic, awesome looking presentations. And I was thinking what would happen if I had to redesign and update this slide zoom template. And this is what I came up with. I call it the hover zoom. So you can hover with your mouse over any card and then a slide zoom will pop up, and then you can use that slide zoom to zoom into any slide that you wish. And now let me show you how you can create this interactive slide design as well. Let's go. Okay, my friends, so let's just start with this fresh blank new slide, and now let's just go to Home, Layout, and let's choose Blank Layout for this first slide, because we won't be using those title placeholders. And now let's go to Insert Pictures, and let's find a picture that we could use for our slide background. And by the way, all of these beautiful photos come from unsplash.com, links are in the video description. So let's just use this beautiful photo, but as you can see, it doesn't fully cover the whole slide. So let me show you how we can fix that. Just grab one of the corners, hold down the Ctrl-Shift keys to increase the size of this photo. And now let's make sure that the photo is still selected, and let's jump into the crop options, and let's go to aspect ratio, and let's choose 16:9. And now let's just click once to apply the changes, and skadoosh, now the photo perfectly covers the whole slide. Super duper awesome. And next, let me show you how you can create the glass morphic effect in PowerPoint. This is something that we'll be using pretty much on all of the slides. As you can see, all of these shapes are having this kind of blurred background with those frosty highlighted edges, and this is called glass morphic effect. So let me show you how we can create that in our slide as well. And now let's just zoom out a little bit so that we can better see what's going on. And now let's just grab this photo and let's move it a little bit to the side so that we can see the slide background. And now let's just hold down the Control key and let's make a copy of this photo. And now let's just right click on this photo copy. And let's go to Artistic Effects and let's look for the blur effect, okay? So here's the blur effect. Let's click on it. And now feel free to use any blur amount that you wish. I'm going with 30, okay? And now let's make sure that we copy this blurred photo, so let's just right click on it and let's choose copy. And now we can actually delete this blurred photo, we don't need it anymore. And now let's jump into the slide background fill options, and instead of a solid fill, let's use picture. And let's click on clipboard, and skadoosh, my friends, this way we have successfully pasted that blurred photo as a slide background fill. And now we'll be able to create that beautiful glass morphic effect. So now let's just move this original photo to the center and middle of the slide so that it covers everything. That's super duper awesome. And now let's just go to insert shapes, and now let's just pick any shape that we like and let's insert it into the slide. For example, this beautiful rounded rectangle. And now let's just right click on it and let's go to format shape. Let's go to fill options, and instead of a solid fill, let's click on slide background fill. And skadoosh, as you can see now, this rounded rectangle is blurred because it is using the slide background fill, which is a blurred photo, as its fill. And this way we have successfully created a glass morphic look for this rounded rectangle. And what's awesome about this approach is that you can move this rectangle around and it always adapts to the slide background. That's super duper awesome. And now one more thing that we could add to this rounded rectangle are frosty edges, and to make those frosty edges we can use a white inside shadow. And let's make sure that the shadow color is set to white, and for the blur amount let's use 20 points. And congratulations my friends, now you have a beautiful glass morphic rounded rectangle with those frosty edges. And now let's just jump into the shape format tab and let's set the height and width of this rectangle to 7 centimeters, and that's my lucky number. And next let's make sure that this guy is perfectly centered in the middle of the slide. And now my friends, I think it's the perfect time for me to show you how you can create this beautiful hover animation. And let's just jump back to my previous presentation and let's check out this hover animation once again. So as you can see, once the mouse touches any of the cards, we get this little interactive animation where the icon shrinks and this slide zoom with the label comes in. So let me show you how you can create this beautiful hover animation as well. And before we continue, let me just select this icon, the logo, and the slide title and subtitle, and let's just copy all of these guys and let's paste them into our slide to save some time. And by the way, for the slide title, I'm using this beautiful font called Handsome, and for the subtitle, I'm using Microma. Links are in the video description. And I have applied the glass morphic look to this slide title as well so that it stands out a little bit better. And now let's just grab this icon and let's make sure that we align it perfectly into the middle of this rectangle. And by the way, all of the beautiful icons come from the PowerPoint itself. I'm using PowerPoint 365. So let's just make sure that the icon and the rounded rectangle are perfectly aligned. And now let's just insert a little text box just below the icon. And now let's just type in anything that we wish, for example, hover. Later on we'll change it to opportunity, but for now we can leave it the way it is. Beautiful text box hover. Okay my friends, and now let's just duplicate this slide, and on the duplicate slide we'll do a couple of adjustments. So let's just make this icon a little bit smaller and let's move it to the top. And now let's just grab this text box and let's increase its font size. And now let's make sure that we select both of the slides. Let's go to transitions and let's apply morph transition. And for the duration, let's use something fast, for example 0.35 seconds. So let's just check it out on the full screen what we have created so far, and as you can see, once the mouse goes over the card, nothing happens because the hover animation isn't working yet, so we have to basically click or just use the arrow keys to switch between the slides. So this is what we normally use to switch between the slides, but let me show you how we could actually set up this hover animation. So let's just go to our first slide and let's make sure that we select this rounded rectangle, and now let's just go to insert and let's click this button action. And now let's make sure that we go to this tab called mouse over and let's pick this option hyperlink to next slide. And if you would have multiple slides in your presentation, I would recommend using this option called slide, where you can choose a specific slide where you would like to jump to. But since we have only 2 slides, next slide will work just fine. And now let's just test it out in the full screen, and as you can see, once the mouse goes over the card, we jump to the next slide. That's awesome. Now the question is, how do we come back to the first slide? And for that we could use this background photo. So let's make sure that we're on the second slide. Let's select the background photo. Let's go to insert action and let's go to mouse over actions. And this time let's hyperlink this photo to the previous slide because we want to jump back to the first slide. And let's just click OK. Okay my friends, let's check it out on the full screen. Let's see if those mouse over hyperlinks are working as expected. So once we go over the card, we jump to the next slide, and once we touch the photo, we jump to the first slide, and this way you have successfully created this beautiful hover animation. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now my friends, let's jump back to my previous presentation and let's check out that hover animation once again. So as you can see in this case, once the mouse touches any of the cards, a couple of things are happening. So first of all, the icon shrinks, then we can see the slide zoom, and we can see a label just below the slide zoom. So let's create all of that in our slide as well. And before we jump back, let's just quickly look at the structure of this presentation. And as you can see, we have a couple of sections. So the first section is called Start, where we can find the starting slide or the home slide. And next we have the Hover section with 4 hover slides. And as you can see, in each of the slides, a different card is active. And since we have 4 cards, we need to have 4 hover slides. And here at the bottom, we have a Zoom section. So these are basically the slides that we're going to zoom into. And by the way, you don't need to create slide sections if you're going to use only slide zooms, but if you're going to use section zooms, you need to have at least 1 slide section. And in this presentation, I'm using only slide zooms, but I'm using sections as well, just to help me visually see the structure of this presentation. And since this is a tutorial, I think it's a good practice to set up a couple of sections to better define the structure of this presentation. So let's just insert this Start section at the top. Next, let's insert a Hover section, and here at the bottom, let's just insert a Zoom section. And now in the Zoom section, we can include any slide that we'd like to zoom into. So let me jump to my previous slide and let's copy one of those Zoom slides, for example this one, and let's paste it into our Zoom section. And once we paste the slide into the Zoom section, let's make sure that we choose this option, Keep Source Formatting, so that everything is looking beautiful. That's nice. Okay, my friends, so here we have our beautiful hover slide, and over here we have our starting slide. So now let's do a couple of adjustments to this starting slide, and let's just change this text box to Opportunity. And at the same time, let's just decrease the font size of this text box and let's move it to the bottom of the slide. Later on, we'll be using a mask to hide this text box. And now let's jump to the hover slide and let's update the text box to Opportunity as well. And let's resize this text box as well so that it nicely fits this card. And now let's just move this Opportunity text box to the bottom of this card. We can as well move this icon a little bit to the top so that we have some space for a slide zoom. So you can insert a slide zoom just by dragging any slide on a different slide. So for example, we can just grab this slide number 3 and drag it on slide number 2. And this way we have inserted a slide zoom. Another way how you could do that is just go to Insert tab, go to Zoom and choose Slide Zoom. And now you can pick any slide from the list and just click Insert. And now my friends, let's make sure that the slide zoom nicely fits into this card. Okay. And now let's jump into the zoom options and let's make sure that return to zoom is activated. This means that once we will zoom in into the slide, after that we'll be able to zoom back. And now for the zoom duration, let's use something fast, for example half a second. And now let's make our slide zoom a bit nicer by applying the style reflected rounded rectangle. And if you'd like to turn off that reflection, you can just right click on your slide zoom, go to Format Slide Zoom, go to Reflection Options, and let's just choose None, so that we have only those beautiful rounded corners. And next, my friends, let's make sure that we copy the slide zoom and let's paste it into the starting slide as well. Let's just make sure that we move it below the card and we can decrease its size as well. Okay, so now the starting slide and the hover slide have the same slide zoom, so let's check it out on the full screen and let's see how this hover animation looks like with a slide zoom. And now as you can see, once the mouse goes over the card, the slide zoom together with the Opportunity text box comes up. And of course we can click on the slide zoom to zoom into this beautiful slide, and once we move away from the card, we transition to the first slide, so everything is working as expected. But of course we'd like to mask this slide zoom and that Opportunity text box in the first slide. So let me show you how we can create that mask. And to create the mask that we need, we can use this background photo and this rectangle. So let's just make a duplicate of this rectangle and we can change its color to something different. Let's just use this beautiful blue color. Okay. And next we'll have to select the background photo, this blue rectangle, go to Merge Shapes and choose Subtract. And this way we'll punch a hole inside of this photo. But first, let's make sure that this blue rectangle is in the middle of the slide, directly on top of that blurred card. Okay, so now since the blue rectangle is directly in the center of the slide, let's select the background photo, hold down the Shift key, select the blue rectangle, let's go to Merge Shapes and choose Subtract. And now it might seem that nothing really happened and that everything is still looking the same, but we have definitely punched a hole inside of this photo. And we can check that by going into the Selection pane. Let me just first rename this photo to Mask and let's just drag it to the top of the Selection pane. And now as you can see, all of the elements on the slide are hidden except this card in the middle, because here we have punched a hole. And now once I'm moving this photo mask around, you can definitely see the rest of the slide elements on the slide, such as the slide title, the slide zoom, and the text box. So let's just make sure that this photo mask stays in the center of the slide. And let's just bring back the slide title, subtitle, and the logo to front. So we can just select these guys and bring them to the top of the selection pane list. And let's just make sure that the slide zoom and the opportunity text box stay behind the mask. This is what we want. And now let's just copy the photo mask. Let's go to the second slide. Let's delete the old background photo. Let's paste in the new photo mask. Okay. Once again, we can bring back the slide title, subtitle, and the logo. So let's select all of these guys. Let's bring them to the top. And now let's make sure that this photo mask has the mouse over action that will bring us to the previous slide. So let's go to insert action. Let's jump to the mouse over tab and let's choose hyperlink to previous slide. Okay. And now let's check it out on the full screen. Okay, my friends, so as you can see, first of all, the slide zoom is hidden behind the mask, and once the mouse touches the card, we jump into the second slide and the slide zoom comes up. And of course, we can click on the slide zoom, check out the slide and zoom back, so everything is working according to the plan. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And next, my friends, let's change up the inside shadow for this hover card. We'll create an effect as if this card is being selected. So let's go to shadows, let's use this inside top shadow, let's use color white, no transparency. And now let's just zoom in a little bit so that we can better see what's going on. And now let's just play with the blur and with the distance sliders until we get what we like. And next, my friends, let's add some style to this opportunity text box as well. Let's set its fill to slide background fill. That's beautiful. And now let's go to shadows and let's choose this outside shadow. Let's pick white and let's use zero transparency, and for the size let's use 100% and let's go with the blur of 35 points. Looking beautiful. And next, I think we could add some rounded corners to this opportunity text box. So let's go to edit shape and let's choose the rounded rectangle. And now let's just grab this yellow dot and let's adjust the roundness, and we can jump into the text options and make sure that this text box has no margins so that our text has enough space inside of this rectangle. And for the vertical alignment, let's go with middle. And now let me make a few more adjustments so that everything is sitting nicely inside of this card. And by the way, since we have changed the opportunity text box from a simple rectangle to a rounded rectangle, let's make sure that we copy this text box from the hover slide and let's paste it into the starting slide, because otherwise the morph transition might not work correctly. And let's just go into the selection pane and let's just hide the mask for now so that we can select and delete the old text box. And now let's just paste in the new opportunity text box, and now let's just decrease the font size and let's bring it just below the slide zoom. And at the same time, let's just jump into the fill options and let's just set the fill to no fill, and for the shadow let's use no shadow, because we don't need fill and shadow for the starting slide. We want to see that highlighted effect on the hover slide only. And let's make sure that we turn on the mask, and let's just make sure that this little opportunity text box is behind the mask. Okay, my friends, and next let's just check it out on the full screen. Let's see how this highlighted effect looks like. And as you can see, once the mouse goes over the card gets highlighted. That's super duper awesome. Everything is working according to the plan. And next, my friends, let's say you'd like to zoom in, show a couple of slides, and only then zoom back, because currently, as you can see, we're just zooming into a single slide and zooming back. So let me show you how you can make that work with multiple slides, and for that we'll have to use section zooms. And before we continue, let me just grab a few more slides from my previous presentation, and let's just select these 3 beautiful slides. Let's copy them and let's paste them into our zoom section. And once again, let's make sure that we keep the source formatting so that everything is looking perfect inside of these pasted slides. And next, let's jump into our starting slide, let's hide the mask, and let's delete this slide zoom because now we'll have to insert a section zoom. So let's go insert, let's go to zoom, and let's choose section zoom. So as you can see, we have 3 sections inside of this presentation. You can pick any of them, and I'm just going with the zoom section. Okay, and once again, we can make sure that return to zoom is activated, and for the zoom duration, we can use ½ a second. That's beautiful. And once again, let's just add those beautiful rounded corners, and let's disable the reflection. We don't need to see reflection. Those rounded corners are enough. Okay, and now let's just resize this section zoom, and let's just drag it below the card, just like that. And over here, as you can see, we have these 2 little numbers, 3 to 6, which means that we're going to zoom into this section and go through slides 3 to 6. That's the power of section zooms. And now let's just copy this section zoom because we'll have to paste it into the hover slide. And at the same time, let's turn on the mask. And now on the hover slide, let's delete the old slide zoom, let's paste in the section zoom, and let's make sure that it fits nicely inside of the card. That's super duper awesome. And by the way, for all of these slides that we have in the zoom section, we can choose any slide transition that we wish. So let's just make sure that all of these zoom slides are selected, and let's pick, for example, this uncover slide transition. direction from right. So now, once we will zoom into the zoom section, the rest of the slides should be uncovered. So let's check it out on the full screen. And now I can see that the section zoom animation is looking a little bit strange. Don't worry, let me show you how we can fix that. Let's just jump into the hover slide. And let's make sure that the section zoom is behind the mask, and now everything should be looking super smooth. Okay, so now the hover animation is looking perfect, and now let's just test out that section zoom. So here we zoom into the first slide in the section, and now the rest of the slides are being uncovered with the uncover transition. So let's just check it out once again. So once we click, we zoom into the first slide in the section, we go through the slides, and after the last slide in the section, we just zoom back, so everything is working as expected. So now, my dear friends, you know how to use slide zooms and section zooms with hover animations. And in my previous presentation, I have created these 4 beautiful cards with 4 slide zooms. So let's check them out once again. And by the way, tutorial slides are absolutely free. Link is in the video description. Hello and welcome, my friends, to the new section of this masterclass, the Morph transition. And first of all, let me show you the basics of the Morph transition so that you know how you can use it effectively. Let's go. Okay, my friends, so there are so many things that we can do with the Morph transition, but let's start with the basics. Let's see how we can move, resize, rotate or flip objects on our slides. And on this slide I have inserted a simple text box, a shape, a picture, a video, and a 3D model of planet Earth. And now let's just see how all of these guys respond to the Morph transition. And as always, feel free to open up lesson slides and follow along. And now let's just make sure that this first slide is selected. Let's go to transitions and let's check what the current transition is. It is fade transition, so that's good. And now let's just duplicate this slide. And now on the second slide, let's choose the Morph transition. Morph transition will do all of the animation magic. And over here, you can change the Morph transition duration and decide how fast or slow is going to happen, but let's just leave it at 2 seconds. Alright, my friends, so now let's just try moving all of these objects around. So currently we are on the second slide, so that's good. And now let's just try moving all of these objects slightly downwards. So let me just hold down the shift key and drag all of these objects downwards, just like that. And let's see what happens. And this is how the first slide looks like, okay, and this is the second slide that has the Morph transition applied to it. And now let's just click on this button, preview, and we can see the animation. That's super duper awesome. As you can see, all of the objects are moving downwards. And we haven't used any motion paths to achieve that. All we have used is Morph transition. So let's check it out on the full screen as well. So as you can see, Morph transition is really powerful. You can animate multiple objects at the same time, and you can even go backwards to the previous slide, and all of the animations will play backwards. So that's extremely useful. However, we can see one little limitation regarding the video. As you can see, if the video is playing and if we start to transition to the next slide, the video stops and it resumes playing only when the transition is over. And by the way, I have set this video to loop and start automatically. And before we continue, my friends, let's just create a little semi-transparent rounded rectangle that will help us to highlight different parts of this subtitle, okay? So let's just find that rounded rectangle tool and let's just draw a little rounded rectangle. Let's jump into the format shape options. And for the fill, let's use white fill and let's add some transparency, for example, 80%, okay? Let's make sure that this guy has no outlines, okay, no lines. And now let's just move this rounded rectangle over this first word, move. And then the rest of the slides will just have to move this rounded rectangle to the right side and highlight different parts of this subtitle. By the way, in the first slide, as you can see, there's no rounded rectangle and we have this guy only on the second slide. And now let's just see how Morph transition handles it. So this is the first slide and now we transition to the next one. And as you can see, this rounded rectangle gets a little fade animation. So whenever there is one object on one slide and it is missing on the next one, you'll get this fade animation. So if you're trying to create Morph animation and all you're seeing is fade animation, make sure you have the same object on both of the slides. And next, my friends, let's duplicate the last slide and let's see how well Morph transition responds to resizing of the objects. Okay, so Morph transition is activated, and by the way, we can move this semi-transparent rounded rectangle to the right. And now let's just change up these guys. So for the text box, let me just increase the font size, okay? So let's just move it over here, and for the shape, we can actually resize the shape itself, and as well, let's increase the font size. And now let me just resize the photo, the video, and the 3D model, and I'll catch you in a second. Okay, so all of the objects have been resized, and now let's just give it a preview, and as you can see, Morph transition does its magic. All of these beautiful shapes and objects are growing on the slide. Let's just check it out on the full screen. So let's start from the start. So first of all, we have the move option. Okay, so all of these shapes are moving, and now they are resizing, and everything is working super duper awesome. That's beautiful. And as before, we can go to the previous slide and all of the animations will play backwards. So that's one of the superpowers of the morph transition. Okay, my friends, and next let's see what morph transition thinks about rotation. So once again, let's just duplicate the last slide. And on this slide, the morph transition is activated, so that's good. And now we can just start rotating all of these shapes around. And now for the planet Earth, let's just use that simple rotation handle at the top. Later on, we'll use that special handle in the middle. And now let's just check it out. And as you can see, all of the objects are successfully rotating once again thanks to morph transition. And now let's just check it out on the full screen, and before we do that, let's just make sure that we move this guy to the right side so that this time rotate is highlighted. Okay, let's check it out from the first slide. So first of all, we can move objects around by using the morph transition. That's nice. Next, we can resize those objects. It's working as well. And next, let's just rotate those guys. It's working as well. That's nice. And as you already know, we can go back to the previous slides and all of the morph animations will still be playing. They will be playing backwards. Okay, my friends, and next let's see what happens when we flip our objects on the slide. And before we continue, let's just duplicate the last slide. And let's just move this highlight rounded rectangle to the right side so that it covers this beautiful word flip. And now let's just select all of the objects on our slide except the 3D model, because for that guy we'll be using a different method. And now let's just go to rotation and let's choose this option, flip horizontally. You can as well flip vertically if you wish. And as you can see now, all of these shapes have been basically flipped horizontally. This is the previous slide and this is the current slide. So all of the objects are flipped. Okay. And now for the 3D model, we can use this special handle inside of this 3D model. Okay. And we can flip the Earth to any position that we wish. Let's say I would like to see what's happening at the North Pole, so let's leave it like that. And now let's go to transitions and let's check it out. And as you can see, all of these shapes are flipping. Well, text is flipping in an interesting way, but the rest of the guys were flipping pretty good. So let's check it out from the first slide. So this is the move transition. Okay. Now we resize. That's good. Now we rotate. Everything is still working. And now let's see how the flipping works. And it looks like that all of the objects are successfully flipping, while the text is just rotating. As you can see, it's just rotating from one side to the other. But the rest of the shapes, the rounded rectangle, the picture, the video, and the 3D model are flipping successfully. So that's a win. And by the way, you could cut your text, paste it as a picture, and then it should be flipping correctly as well. And next, my friends, let's see how morph transition responds to color changes. So let's just duplicate this slide. And now on this slide, let's make sure that morph is activated. And now let's just move this rounded green rectangle to the right side and let's change its color. So let's just use, for example, this bright yellow orangey color. That's good. And let's change up the text color as well. Let's pick a dark color so that the text becomes readable again. Okay. For the rounded rectangle line, let's just pick a white color. Okay. And now let's just go to the transitions tab and let's just give it a preview. And skadoosh, it works like magic. As you can see, morph transition successfully morphed this green rounded rectangle into this orange one. That's awesome. And next, my friends, let's see what happens when we experiment with the transparency. So let's just duplicate the slide, and on the duplicate, let's enable the morph transition. And let's just move this guy to the right side and let's add some transparency. So for the fill, let's use 100% transparency. Let's do the same for the line and let's do the same for the font color. Okay. And now let's go to transitions and let's check it out. And as you can see now, this rectangle moves to the right side and it fades away at the same time. That's super duper awesome. And of course, you could achieve the same result by using traditional fade animations provided in PowerPoint, but now you know how you can do that with Morph. And next, my friends, let's see how Morph transition responds to photo cropping. So let's select this photo on the left, let's click on crop, and here you get two types of handles. You can use these black handles around the picture to adjust the cropping area. You can as well grab these white bubbles or the picture itself and adjust how this picture looks inside of the cropping area. But for now, let's just worry about those black handles. And before that, let's just duplicate this slide. Okay, let's make sure that the Morph transition is activated. And now let's just click on this beautiful turtle, let's go to picture format, let's click on crop, and now let's use these black handles on the sides to resize the cropping area. And once you're happy, just click somewhere on the slide or click on the crop button again to apply the changes, and now let's give it a preview. And as you can see now, with the Morph transition, we're getting this beautiful photo crop effect. And now let's check it out once again, that's nice. And now my friends, let's undo a couple of steps and let's try out one more thing. So let's just jump back to the previous slide, okay? Let's click on this picture in the previous slide, and now let's go to picture format, let's click on crop, and this time let's use these white handles, so we can hold down the Ctrl-Shift key to resize from the center, okay? So basically on the first slide the picture is zoomed out, and on the second slide the picture is zoomed in. But let's just make sure that on the second slide we still have the morph transition applied, okay? And this way we get this beautiful photo zoom effect. That's looking beautiful. Let's check it out on the full screen. So first of all, the photo is zoomed out and then it zooms in, and that's really powerful. I think that this photo cropping technique is one of the most powerful things that you can create with the morph transition. And now my friends, let's try out one more thing. Let's go to the first turtle slide, let's go to crop options, and let's just move the picture outside of the cropping area so that the picture practically becomes invisible. Just like that. And now let's go to the second slide, let's go to transitions, and let's give it a preview. And as you can see now, it looks like as if the photo slides into the cropping area. That's nice. And by the way, we can select all of this text on the first turtle slide, and let's just move it to the right side outside of the slide window. And this way we should get a nice text sliding animation as well. And now let's just give it a preview, and as you can see, both the photo and the text nicely slides into the slide. That's beautiful. Okay my friends, so once again let's scroll back to the first slide and let's check it out what we have learned in today's lesson. So first of all, we have learned that we can move things around by using morph transition, we can successfully resize them, we can rotate them, and we can flip them as well. And for the text, as you remember, you can convert text to a picture, and then that picture will be flipping perfectly. And next you can use different colors for your shapes, and the morph transition will do all of the magic, and the same applies to transparency. And finally, you have learned this amazing photo cropping technique that you can use to create amazing animated slides. Just play around with those photo crop handles and experience the magic. And now my friends, let me give you a few more tips that will help you make sure that your morph transition works perfectly every single time. So on this slide we have this green square, and on the second slide we have this yellow-orange circle. And let's say you'd like to morph that green rectangle into this yellow circle. So the second slide has the morph transition, and now let's just check it out on the full screen. And as you can see now, this rectangle just fades away and this circle fades in, so the morph transition is not working, although we have set the morph transition for the second slide. And now let me show you how we can fix that. So the fix for that is basically using the same name, and you have to start that name with double exclamation marks. So here on the first slide, let's just jump into the selection pane. Let's find this rectangle, okay, and let's give it a new name, double exclamation marks, and for example, shape. And now let's make sure that we're using exactly the same name for this circle on the second slide. So let me just copy this name from the rectangle. Let's go to the second slide. And now for this oval, let's insert a new name. Let's use exactly the same name, double exclamation marks, shape. And now let's check out the morph transition. And now as you can see, we're getting much better result. The green rectangle is actually morphing into a circle. So that's nice. And next, my friends, let's try morphing two different photos and let's see what happens. So over here we have this picture of a cat, okay? And on the second slide we have this picture of a lion. So once again, morph transition is activated, but as you can see, the morph transition is not working. We're getting that fade animation, which means we need to use the same name. So let's just rename the cat photo to, for example, double exclamation marks photo, okay? And now let's use the same name for the lion photo as well. So let's jump to the next slide and let's paste in the same name for the lion photo, okay? And now let's check out the morph transition. Let's see if those photos are morphing better. And now as you can see, the cat is actually morphing into a lion, so that's awesome. So remember, if you have two different objects and if you'd like to morph them, just make sure you're using the same name that starts with double exclamation marks. Okay, my dear friends, so now that you know how you can use the morph transition effectively, let's create this beautiful animated phone timeline with the help of the morph transition. Let's go! Hello my friends, how are you doing? In today's video I'll show you how you can create this impressive animated morph timeline in PowerPoint. Alright my friends, so let's start with the fresh blank new slide. So the first slide is absolutely blank, and here on the second slide I have collected a couple of photos or illustrations of phones. Link is in the video description if you'd like to use the same illustrations. And now for the first slide, let's set the slide layout to blank because we don't need any text placeholders. And now let's just activate the slide guide so that we can see where's the center of the slide. And now let's just fill this white slide with a beautiful picture, and I usually go to unsplash.com and let's just grab this picture. Link is in the video description. Let's just right click, copy image, And now let's just go to Fill Options and choose Picture and click on Clipboard. And this way we have pasted that beautiful picture to our slide. And the reason to paste the background photo instead of just inserting a full screen photo is that later on we'll be inserting some circles, and they will be using this slide background fill option, which works only if the background is pasted, okay? And next let's insert a simple line here at the bottom right corner of the slide. You can hold down the Shift key to draw a perfect line, and let's make sure that we start drawing from the center of the slide. And you can adjust the width of your line. I'm going with 15 centimeters. And for the line width, I'm using one beautiful point. Okay my friends, and now let's insert some beautiful circles, and I have counted before that we need 7 circles in total. Hold down the Shift key to draw some perfect circles, okay? And now for the height and width, I'm using 0.6 centimeters. Feel free to choose any dimensions that you wish. And now let's put this first guy here on the left side of the line. And now let's just hold down the Ctrl-Shift keys and drag the second copy to the right side of the line. That's super beautiful. So we have 2 circles. So now we can hold down Ctrl and Shift keys and do a couple of more copies until we have 7 circles in total. And now let's hold down the magical Shift key and let's select all of these circles. And now let's go to Align Options and let's choose Distribute Horizontally so that we have equal horizontal gaps. Okay my friends, and now let's just zoom in and let's actually type in some years into each of these bubbles. So let's start with 1980 and let's go to 2020. And for the font I'm using Hanson and the font size is pretty small, 5, okay? And for now let's keep these text boxes black. Later on we will fill them with white, but for now let's keep them black so that we can see what we're typing in. So now that we have inserted text into each of these bubbles, let's select them all and let's turn this text white so that text becomes invisible. But don't worry, later on we'll be applying some Morph magic and everything will become visible. And now in the selection pane, let's make sure that we give proper names to all of these circles or ovals. So for example, for this guy, let's start with double exclamation marks, oval 1. Now let me just copy this name, and in the same way I will rename the rest of these ovals, just changing the number at the end of the name. And if you have watched my last video, Top 20 PowerPoint Tips and Tricks, then you know why I'm using those double exclamation marks at the beginning of the names. Okie dokie, so now all of these circles have proper names, and now let's make sure that this slide transition is set to Morph, and for the slide transition duration I'm using 0.75 seconds, 0.75, okay? So that's pretty fast, and this is what we want. And now we'll have to do some shuffling around, so before that let me just make a copy of all of these bubbles and that line, okay? And now let's duplicate our first slide. And now on the second slide, let's select all of these guys at the bottom and let's just move them one step to the left side, just like that. And now let's duplicate the second slide and let's do it again. Let's select those circles and that line at the bottom and let's move them one step to the left again. And as you can see, I'm using that original copy at the top as a guide that helps me to align those bubbles at the bottom. Okay, so now that we're finished with moving those bottom circles, we can delete these top circles. We don't need them anymore. We have used them as guides to help us align those bottom circles. Okay, so let's delete those top circles and let's check it out on the full screen what we have created so far. And I suspect that all of these beautiful circles will be moving to the left side, just like this. And Morph Transition will make sure that this movement will be looking smooth. So let's check it out. Okay, it seems that everything is working according to the plan, so let's keep on going. Okay my friends, and now let's jump to slide number 1. Let's grab this circle, grab the corner handle, hold down Ctrl-Shift keys and resize this circle from center. Now let's go to Fill Options, let's choose No Fill, and now we should see our tiny text box inside. So let's increase the font size to 24 so that we can see the text, okay? And one more thing that we can see is that little line behind the text, so let's select the circle, let's go to Fill and choose Slide Background Fill. And this way we have hidden that line. That's beautiful. And now let's make sure that this huge circle is selected and we can hit Ctrl-Shift-C to copy the style of this huge circle. And now let's hold down Ctrl-Shift keys on the second slide, let's increase the circle and hit Ctrl-Shift-V to paste the style. Okay, and let's rinse and repeat the same procedure for the rest of the slides. So just hold down Ctrl-Shift keys to resize from the center and hit Ctrl-Shift-V to paste the style from the previous visible bubble. Alright, so now each of the 7 slides should have a huge circle with a visible year inside, and let's check it out. Everything seems to be working according to the plan. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright, and to make this timeline animation even more fun, let's grab a couple of phone illustrations, and in the selection pane you can see how all of these illustrations are named. Once again, I'm starting with double exclamation marks and adding a corresponding year for each of the phones. Alright, so let's select all of these phones and let's paste them into slide number 1. And now let's make sure that we bring all of these phones just above the timeline, looking beautiful. And now let's grab this 1980s phone, let's increase the size of it, and we can rotate a little bit if we wish. And now let's rinse and repeat for the rest of the slides. And of course on slide number 2, don't forget to move all of your beautiful phones one step to the left. And now let's just keep on going until all of the 7 slides have phone illustrations. Okay my friends, let's check it out on the full screen. Skadoosh! Not only the text boxes are being animated, but the phones are being animated as well. The power of Morph transition. Super duper awesome. And by the way, PowerPoint magic doesn't stop here, we can insert some hyperlinks as well. So let's go to slide number 1 and let's select this circle on the right and let's add a hyperlink to slide number 7, okay? And now let's jump to slide number 7, and now for this circle on the left side, let's hit Ctrl-K to insert a hyperlink and let's link it to slide number 1. And of course feel free to link up all of your circles. I have inserted hyperlinks just these guys on the sides. So once we click on this bubble, we jump to slide number 7, and once we click on this guy, we jump back to slide number 1. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
You're making a wonderful progress, my friends, and next let me show you how you can combine the morph transition together with the photo cropping to create this awesome animated space template. Let's go! Hello my dear friends, in today's video you learned the secret to creating this incredible animated slide design in PowerPoint. And make sure you watch this video till the end, because later on I'll show you how you can get this template for absolutely free. And by the way, this presentation was inspired by one of my subscribers, Yash, who requested a PowerPoint about the universe on my last video. So here you go, Yash, and if any one of you would have any requests for my next video, please write a comment down below, and the comment that will get the most likes will be the topic of my next video. And now let's jump into the world of PowerPoint. Okay my friends, let's jump into the world of PowerPoint and let's say hello to this little spaceman. Hello Mr. Spaceman. And the whole secret to this presentation is understanding how to create these little cards that expand to full screen photos. So on this slide we have this little card, and on the next slide that little card will expand into this full screen photo, and this card will expand to this photo on the next slide. So let's check it out on the full screen once again how those little cards are expanding to those full screen photos. And first of all, let's enjoy this little slide title animation. Here we get the subtitle, a bit of text with some swivel animation, and over here we have these cards. So now this card should expand to a full screen photo just like this. Skadoosh! That's super duper awesome, and that is the secret that I'll show you how you can unlock. And now this card expands to a full screen photo as well. And by the way, to achieve this effect we'll have to use the morph transition, so make sure that you have morph transition in your PowerPoint version, and then you'll be good to go. And now let's jump into this empty slide where we can start working from scratch. And first of all, let's fill this slide with a beautiful black color. And next, let's find a beautiful photo that we could use as our slide background. Let's use this photo from my previous slide. By the way, you can find links to all of the photos used in this presentation in the video description. So let's copy this photo and let's paste it into our slide. And next, my friends, let me show you how we can create one of those little expandable cards. And for that, let's insert one more photo. And before we continue, let me add a bit of contrast to this photo so that it pops a bit more. That's looking good. Okay, my friends, and next let me show you how we can make sure that this photo looks like a little card. So let's make sure that the photo is selected. Let's go to crop to shape, and let's choose this little rounded rectangle. And as you can see right away, the edges, the corners of this photo are rounded. That's nice, but still this photo is too big. So let's click on crop once again. And now we can use these black crop handles and adjust how this photo looks like. So let's just use those black handles to achieve any look that we wish, for example something like this. And once we're happy with the shape of our little card, we can adjust how the photo looks inside of the cropping area. And for that we can use these little yellow handles on the side, so we can resize the photo, and we can as well move the photo and decide which part of the photo is visible in the cropping area. And you can click on the crop button again to finalize the changes, and you can use that yellow handle to adjust the roundness of your photo. That's super duper awesome. And next let me add a bit of shadow to this card so that it stands out a bit better. Okay, so far we have created a single beautiful little card with a shadow. That's nice. And now we can just duplicate this photo. So let's just right click on the slide, let's choose duplicate. And now on this second slide, let's make sure that we go into transitions and we choose the morph transition. Morph transition will do all of the animation magic. And now on this second slide, let's make sure that we select this little card, click on crop. And now let's resize those white handles so that the photo covers the whole width of the slide. Okay, we can zoom out to see everything better. Let's make sure that the photo covers the whole slide. We can move the photo up and down as well in the cropping area. And now let's grab those black cropping handles and let's expand them so that the cropping area has the same height and width as the slide. And this way we'll create a full screen cropped photo. And we can click somewhere outside the slide to apply the changes. That's super duper awesome. And once again, let's make sure that the transition is set to morph. That's nice. And now let's check it out on the full screen. Okay, so here is the first slide, and as you can see, once we transition to the next slide, that little photo card expands to a full screen photo, and we get this beautiful expanding photo effect. That's nice. You can go back and forth, and the morph transition will do all of the animation magic. And now to make it even more cinematic on the second slide, let me select the first picture and let's make it darker. Let's go into the picture brightness options, and for the brightness lighter, let's insert, for example, -60% to make this photo darker. Okay, so let's make sure that this second full screen photo is in the center of the slide, and let's check it out on the full screen once again. And now the first picture should get darker once we transition into the next slide. Let's check it out. Yep, it's getting darker. Everything is working as expected. That's nice. Okay, my friends, and now we can make few more of these little photo cards. So we can just hold down the Ctrl-Shift keys to make a copy and drag it in a straight line. And let's make 4 of these photo cards. And let me quickly change the photos inside of them, and I'll catch you in a second. Alright, so we have 4 beautiful photo cards, and now a really useful step that we can do is to mark the left edge of the first card. And we can do that by using these slide guides. So let's activate these slide guides, and now let's just move this vertical guide to the left edge of the first card. And this will be really useful later on when we will be inserting more slides. And next, let's copy all of these little photos and let's paste them into the second slide. And on this slide, we don't need the first card because it is pretty much the full screen photo, so let's delete the first card. And now we can select the rest of these guys and let's move them to this vertical guide. Alright, so now we can turn off those slide guys, we can get back to the previous slide, and let's check it out on the full screen what we have created so far. Alright, so we have 4 beautiful photo cards, we have this beautiful background picture, and now let's see what happens once we transition into the next slide. So the first card expands to a full screen photo, and the rest of the cards pretty much go into the position of the first card. And this way we get this beautiful animation. That's super duper awesome, and as always with the morph transition you can go back and forth. That's nice. And now by following the same steps, let me create one more slide and I'll catch you in a second. And please keep in mind that on the third slide we won't need this first background picture, we can delete it. Now this first expanded photo will basically become our slide background on the third slide, so let's make sure it is positioned in the center of the slide. And let's make it darker. For the brightness, let's use -60. And now let's turn this little photo card into a full screen photo. And once again, we can do that by using the photo crop handles. And as before, let's make sure that we move the rest of the photo cards next to this vertical guide. And now let's check it out on the full screen. That's looking beautiful, that's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And in the same way you can animate the rest of the photo cards. And now my dear friends, let's enjoy the full presentation once again, and after that I'll show you how you can get this incredible template for absolutely free. So all you have to do is visit my website pptskill.com, sign up for the free PowerPoint animation mastery lessons, and you can use your Google account to sign up if you wish. Then go to the Morph Animation section, and over here you'll find this lesson called Bonus Slides Universe Template, where you can download the PPTX file. And make sure you install all of the required fonts so that everything is looking right. Okay my dear friends, so please let me know what my next video should be about. Thank you for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Okay my dear friends, let's keep on going, and next let me show you how we can create a beautiful laptop 3D open animation just by using Morph transition. Let's go. Hello my dear friends, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful wherever you are in this beautiful world. And in today's video, as promised in my recent YouTube short, I'll show you how I've made this laptop open animation. And what's awesome about this laptop animation is that it is absolutely customizable. You can insert your own text, you can insert your own pictures, or even your own videos. And one more thing, this laptop is actually not a 3D model. I've just used a couple of simple shapes and photos, added a bit of 3D depth, and some interesting morph perspective rotation that you're going to learn about in this video. And before we continue, I just want to say huge thanks to Presentation Design Mastery PowerPoint Skills for inspiring today's video. He has made this awesome flipping phone animation, link is in the video description, make sure you subscribe to his channel, and hopefully in today's video I'll give you a few more ideas on how you could use this incredible animation for a laptop animation. So, let's go! Okay my dear friends, let's jump into the magical world of PowerPoint, and I'm jumping into PowerPoint Microsoft 365. And now let me show you how this animation works by using a couple of simple shapes. And first of all, as you can see, I have this beautiful gradient fill applied to my slide, and if you'd like to have the same gradient fill, make sure you right click on your slide and go to Format Background.
And make sure that your slide is using a gradient fill. And now let me just show you the hex colors that I'm using over here. So the first color has this hex code that looks like this, 692DFF, okay. And now the second color has this hex code that looks like this, 0D002C. So of course, having this beautiful gradient fill is not necessary for this animation to work, but if you'd like to have the same look, now you know the hex codes. Okay, my friends, and now let's just quickly create a simple little laptop, and we can do that by going to Insert, Shapes, and now let's just pick the rounded rectangle tool. And now let's just draw a little rounded rectangle over here. This is going to be our little keyboard. Let's just align it to the middle of the slide. And let's make sure that we jump into the format shape, and let's make sure there is no transparency, no line. And now for the fill color, let me just choose some dark gray color, for example, like this. Okay. And now let's just hold down the Ctrl-Shift keys and let's just drag a copy upwards, just like that. This is going to be our laptop screen. Let's just change the color to black. Okay. And now let's attach it attach it to the keyboard, just like that. Okay. And now, my friends, we can just hold down the Control key to duplicate this black screen. Let's change the fill color to white. Let's just resize this white screen and let's just align it to the middle of this black screen, just like that. And of course, we can adjust a bit how this white screen looks inside of this black screen. That's beautiful. And now let's just select both of these guys and let's hit Ctrl G to group them into a single group, just like that. Okay. So now we have a keyboard and we have a screen. So now let's see what happens if we would like to rotate this keyboard. So let's make sure that this shape is selected. Let's go to 3D rotation options and let's just pick any of the perspective presets. Okay, we can choose any of the perspective presets. It doesn't really matter because we're going to change the numbers, but let's just pick this one. It is called perspective relaxed moderately. Okay, let's click on it. And as you can see right away, the keyboard changes. Okay, so over here we get a couple of numbers. So for the Y rotation we have this number, and for the perspective we have this number. And let's just try clicking on these Y rotation handles, and as you can see, the keyboard is just basically flipping alongside its middle axis. Okay, and we would like to actually for this keyboard to rotate along the edge where it connects to the screen. Okay, so how can we make that happen? Because currently, as you can see, it's just rotating alongside its middle axis. And to fix this, we have to create a new rotation center for this keyboard. So first of all, let me just reset the rotation. And to create a new rotation center, first of all, let me just move this keyboard a bit to the side. Let's just duplicate this keyboard. So once again, we can hold down Ctrl-Shift keys and drag a copy upwards. And now let's just attach it to the bottom keyboard. Okay. And now let's just select both of these guys and let's hit Ctrl G to group them. And this way, my friends, we have created a new rotation center. As you can see, these two bubbles in the middle, they basically show us where this or how this shape is going to be rotating. So let's just try applying that same perspective rotation preset. Here it is. And as you can see now, let me just bring this keyboard to the middle of the slide, just like that. And now, as you can see, this keyboard is flipping alongside the edge. Okay, but of course we don't want to see this second keyboard, so we can just select it. Let's go into the fill options and let's choose no fill. So this way we can only see this bottom keyboard. And now it is rotating the way we want it to rotate. That's beautiful. This way we have created a new rotation axis for the keyboard. And now, my friends, is a good point to talk about the 3D depth of this keyboard, because currently it's absolutely flat and it is thin. It has no depth. So let's make sure that the keyboard is selected. Let's go to 3D format options. Okay. And now for the depth, let's add, for example, 10 points. And as you can see right away, this keyboard has some depth. But the corners are pretty sharp, so we can make them a bit rounded. So to do that, we can add some bevels. So once again, let's jump into the 3D format options. And for the bottom bevel, let's try inserting 5 points for the width and 5 points for the height. And now, as you can see, we get this rounded look. Let me just rotate this keyboard a bit more upwards so that we can see it better. And let's just rotate it upwards, just like that. And yes, as you can see, we get a bit of this rounded edge. That's nice.
Okay, so let's just zoom out. And now, my friends, let's do the same for the screen, okay? And I think it's a good point to make sure that we name our layers in the selection pane so that later on we know which layer is, which layer. So this is keyboard. Let's just send it downwards in the selection pane. And this is going to be our screen. So let's just duplicate the screen because we'll have to change the rotation axis for the screen as well. And let's just make sure that we attach it to the bottom of the first screen. That's good. And now let's just select both of these screens. Let's hit Ctrl G to group them. And let's just call them screen. Okay. That's beautiful. And now for this bottom screen, let's make sure that we select this white part and the black part. And let's just choose no fill, okay, so that we can only see the top screen. And now for this top screen, let's make sure that we add the same perspective rotation preset, okay. Let's go to 3D rotation and let's go to perspective, and here is the preset that we want, okay. And now let's just try rotating it to this side over here. That's beautiful. And once again, let's add some 3D depth. So let's just use 10 points for the size, and for the bottom bevel, let's use 5 width for the width and 5 for the height. Looking beautiful. And next, my friends, let's just make sure that both of these laptop parts are nicely aligned to the middle of the slide. So let me just turn on the slide guides, and let's make sure that we select the screen. Let's align it to the middle of the slide, okay, and let's do the same for the keyboard. Okay, so now it is sitting, both of these guys are sitting nicely in the center of the slide. We can turn off those slide guys. And now let's just fully close the laptop, okay? So we can select the screen. Let's go into the 3D rotation options. And now for the Y rotation, I think we should rotate the screen exactly to the 90 degrees. Okay, let's just type 90 degrees, that's good. And now for the keyboard, let's make sure that we go into the 3D rotation options. For the keyboard, I think we should set it to 270, okay? So let's just try inserting 270. Here it is. And now the laptop is fully closed. That's nice. Okay, my friends, so now we can just duplicate this slide, okay? And now let's make sure that for the duplicate slide, we apply the morph transition. Morph transition will do all of the animation magic. And we can as well choose, we can specify the duration for the morph transition, but let's just leave it at 2 seconds. And now let me just select the screen. We can use the selection pane. Okay, so let's make sure that the screen is selected. And now in the perspective rotation options, let me just, for the Y rotation, insert 0 degrees. Okay, that's good. Now let's make sure that the keyboard is selected. And for the keyboard, we can insert, for example, 290, okay, so that the keyboard just goes a little bit downwards, just like that. And now it should be working, just like that. That's beautiful. Let's just check it out on the full screen. So this is the first slide, and once we transition to the next slide, the laptop opens up. That's beautiful. We can go back to the previous slide. The laptop closes, and once we go into the next slide, once again, the laptop opens up. That's super duper awesome. So now, my friends, you know how this animation works. And now let me show you how we can create that realistic looking laptop. So let's just close out this slide. Let's insert a new slide, and now we'll have to use a photo of a laptop from the top view, okay, looking from the top. And over here I have this photo. Super thanks to freepik.com for providing this photo. So let's just select it, let's just copy it, and let's paste it into our slide. Here it is. And now we'll have to basically cut out only the keyboard. We'll have to cut out the keyboard. And to cut out the keyboard, we can just, first of all, let me just close the notes. We can go into Insert tab. Let's go to Shapes. We can choose the Rounded Rectangle tool. And now we can just basically cover the whole keyboard. And once we cover the keyboard, we can select the photo, hold down the Shift key, select this gray shape, and go to Shape Format, Merge Shapes, and choose Intersect. And this way you can cut out the keyboard. Of course, I did not a very precise job of selecting that keyboard. So over here, I have already prepared this shape. So let me just copy this shape, and let's get back to our beautiful slide over here, and let's paste that shape. And now we can just select the laptop photo, hold down the Shift key, select the shape. Let's go to Shape Format, Merge Shapes, and choose Intersect. Or you can use the Quick Access toolbar and place the merge shape functions inside of the Quick Access toolbar. and choose intersect from there. Okay, my friends, and next let's make sure that this keyboard is nicely touching the middle of the slide, just like this. And I will have to set a new rotation center for this keyboard, so we can do that in a couple of ways. We can, of course, just duplicate this photo and make it fully transparent, or I think we can just insert a simple shape and make sure that it has the same dimensions as this keyboard photo. So let's make sure that this rectangle has the same width. Okay, and now let me just check the height of this keyboard. It is 9.36. Okay, let's copy this value and let's use the same value for this rectangle as well. Okay, let's just make sure it touches the middle of the slide, just like that. That's beautiful. And now we can select both of these guys. Let's hit Ctrl G, and of course let's make sure that this rectangle is not visible, no fill, no line. And now we can turn off the slide guides. Okay, and now let's try adding that perspective rotation to this keyboard. Let's see what happens. So in the 3D rotation presets, let's go to perspective and let's just choose this one. Okay, relaxed moderately, and skadoosh, we get this rotating keyboard. That's nice. And once again, let's add a bit of 3D formatting. So first of all, a bit of depth. And this time let's use 3 points for the depth, okay, and 5 points for the bottom bevel, for the width and for the height. Okay, let's just rotate it a bit upwards so that we can see how it looks like. Okay, it's looking beautiful. Okay, my friends, and now let's do that screen. And for the screen, I have pretty much done the same steps that we have done for this little laptop. So I think somewhere over here I have a rounded rectangle that is black and a white rounded rectangle. Okay, so let me just copy these guys and let's paste them into our slide. Okay, and let's just make sure that everything is still nicely centered, looking good. And one important thing is to make sure that this black shape, this black rounded rectangle, has the same dimensions as this shape that we have used to cut out the keyboard. Okay, because this way everything is going to be looking easy peasy lemon squeezy. So now for this screen, let's just select both of these guys. Let's just group them. Okay, and now once again we have to change the rotation center, and for that we can just drag a copy downwards. Okay, let's make sure that we select both of these screens into a single group. And now let me just jump inside and let me just select both of these guys at the bottom, and let's make sure they have no fill, no line. Okay, and now let's just add a perspective rotation to the screen as well. So let's go to perspective rotation. Let's use the same preset. Okay, and let's just start clicking on this Y rotation handle until we get something like this. And of course we have to add some depth to this screen as well. So let's jump into the 3D format options as well. And for the depth, let's use 3 points. So the same 3 points that we used for the keyboard. And let's use bottom bevel of 5 points and 5 points for the width and 5 points for the height. And I think now we have a beautiful screen and a keyboard. So let's just make sure that this laptop is fully shut. So let's just insert 90 degrees for the screen, and for the keyboard let's insert 270 degrees. Okay, we can turn off these light guys, and now this laptop is fully closed. That's beautiful. And now we can just duplicate this slide, and let's make sure that the duplicate slide has the morph transition applied to it. Duration 2 seconds. And now let me just open up the screen. So once again, let me just make sure that this is the screen. We can name it. Okay, and the bottom one is keyboard. Okay, so let's select the screen, and for the Y rotation, let's just type in 0. And let's make sure that in the rest of the fields we have zeros as well. So for the X rotation, for the Y rotation, and for the Z rotation, let's make sure we have 0. And for the perspective, let's leave it at 45. And this way this screen will be open. And let's just see what happens. Looking beautiful. And now for the keyboard, let's bring it down a bit as well. So let's just use, for example, 290. Okay. And now we can select both of these guys, I mean the screen and the keyboard, and let's just bring everything downwards, just like this. And now we should get this beautiful animation. That's awesome. And now, my friends, if we wish, we can just double click on the screen and we can type in some text. Type some text inside. Type some text inside, okay. Because, you know, this is just a shape and we can type in anything that we wish. So let's just make sure we copy this text and let's get back to the previous slide. Let me just quickly select the screen. So this was the screen. Let's make sure that it is open and let's just type in the same text. Okay. And now we can close it once again. So for the Y rotation, let's use 90. Whoops. Okay. And now let's just check it out on the full screen, and now we should have the same text on this slide and on the second slide, and this way this text animation is going to be looking super duper delicious. Okay my friends, so next let me show you how we can insert a picture into this laptop. And once again, let's just jump into my assets section, and over here I have this beautiful picture. It is from FreePic once again, thank you so much. And now let's just copy this photo, hit Ctrl+C to copy. And now let's get back to our slide. We can close the notes. And now let's just make sure that we select this white shape, okay? And now for the fill, let's choose picture and let's choose clipboard. And this way we have pasted this picture inside of the screen. That's super duper awesome. And now let's just make sure that we select the screen and let's set the font color to white so that we can see that text. And now we can select the screen, hit Ctrl+Shift+C to copy the style. And we can apply the same style for the screen on the previous slide. So once again, let's just make sure that we open up that screen. So for the perspective rotation, let's just choose, for the Y rotation, let's choose 0. And now let's select the screen and let's hit Ctrl+Shift+V to paste the style. So now we have the same photo on this slide and on this slide, okay? But on this slide, of course, let's make sure that we close the screen. So for the Y rotation, it's 90. And now let's check it out on the full screen. Skadoosh! So now we have a beautiful photo inside of the laptop. And next, my friends, let's do the video. Okay? Let's just keep on going. Okay, and once again, let's jump into my assets section. And over here, we have this stock video provided by PowerPoint. If you have latest PowerPoint version or PowerPoint 365, then you should be able to go to Insert tab, Video, and over here you should see stock videos. That's awesome. Okay, my friends, so now let's make sure that we crop this video exactly to the size of our laptop screen. And here is the shape. This is that white shape. That is our screen. So let me just copy this shape. Let's paste it over here, and now let's make sure that we align both of these guys to the middle and to the center, just like that. And if we wish, we can resize the video. Just let's make sure that it doesn't go inside of the screen, just like that. We want the whole screen covered. That's beautiful. And now let's select the video. Let's select the screen shape. Let's go to Merge Shapes and let's choose Intersect. Okay, so now this video is perfectly cropped. And next, my friends, let's just copy this video, okay, and we're going to paste it as a picture, first of all, into our screen. So let's make sure that the screen is selected. Let's go into the fill options. Let's make sure that the picture or texture fill is activated. Let's click on clipboard. And this way we have, first of all, pasted our video as a picture, okay. And now let's just paste in the video itself. So here's the video. Let's copy it and let's just paste it over here, okay. And let's make sure that we precisely align it to the screen of the laptop, just like that, okay? And now let's make sure that we add a couple of animations to this video. So let's go into Animations, Animation Pane. And first of all, we would like this video to slowly appear. So for that, we can add a fade animation. Let's make sure it starts with previous. Animation duration 1 second, okay? So once this slide loads, this video should fade in. And at the same time, let's make sure that this video starts playing automatically, so with previous. Okay, so let's check it out on the full screen. And of course, on this slide I have forgotten to change to update the screen, but I think it should still be working just fine, okay? So as you can see on the previous slide, we had that green photo, but that's okay. We can just open up the laptop and enjoy the video. That's super duper awesome. Congratulations, my friends, on finishing the last lesson. And next, let me show you how we can create a true 3D model. We'll be creating some 3D cards and we will flip them with the help of the Morph transition. So let's go. Hello, my dear time travelers. In today's video, you will learn how you can create this hyper-realistic flipping card animation in PowerPoint. As you can see, once we click on any of these beautiful cards, they come up and flip. And on the back side, we can have any information that we wish. And that's super awesome because we can use this interactive presentation idea to showcase anything that we wish, products, services, photos, or anything else. And please make sure that you have Morph transition in your PowerPoint version, and let's go. Let's start the interstellar journey. And first of all, let's make sure that we choose the blank slide layout so that we have a blank slide. And now let's fill this slide with a beautiful black color. And next, let's start designing that beautiful photo card. And to design this card, we'll have to insert a rounded rectangle. And for the height, I'm using 16 centimeters, and for the width, 9 centimeters. But of course, feel free to use any dimensions that you wish. And if you'd like to adjust the roundness of your rounded rectangle, you can just grab this little yellow handle and do that. And now let's use no outlines, and for the fill, let's just go to Format Shape, and let's fill this rounded rectangle with a beautiful picture. So let's just select Picture, and currently we have this wooden texture. And let me use a different picture, and for that, let me jump into Leonardo AI, an image generation platform. And over here in my liked feed, I have collected a couple of beautiful photos created by the community that I really like. And let's just use this one. Let's just zoom in and let's copy this photo. And to do that, let's just right click and choose Copy Image. Now we can get back to PowerPoint. Let's make sure that the rounded rectangle is still selected. And let's click on Clipboard, and skadoosh, the photo has been pasted as the fill of this rounded rectangle. And additionally, we can go into the crop options and choose Fill. And this way, this photo will look perfectly inside of the rounded rectangle, because sometimes the photos might get distorted, and by using the crop fill option, you'll make sure that the photo will look perfect inside of a shape. And next, let's hold down the Ctrl and Shift keys to drag a copy in a straight line to the right side, and this copy on the right side is going to be the back side of our card. And now let's jump into the Format Shape to do a couple of adjustments, and first of all, let me flip this copy on the right side horizontally, because this is going to be the back side of our card. And now let's jump into Picture Corrections, and for the brightness, let me enter -50 to make this photo a bit darker. And now let's jump into the Artistic Effects, let's find Blur, and let me add Maximum Blur, so let's go with 100, because later on we'll be inserting some text on the back side of this card, and the text will be much more readable on this kind of blurred, dark background. And now, my friends, let me quickly jump to my previous presentation and check what kind of elements I have placed on the back side of this card. So we have this little Leonardo logo, a couple of text boxes, and a button at the bottom of this card. So for now, let's just copy this Leonardo logo. Let's get back to our presentation, and let's paste that little picture somewhere over here. And for these text boxes, let's do them from scratch so that you can see what kind of font I'm using, what kind of line spacing, and all of that good stuff. So let's insert a text box, and let's type in anything that we wish, for example, a picture name, and let's position it somewhere over here, just below the logo. That's nice. And actually, let me jump back into Leonardo AI website, and let's copy the name of this beautiful photo. Okay, so let me copy this first sentence of this prompt. Let's get back to PowerPoint, and let's paste that text into this text box. Okay, let's make sure we paste values only so we don't get any additional formatting, and let's resize this text box so that it fits inside of this card. Okay, so the font is called Darker Grotesque Semi-Bold, font size 20. And now for the line spacing, as you can see, I'm using multiple 0.7, because with single, it would look like this. The spacing is too wide, in my opinion. So let's use multiple 0.7. And this way we get this beautiful narrow spacing between these two lines of text. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's insert one more text box below. Let's type in prompt details. Okay. Let me do a few more adjustments, and I'll catch you in a second. And now, below these two text boxes, let's insert a rounded rectangle that we'll use to store all of the prompt information. So for this rounded rectangle, let's use no fill, but let's use a beautiful, subtle white outline. Okay? So once again, let me do all of that, and I'll catch you in a second. And by the way, if you'd like to generate some awesome looking images as well, then check out Leonardo AI, link is in the video description. And let's just jump back into Leonardo AI, and let's copy this whole prompt, and we can do that by clicking on this little button. That's nice. And now let's just paste all of that information inside of this rounded rectangle. That's nice. And next, let me right click on the rounded rectangle. Let's go into the text box options, and let me choose resize shape to fit text so that this rounded rectangle adapts to the height of our text. And let's make sure that we have equal margins across all of the edges. And this way our text box is going to look super delicious. And next, let me quickly align all of the text boxes and the logo so that everything is looking well balanced. Okay, my friends, and now let's get back to my previous slide and let's check out if we are missing something. Okay, so next let me show you how we can create that beautiful gradient button. And to create a button, once again, we'll use a rounded rectangle. So let's just draw a beautiful rounded rectangle. Of course, we'll change the fill color later on. Okay, so for the font, I'm using darker grotesque semi-bold, font size 14. The text color is white and the text is center aligned inside of the rounded rectangle. Let's type in anything that we wish, for example, like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Okay, my friends, and let's make sure there is no outline, and let's make sure that we have only fill, and let's choose a gradient fill, and we have 4 color stops. We need just 2 colors, so let's remove those color stops in the middle. And now let's say that you find some beautiful colors on the internet that you'd like to use, and in this case we can just hit print screen and copy this beautiful button from Leonardo AI. And now let's just paste that little screenshot into our slide, okay? And by using the eyedropper tool, we can copy these exact colors. Let's make sure that we select our button. Let's select the first color stop. Let's use the eyedropper and let's just pick this color to copy it. That's nice. Let's do the same procedure for the second color. And of course, we can change the gradient direction so that it goes from left to right. So let's go into the direction drop-down menu and let's choose this preset, and now our button is looking super beautiful. Okay, my dear friends, so now we have successfully designed the front side and the back side of our card, and now let's make sure that we save both of these sides as pictures. So let's right-click on this guy and let's choose Save as Picture. Let's type in the name, for example, front, and let's make sure that we go with the PNG format because we want to see those rounded edges. With JPEG, we won't see them. And for this copy on the right, let's make sure that we select all of the elements and let's choose Save as Picture again. Let's give it a name back and let's choose PNG once again. Okay, so now we have 2 pictures of the front side and of the back side. Okay, my friends, and next let's jump into this magical website called Vectory.com, where we can take those 2 PNG images that we have just exported from PowerPoint and convert them into a single proper 3D model, okay? And I'm sure you could do this with Blender as well, but in this case, let's use Vectory because I think it is really user-friendly, okay? So let's just open up a fresh blank new project. And the first thing that we have to do is import or insert our PNG images. So let's just go to import, and first of all, let's find the front side picture that we have exported. Here it is, and let's just click open. And skadoosh, as you can see, the photo has been successfully inserted into the 3D space, but currently it is laying flat on the ground, so let's make sure that we rotate it along the x-axis, and we can just grab this curved red line and move it to the right side just like that, or we can use this X input field. So let's just move it upwards until we have 90 degrees in the X field. So we can just type in 90 to be precise. And now this photo is standing straight, just like that. Super nice. Okay, my friends, and now let's take a look at the back side of this card. And as you can see, it is transparent. So we can only see this photo from one side. And that's really good because for the back side, we can insert a second picture. And this way we'll have 2 pictures from 2 sides. So for the second picture, let's choose the backside that we have exported from PowerPoint. And once again, the photo has been successfully inserted into the center of our 3D space. And we can grab this red arrow and move this second photo to the side so that we can better see all of the photo cards. And now, first of all, let's just fix the rotation of this second photo card. Let me just zoom to the side, okay? And once again, we can grab that curved red line and move this card upwards, or just use the input field and let's just type in 90. But of course, we have to flip the second photo to the other side because we want to have it on the back side, okay? And to do that, at this time, we have to use the blue curve. This is the z-axis, and we can flip the card alongside the z-axis, and this way we can flip it into the other side, okay? And to be precise, for the Z, let's use 180 degrees. For the Y, let's use 0. And for the X, we should have -90, okay? And now the last thing that we have to do is to make sure that both of these cards are sitting in the same position or in the same coordinates. So this first card is sitting at 0, 0, and let's make sure that the second card is sitting at the same coordinates because I have moved this card slightly to the right side. So let's just type in 0 and 0 as well. And now both of these cards are sitting perfectly in the same spot. And on one side, we should see the front picture, okay? And on the back side, we should see the back picture, okay? And now, my friends, we can export this card as a 3D model. And let's make sure that we export this 3D model as a GLB type 3D model. So let's just go to export. And over here, we can choose the type of the 3D model. Let's use GLB because it is supported by PowerPoint. And let's click on download. That's super duper awesome. And now we can get back into PowerPoint and use this card as a 3D model. And now let's just hit enter to insert a new slide. And let's make sure that this slide has a nice dark background as well. And now let's just go to insert 3D models, this device, and let's look for that 3D model that we have just downloaded. Let me just go to my downloads folder, and here it is. And let's click insert. And skadoosh, here it is, a proper 3D photo card in PowerPoint. On one side we can see the photo itself, and on the other side we can see all of the information. And now we can have a lot of fun with morph transition, okay? So let's just duplicate the current slide, and on the duplicate slide, let's flip the card to the other side. That's nice. We can as well adjust the rotation if we wish. That's beautiful. And all that's left is to apply the morph transition to both of these slides. And now let's jump back to the previous slide and let's make this photo card a bit smaller, just like that. This way, once we apply the morph transition to both of these slides, we'll get a bit more dramatic effect. So I'm using 2 seconds morph transition duration for both of the slides. And this is the result. As you can see, once we transition into the next slide, we're getting this beautiful 3D card flip animation. Super duper awesome. And you can create as many of these beautiful flipping 3D cards as you wish. In this case, I have created 12 cards, so let's check them out once again.
Hello and welcome, my friends, to the new section of this masterclass, PowerPoint Animations. In this section, you will learn everything you need to know to become a PowerPoint Animation Pro. And now let's start with the PowerPoint Animation Basics. Let's go. Hello, my friends, and welcome to the first lesson where we will start with 4 main types of animations in PowerPoint. Open up Lesson 1 slides and let's go. So first of all, we have entrance animations, and after that we have emphasis animations. Next we have exit animations, and finally we have motion path animations. Super duper awesome. Alright, so these are the 4 main types of animations that you can use in PowerPoint. You can use entrance animations when you would like to introduce something to your slide. It can be a picture, it can be a text, it can be a video, anything that you would like to introduce to your slide. So once you have introduced some content into your slide, you might want to put some emphasis on it, and you can do that with emphasis animations. For example, you can spin anything that you wish. And when you would like to hide something or make it go away, in those cases you can use exit animations. That's nice. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And finally we have motion path animations. So basically you have to insert a path and your object will follow that path. The green bubble is the starting position and the red bubble is the ending position. You can grab any of those bubbles and adjust them according to your needs. And of course, you're not limited only to motion path lines. You can insert motion path circle or any custom shape that you would like your object to follow. Okay, my friends, so let's exit the slideshow and let's actually see how we can insert animations in PowerPoint. So as I have mentioned before, you can insert animations to pretty much anything that you have on your slides, a shape, a text box, a picture, a video, anything that you want. And now let's just select that little green star and let's go to Animations tab, and here right away we can see a couple of animations that we can apply to our green star. These are entrance animations because they have green color. And by the way, these are just a couple of animations that you can use in PowerPoint. You can click on this little arrow and you will get a much bigger list of animations. And here, as you can see, we get the 4 main categories of animations that we have already talked about. The entrance animations, the emphasis animations. As you can see, some of the emphasis animations are disabled because those are applicable to text. And next we have exit animations and motion path animations. And if you'd like to access even more animations, you can click on any of these buttons and get more awesome animations. So to insert an animation, make sure that your object is selected and click on any animation that you like.
You can click on different animations and get a preview of how they look like. And by the way, if you don't see the animation preview in your PowerPoint, make sure that you go to this preview button and make sure that the auto preview is activated. Okay? And now let's finally decide what kind of animation we would like to add to our little beautiful green star, and I think flying animation looks beautiful. And keep in mind that with pretty much all of the animations in PowerPoint, you get additional animation options. So for the flying animation, we can choose the flying direction, and let's choose from top. And now a second way to add animations in PowerPoint is by using this button, Add Animation. Just click on it, and here you can see all of the 4 main categories of animations that we saw before. You can scroll down to see motion paths as well. And this time let's click on this button, More Entrance Effects, and let's see what do we get. And by the way, effects and animations have pretty much the same meaning in PowerPoint. And here we get a full list of entrance animations that are broken down into 4 categories: basic, subtle, moderate, and exciting. And once again, you can click on any of these animations to get a preview if your animation auto preview is activated. Now let me share with you most commonly used animations from each of these sections based on my experience. So from the basic section, flying animation is useful. On the subtle section, fade animations and zoom animations are a popular choice. Now on the moderate section, basic zoom animation and flow down animation are a couple of nice animations to introduce some content into your slide. Now the exciting animations are really exciting, but make sure you don't overuse them. I usually don't use exciting animations, but for example, pinwheel animation is a great way to introduce some photos into your slides. And by the way, my friends, let me give you one more piece of advice regarding adding multiple animations to the same shape. So as you can see, this little green star already has a single animation. This is a flying animation. And let's say you would like to add a second animation to the same star, for example, spin animation. So make sure that once you're adding a second animation, you're not using this animation list on the left side, because let's say you would click on the spin animation. As you can see, this spin animation just replaces the previous animation, and we don't want that to happen. So let's just hit Ctrl+Z to undo that. And let's make sure that the star is selected, and let's use this button, Add Animation. And now let's just click on Spin. And as you can see, this way we have successfully added a second animation. So whenever you want to add multiple animations to the same object, make sure that you're using this button, Add Animation, and everything is going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, my friends, and next let me show you how you can check what kind of animations you have already applied to anything on your slide. So here we have this awesome button called Animation Pane. You can click on it, and here you can see all of the animations that are existing on your slide. And as you can see, currently we have inserted just a single animation which was applied to that little green star, and if you hover over the animation, you'll get some additional information. We can see that this animation starts on a click, it belongs to the entrance animation category, and the animation itself is called Fly In. And here at the top, you can choose how your animation starts. It can start on a keyboard click or on a mouse click. It can start with previous, which means it will play automatically once the slideshow loads, or with the previous animation if you already have some animations, and after previous means that this animation will play after the previous animation. And as well, we have animation duration, animation delay, and animation triggers, but let's not worry about these things for now. We will worry about them just a little bit later on, but don't worry, everything is going to be all right. And for now, let's just continue with emphasis animations. And once again, let's click on the Add Animation button, and this time let's choose an emphasis animation. Let's choose Spin. The little yellow star is spinning. That's super awesome. Let's jump into the animation pane, and here, as you can see, now we have a second animation, which is a spin animation. So let's try starting this animation after previous, okay? So it should play automatically after the first animation, and the first animation, as you remember, was the flying animation. Now for the spin animation, let's reduce its duration to 1 second so that it spins faster. And now in the spin animation options, you can choose a direction of the spin and amount of the spin. So let's leave it at clockwise and a full spin. And now let's click on the play from button to preview the animations. And as you can see, first the flying animation happens, and after that we get the spin animation. Super duper awesome. And you can always change how your animation starts. So let's change the spin animation to mouse click. So on the first click, we should get a flying animation. So let's click once. Here it is. That's nice. And on a second click, we get the spin animation. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, my friends, and next let's animate our little red star. Let's make sure we select it. Let's go to Add Animation, and let's pick any exit animation that we want. For example, Zoom Out Animation. And as you can see, the star zooms and it disappears. That's awesome. And finally, let's add a motion path animation to this last star. Let's make sure it is selected. Let's scroll down to the motion path animations. And to keep it simple, let's choose a motion path line animation. Okay. And let's just change the direction so that it goes up. So let's choose up, looking beautiful. And as I mentioned before, the green bubble is the starting position and the red bubble is the ending position. So we can just grab that red bubble and adjust the ending position to anywhere that we wish. For example, right here. Okay. And now this is how the motion path animation looks right now. And now let me show you something a little bit more advanced. Let's just right click on the motion path animation and let's go to the effect options. So here we get a couple of additional animation options that we could use, but let's not worry about everything. And for now, let's just focus on Autoverse. Let's make sure that we activate it. So now that the Autoverse is activated, the star will go to the ending position and after that it will come back. That's awesome. Congratulations, my friends. In this lesson, you have learned about the 4 main categories or types of animations in PowerPoint, and you have successfully animated 4 beautiful stars. Hello my friends and welcome to the second lesson where you will learn 4 more awesome ways to create animations in PowerPoint. Open up lesson 2 slides if you would like to follow along and let's go. So the first additional category of animations in PowerPoint are text animations. Next, if your PowerPoint has the draw feature, you can use draw animations. And if you have 3D models, you can use 3D animations. And finally, we have multiple animations. So the text animations belong to the emphasis animations, and these animations can be applied only to text. So make sure that your text is selected and then you'll be able to animate that text. Next, if your PowerPoint version has the draw feature, you can of course draw anything that you wish, and then you can replay that animation or you can rewind that animation. So basically have an entrance animation and an exit animation that you can apply to your drawings. That's super awesome. And if your PowerPoint supports 3D models, that's great news as well, because with 3D models and PowerPoint you get 3 categories of animations. You get specific animations for entrance, emphasis, and exit that you can apply to 3D models. And finally, you can add multiple animations to the same object and this way create custom animations. So for example, this little blue star has 2 animations applied to it. So first of all, there is a motion path line animation and at the same time there is a spin animation going on. That's super awesome. Okay, my friends, so let's exit the slideshow and let's test out these animations. So first of all, let's make sure that we select this text box. And now we can go to the animations tab. Let's expand all of these animations, and here under the emphasis categories, you can see all of the text animations have been activated. And you have a couple of text animations that you can choose from. You can change the color of your text, or you can add this little wave animation to make your text a little bit more dynamic. And as you already know, you can always jump to the animation pane and see what kind of animations you have already added to your slide. And so far we have just a single text animation, our beautiful text wave animation. And by the way, you can grab this red bubble and adjust how high your text will be waving. Okay, my friends, and next let's see how the draw animations are working. So if you have the draw tool in your PowerPoint version, just go to the draw tab, click on any pen that you wish, choose the thickness of the pen, and then just draw anything that you wish. For example, this scribble line, okay? And now let's make sure that our little scribble line is selected, and let's jump to the animations tab. And here, as you can see, we get 2 additional ink animations, a replay animation and a rewind animation. So let's just apply a replay animation. And as you can see, PowerPoint replays our drawing. That's super awesome. You could as well choose rewind animation and PowerPoint does it backwards. That's magic. And since I have already drawn this little star, with the draw tool we can apply a replay animation to this star. So let's click on replay and let's see how it looks like. That's nice. And now let's jump back to the draw tool, select the white pen, let's choose the thickness, and let's just draw a couple of motion lines here on the side of our little star just for fun. And by the way, if you don't like what you have drawn, you can always hit Ctrl-Z to undo until you get what you want. Okay, now let's select these little motion lines. And let's go to animations and let's just apply a replay animation. And if we would glance at the animation pane right now, we would see that we have 3 animations already. That's nice. So first we have the text animation, and after that we have a replay animation for the star and then the replay animation for those motion lines. And you can always change the speed of any animation by changing the duration of that animation. So for those little star lines, let's try using 1 second instead of 2 seconds. And let's just set the start of the animation to after previous, which means that first the star will replay and after that those little motion lines. Everything seems to be working according to the plan. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, my friends, and next let's jump into the world of 3D animations in PowerPoint. And here I have a little space shuttle 3D model. And of course, you can use that handle in the middle to change the angle of your 3D model. You can insert stock models or any other 3D model that you, for example, download from the internet. And as you can see in the animations tab, we get some special 3D animations. So we have one entrance animation, 3 emphasis animations, and 1 exit animation. So let's try this turntable animation. And as you can see, the space shuttle is spinning around, but it's doing that really slowly because it has 20 seconds to do that. So let's change it to, for example, 4 seconds. And now as you can see, the space shuttle is turning around much faster. Alright, my friends, and finally let's create a custom animation by applying multiple animations to the same shape. And in this case I have just grouped 2 little blue stars into a single group. Let's make sure that that group is selected, and first of all let's add a motion path line animation to these blue stars. And let's just make sure that our blue stars are going upwards, and we can do that by dragging on the red bubble. Alright. And now in the animation pane, let's make sure that we double click on the motion path line animation to access the animation options, and let's activate the auto reverse option so that the blue stars go up, and after that they auto reverse and they come back. And now, my friends, let's add one more animation to these blue stars. So let's make sure that they are selected, and let's go to this button, add animation, and this time let's try adding a spin animation. Alright. Now let's jump back to the animation pane, let's select the spin animation, and let's make sure it starts with previous, which means it will start together with the motion path line animation. And now as you can see, the motion path line animation is twice as long. As you can see, that blue bar is twice as long as the spin animation. And the reason for that is that, as you remember, we have activated the auto reverse option for the motion path line. So it takes twice as much time for this animation to complete. So let's just change the motion path line animation duration to 1 second. And now both of the animations should start and end at the same time. And now, my friends, since we have added multiple animations to these blue stars, PowerPoint itself shows us that we have added multiple animations and have created a custom animation that consists of a motion path and a spin animation. Super duper awesome. And now, my friends, let me share a little bit of extra information about the animation smoothing. This is a topic that we will cover a little bit later on. But for now, let's just add some smoothness to these blue star animations. And we can drag the smooth end slider to the maximum, both for the motion path line animation and both for the spin animation. And this way the animations of our little blue stars will look much softer and smoother. Skadoosh. Congratulations, my friends, in this lesson you have learned about 4 more awesome ways to animate in PowerPoint. So that is text animations, draw animations, 3D model animations, and multiple animations. If you would have any questions, please write them in the comment section down below, and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Okay, my dear friends, so now that you have mastered the PowerPoint animation basics, let me show you top 10 creative PowerPoint animations that you can create right now. Let's go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In today's video, you will learn top 10 animations to improve your PowerPoint presentations. So first we will start with simple click animations. After that we'll add a little bit of bounce into your animations. After that we will look at the delayed animations, and next I'll show you how you can use the auto reverse option. Alright, next you'll learn how you can create these beautiful trigger animations, and after that we will dive deep into the world of morph transition. And next I'll show you how you can combine the draw animation together with custom motion paths to create this awesome scribble effect. After that we'll be inserting GIFs and videos into PowerPoint to create this beautiful birthday slide. And next we will take a look at a little bit more advanced animation techniques such as masked animations. And finally we will explore the 3D model animation possibilities in PowerPoint. Alright, my friends, so let's jump into PowerPoint, and I'm jumping into PowerPoint Microsoft 365, that's the version I'm using. And now we can start with click animations. And by the way, if you are just starting your PowerPoint journey, if you are new to PowerPoint, I would recommend watching this tutorial first, Beginner's Guide to Microsoft PowerPoint. After watching this tutorial, it will be much easier to follow today's tutorial on animations. And if you already have some PowerPoint experience, that's super awesome, and let's keep on going. So let me open up the animation pane, and as you can see on slide number 2, we already have some animations. So let me duplicate slide number 2, and on slide number 3, let me select all of those animations and let me remove them so that we can start from scratch. And as you can see, if we would play the presentation right now, the whole slide content is visible right away because there are no animations. So let me show you how we can reveal these bubbles one by one. So first of all, let's make sure that all of the shapes and elements on the slide are grouped into separate groups. This way it will be much easier to add animations. As you can see in the selection pane, I have created a bunch of groups. And now we can select all of these guys while holding down the Shift key. Okay, let's make sure that all of these groups are selected. And now let's go to animations and let's choose fade animation. Of course, you can choose any animation that you wish. As you can see, now we have some animations in the animation pane. And at the same time, you can see that this first animation starts on click. So let's make sure that all of these animations start on click. Okay, that's beautiful. So now all of these animations have these little mouse icons. And as you can see, here is the order of the animations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if you wish, you can change the order of your animations in the animation pane list. But in my case, I think everything is correct. So let's keep it the way it is and let's check it out on the full screen. Okay, so let's click once. We get the first step, the second step, the third step, the fourth one, the fifth one, and the sixth one. Super duper awesome. Alright my friends, you're doing wonderful, and now let's continue with bounce and animations, and this is how these animations look like. As you can see, these are flying animations with a little bit of bounce at the end. So let's duplicate slide number 4, and on slide number 5, once again, let me remove all of these animations so that we can start from scratch. And once again, let's select all of these groups, and now let's go to animations, and this time let's pick flying animation. Okay, we can choose direction, let's choose from left. Okay. And as well, we can change the animation duration. Let's make it 1 second and let's preview the animation. As you can see, currently everything is flying from the left side. So let's make sure that we select these guys on the right side and change the flying direction from right. Alright, so let's check out the animations once again. And now the flying directions are looking beautiful. Now let's make sure that we select all of the animations and let's make sure that all of them are starting on click. That's beautiful. Now once again, let's select all of the animations, let's right click and let's choose effect options, and as you can see here we have 3 sliders: smooth start, smooth end and bounce end. So let's make sure that we adjust the bounce end and let's for example insert 0.8 seconds. And this will give us this kind of bounce end effect at the end of the flying animation. Okay, so let's check it out on the full screen. Let's click once to get the first step with a little bit of bounce end, and let's keep on clicking until we get 6 beautiful bubbles with bounce end flying animations. That's super awesome. And by the way, if you'd like to see more bounce and animation examples, feel free to watch this video on Blueprint Animation. The link is in the video description. Alright, and now let's continue with animation number 3, and that is delayed animation. So in delayed animation, some of the elements are being animated with a little bit of delay. So as you can see in the animation pane, we have this little waterfall effect, and that is because some of those animations have delays. So let me show you how that works. Let me just remove all of the animations so that we can do it step by step. And the first thing that we have to take care of is to break apart our illustration into separate objects. And to save some time, I have already created all of the separate groups that we need. And usually when you insert an illustration into PowerPoint, you can ungroup it and then group it into different parts. And as well, I have renamed all of these groups in the selection pane. I have given them numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So basically these numbers represent the order in which I would like these different groups to be animated. So let me bring back all of these separate groups into one illustration, and now let's jump into the animation pane, okay? And now we can just drag with our mouse to select all of these separate groups, and let's choose, for example, flying animation. Let's choose direction from top. Here it is, that's beautiful. And now let's make sure that duration is 2 seconds. Okay, let's jump into the effect options and let's add a little bit of bounce end of 1.5 seconds. Alright, and if we would play the animations right now, we would see that all of the animations are happening at the same time. We're getting these beautiful bounce end animations, but all of the groups are being animated at the same time. So this is where the animation delays come in, okay? So let's make sure that we select this second group. And now for the delay, let's add 0.1 seconds, okay? And now for the group number 3, let's add 0.2. And let's see, keep on adding these little increments until we get to the bottom of the animation pane list, okay? And now if we would preview the animations, we would see that all of the animations are happening at the same time, but with slight delays, which makes this kind of beautiful waterfall animation effect. That's super awesome. And if you would like to see more delayed animation examples, I recommend watching this video as well. Alright, and now let's keep on going. So the animation number 4 is auto-reverse animation. Here it is. And the auto-reverse option is available on some of the animations in PowerPoint, and this option helps you to reverse the animation. Basically, it helps you to bring back your object to its starting position. Okay, so let's start with a new slide without any animations. Let's make sure that this robot is selected, and now let's go to Add Animations, and let's choose a motion path animation, and this time let's choose line. Alright, we can as well adjust the direction of this motion path. Let's make it right. And by clicking on this red bubble, we can adjust how far this robot will go to the right side. Looking good. And now let's jump into the effect options. Here we have smooth start, smooth end. We want to adjust that. But most important, let's click on this auto reverse checkbox, and in the timing as well, let's choose until the end of slide. So now this robot should be sliding right and left until the end of time. Okay, so let's check it out on the full screen. Okay, so as you can see, the robot is moving right and left, and he is always coming back. We can adjust the duration of this animation. Let's make it 1 second, so this animation should be looking faster. Okay, looking good. Alright, so now you know how you can use the auto reverse option for motion paths, and if you'd like to see more auto reverse animation examples, check out this video. Alright my friends, let's keep on going, and next we have animation triggers, so let's check out this animation once again on the full screen. And now we can basically click on any of these little bubbles and we will get the names of the capital cities of the world. So that's super awesome, and let me show you how you can create these animation triggers. So once again, let me duplicate the current slide and remove all of the animations so that we can do it together step by step. And let me zoom in so that we can better see what's going on. Okay, so in the selection pane I have renamed some of the shapes. So this rounded rectangle is the Berlin label and this little circle is the Berlin pin. Okay, so I would like to animate this Berlin label, and I would like to add a trigger. Once we click on this little circle, only then the Berlin label should appear. So let me show you how we can do that. So first, let's just add a simple fade animation to this Berlin label. Alright. Starting on click, and now let's go to trigger drop down menu and let's choose Berlin pin, which basically is that little yellow circle. So once we click on this little circle, the Berlin label should appear. So let's test it out. Okay. So once we click on this yellow circle, we get the Berlin label. That's super awesome. And now let's check what happens if we click again. So basically this label is just reappearing. So let me show you how we can close the label if we click again. So once again, let's make sure that the Berlin label is selected. Let's go to add animation. And this time let's add one more animation, which is fade exit animation. Let's make sure we drag it to the trigger animation group. Okay. And now we should be able to open up the Berlin label with the first click. And with the second click, we should be able to close it. So let's check it out. Everything is working fine. Super duper awesome. Alright, and in the same way, you can add these animation triggers to the rest of the capital cities. And if you'd like to see more animation trigger examples, feel free to watch this awesome video that me and Tyler have created together. Check it out, link is in the video description. Alright my friends, and now let's jump into the world of morph transition. This one is really a fun one, because it's actually not an animation. As you can see in the animation pane, there's no animations, but the magic is in the slide transition. We'll be using the morph slide transition, and morph will do all of the animations. So that's a super duper awesome transition if you have PowerPoint 2019 or later. Okay, so as you can see in one slide, this lamp is yellow, and in the first slide is just gray, and morph transition does all of the magic. And now let me grab this slide with these gray illustrations, okay, and let's make a duplicate so that we have two identical slides. And on the duplicate, let me reduce the size of all of these illustrations. Let's bring them downwards just like that. And for this lamp, let's make it bigger. We can group it, make it bigger, and then ungroup it because we want to rotate this headlamp just like that, okay. So now we should have two slides. So the first slide looks like this and the second slide. And on the second slide, let's make sure that we choose morph transition and let's give it a preview. And as you can see, the lamp is growing and at the same time, the head of the lamp is rotating. That's super awesome. And all of that is thanks to morph transition. And by the way, we can reduce the duration of the morph transition. And this way the animation will be much faster. And as well, feel free to change the colors of your illustrations. Morph transition will do the rest. And as you can see, without using a single animation in the animation pane, we have made this lamp grow, rotate, and change its color. So this is how powerful the morph transition is. Alright, so now you know how you can use the morph transition to animate your slides. So basically, you just have to move around your objects. You can resize them, rotate them, change their color, and morph transition will do all of the animation. So as you can see, the morph transition opens up a whole new level of possibilities in PowerPoint. If you'd like to learn more on how to use morph to animate your slides, check out this video as well. Link is in the video description. Alright my friends, and next from the world of morph transition, we jump to the world of drawing animations combined with motion paths. So let's check out this awesome scribble animation once again. So the pencil comes in and it draws this rainbow scribble around the slide title. Okay, so for now let me delete this pencil and this rainbow scribble. Okay, so the animation pane list is empty. And now let's go to Draw tab and let's pick a pencil. For example, this rainbow one, you can choose your color, okay, and you can choose the thickness of your pen, okay. And now you can just click and drag to draw anything that you wish, just like that. And for me personally, it's easier to draw when I'm moving my mouse faster, just like that. Alright, let's select the mouse cursor once again, and now we can resize this drawing if we wish. But let's keep it the way it is, and now let's jump to animations and let's pick this replay animation. Let's give it a preview. And as you can see, PowerPoint gives us a replay of this drawing animation. That's super awesome. We can adjust the duration, make it faster. 1 second. Looking good. Alright my friends, and next let me show you how we can add this pencil to our slide. And before doing that, we have to fix its center of rotation. As you can see now, it's rotating like that, and we would like the rotation center to be where the tip of the pencil is. So first of all, let's activate the slide guides so that we can see where the center of the slide is. Okay, let's move the pencil just like that. That's good. And now let's insert a circle. Okay, so let's go to Insert, Shapes, and let's choose a circle. We can start from the center, hold down the Ctrl-Shift key to draw a perfect circle. Let's make sure it covers the pencil. And now let's select the circle, select the pencil, and hit Ctrl-G to group. And now as you can see, we have a new rotation center. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And now let's just hide this white outline of the circle. It doesn't have to be visible. So let's just make sure that we select the circle, and for the line, let's choose no line. Okay. So now we have an invisible circle and a pencil grouped into one beautiful group. That's awesome. Now let's copy this pencil with this invisible circle and let's paste these guys into our slide. We can rotate the pencil a little bit and let's position it at the beginning of this rainbow scribble. Okay. And now we'll have to make this pencil follow this scribble, and for that we can use a custom motion path. So let's make sure that the pencil group is selected. Let's go to Motion Paths and let's choose a custom motion path. Okay. And now we can just hand draw a custom motion path and follow this rainbow scribble just like that. Double click at the end to finalize. And now let's make sure that both of these animations have the same duration, 1 second, so that everything is synchronized. And let's make sure that the motion path animation is starting with previous together with the draw animation. And in the motion path animation options, let's remove smooth start and smooth end because the drawing animation doesn't have smooth start and smooth end, and we want everything to look synchronized. Okay, so let's check it out on the full screen, and once we click, we're getting this beautiful scribble animations. Congratulations! And to make it even more fun, we can add a flying animation to this pencil. Okay, let's select it. Let's go to Animations and let's choose a flying animation. But don't make this mistake that I just did. If you want to add additional animations, choose this button, Add Animation. This way you'll add additional animations. So once again, let's choose flying animation. Let's bring it to the top of the animation pane list. Okay. Now the ink animation can start after previous, so after the pencil flies in. Okay, it looks like this. And now for the pencil flying animation, I think we can add a maximum smooth end so that this pencil slows down a little bit before starting to draw, just like that. Okay, and now let's select the pencil and let's add one more animation, and this time let's add an exit flout animation. Let's make sure it starts after previous. Let's choose direction to left. Okay, and this time let's choose maximum smooth start. So it starts slowly and then it goes faster when it exits, just like that. Alright my friends, now you know how you can combine draw animations together with custom motion paths to create awesome scribble effects. And if you'd like to learn more techniques on how to use custom motion paths to animate your slides, check out this video, link is in the video description. And now let's continue with the next animation, animation number 8. And it's all about GIFs and videos in your slides. So on this slide, as you can see, we have these little glowing little flames. These are vertical grow shrink animations, and let's focus on GIFs and videos. So once I click on this cake, we get this firework animation, which is a GIF animation. And once I click on happy birthday text, we are getting this confetti video overlay. So let me show you how we can do all of that. First of all, let me just duplicate the current slide. Let's delete the video, let's delete the GIF. Okay. And in the animation pane, as you can see, we have these 3 grow shrink animations. So these are just vertical grow shrink animations set to 70% with a little bit of smooth start and smooth end. Okay, and with a little bit of delay. And now let's focus on GIF. So you can find GIFs on websites such as giphy.com. Let me just right click and copy this GIF. Let's get back to PowerPoint and let's paste it right here. That's beautiful. We can resize this GIF and let's place it wherever we want. For example, right here. Let's move it a little bit to the right side. And this is how this GIF is looking like some fireworks, looking beautiful. And by default, GIFs would autoplay once you play the presentation. So let's just add an appear animation. And let's make sure that this appear animation will be triggered only once we click on the cake. So I have renamed this illustration to cake. Okay, so now as you can see, the GIF is not visible unless we click on the cake, which is a trigger to this GIF animation. And this is how it works. Super duper awesome. Alright, and next let me show you how we can create that beautiful video overlay. So for that, let's just use stock videos provided by PowerPoint. And let's search for some dark video. For example, this dark confetti video. Here it is. Let's click insert. Alright, so let's make sure that this video covers the whole slide. We can use the Ctrl-Shift keys to resize this video. Okay, let's send it to back. And now let's select this purple photo. Let's send it to back as well so that this video is visible just like that. And as you can see, PowerPoint has automatically inserted these 2 animations once we inserted the video. So let me just remove these animations so that we can start from scratch. And the first animation that I would like to add to this video clip is flying animation. So let's make sure that the video is selected. Let's go to animations and let's choose flying animation. Let's choose direction from top. Okay. And let's add a trigger. Okay. So let's make sure that once we click on this happy birthday text box, only then this video will appear. So let's choose a trigger on click off and let's choose happy birthday text box. Okay. So let's give it a preview. So first let's try clicking on this cake and the GIF is still working, that's good. And now let's click on happy birthday and now the video comes. And we still have to make this video play and we have to add some transparency. So let's make sure that the video is selected and now let's add a second animation. Let's choose the play animation, here it is, and now let's drag it down to this happy birthday trigger animation group. Okay, let's make sure that the play animation starts with previous. And now let's add one more animation to this video. Let's add transparency animation. Once again, let's drag it to the happy birthday group. Let's make sure it starts with previous. And in the transparency animation options, we can set the desired transparency level. So let's set it to 70% and let's click OK. Alright, so now let's give it a preview. And as you can see now the video is playing and it has some transparency. So let's check it out on the full screen. And now once again, let's first click on cake and enjoy these little fireworks. And once we click on the happy birthday text box, we're getting this beautiful video overlay. Super duper awesome. And if you'd like to learn more about using GIFs in PowerPoint, you can check out this video as well. In this video, I have used GIFs to animate this little character. That's awesome. Alright my friends, you're doing wonderful, and now let's jump to animation number 9, and it is a masked animation. Let me show it on the full screen. So as you can see, once we click, this bottle gets filled with water. And basically here in the background we have a mask with a hole inside, and behind that mask we have these 2 blue shapes that, represent water. And this way we can create this animation. So let me show you how it works. Let's duplicate the current slide, and on the duplicate let me select everything. Let me just deselect the title, subtitle and this logo, and let's delete the rest of the elements. I'll make it simple. And let me just grab this bottle from the previous slide, okay, and let's paste it into our slide. I think we can make it even more simple by deleting this little top part, okay? So that we have only this simple looking shape. And now we can hold down the Control key to make a quick copy of this test tube, okay, because we'll need to have 2 test tubes. And now let's insert a rectangle. Let's make sure that it covers this first test tube, just like that. And now let's add a solid fill to this rectangle and let's remove the outline. We don't need any outlines for this rectangle. And let's send it to back, just like that. Now let's make sure that the rectangle is selected. Hold down the Shift key, select the first test tube. Now let's go to Merge Shapes and let's choose Subtract. And this way we have punched a hole inside of this rectangle. And this hole has the shape of the test tube. Okay, now for the second test tube, let's just place it on top just like that so that we have this beautiful white outline of a test tube. Alright, and now let me show you how we can add some water, and to keep it simple, let me just insert one more rectangle, okay? So you can adjust the height of this rectangle according to your needs. Let's fill it with blue color, let's remove the outline and let's send it to back. Just like that. Alright, so now we have the mask and we have some water. So in the selection pane, it's always a good practice to rename your objects. So let's call this rectangle mask and this blue rectangle, let's call it water. Alright? So now for this purple rectangle, we can actually go to fill and let's choose, instead of solid fill, let's choose slide background fill. So basically this mask becomes invisible. That's awesome. And now for the water rectangle, let's insert a flying animation. Here it is, direction from bottom, looking good. Okay, so for the duration, we can insert 2 seconds and let's add a bounce end of 1.5 seconds just for fun. Alright, and let's give it a preview. Congratulations, my friends, now you know how you can create masked animations. So let's check it out once again on the full screen. And once I click, this water comes in bouncing from the bottom. Looking good. Okay. And in my original masked animation slide, as you can see, I have added a few more additional shapes. We have some bubbles, we have this percentage 70, and we have some icons on the sides. So let me just select these two blue shapes at the bottom and let me bring them upwards to the front so that you can see how they are looking. We have these two wavy shapes, one on the left, one on the right, and I have added some diagonal motion paths to bring them up and create this kind of wave look. Okay. Looking beautiful. And if you would like to learn more masked animation techniques, then I would recommend watching this video about animated charts in PowerPoint. Alright my friends, and now let's jump to the final animation, animation number 10. And it's all about 3D model animations in PowerPoint. So once you insert a 3D model into your slide, you get specific animations that are available only to 3D models. So let's find a new 3D model that we could use. Let's go to stock 3D models, okay. Let's go to Microsoft products and let's try using this dark looking controller. Okay, let's click insert. Looking beautiful. Let's rotate it a little bit, just like that, so that we can see the front, and we can use this handle in the middle to rotate this 3D model to any view that we want. And now as you can see in the animation list, we're getting these new 3D model animations. So let's start with this arrive animation. So basically this arrive animation makes this controller fade in and spin at the same time. Looking awesome. Okay, so let's make sure that we select the controller and let's add one more animation, and this time let's try this turntable animation. Let's bring it upwards to the top of the list. Let's make sure it starts with previous and let's reduce the duration to 10 seconds. So this controller appears and then it starts spinning. And now let's add one more animation to this 3D model. Let's go to add animation and this time let's choose jump and turn. And let's make sure that this animation is triggered once we click on the 3D model itself. Okay, why not? Let's try it out. So once we click, the controller fades in, it spins. And once we click on the 3D model, it should jump and turn. Super duper awesome. Okay. And as you can see, the spinning has stopped, so let me check in the animation pane if we can make this spinning or this turntable continuous. Yes, here it is. Here is the option for continuous spinning. And now this controller should be spinning until the end of time. Okay, let's just check it out just for fun until it makes a full circle. Okay, it keeps on spinning. And whenever we click, this controller should be jumping into the air just like that. Congratulations, my friends, now you know how you can animate your 3D models. And if you'd like to learn more about 3D model animations, feel free to check out this video. What's awesome about this tutorial that I combined the zoom, the slide zoom feature and the 3D models. So if you're interested in that, link is in the video description.
Alright my friends, that was all for this tutorial. Now you know how you can create these beautiful top 10 animations to improve your PowerPoint presentations. Thank you for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on my next video. Peace. Well done my friends, you're making a wonderful progress, and next let me show you how you can loop animations in PowerPoint. So, let's go. Hello my dear friends, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful, and in today's video you will learn the 5 best ways to create looping animations in PowerPoint. And with looping animations you can do so many incredible things. You can make your slides much more dynamic, bring your illustrations to life, highlight different elements on your slide, or create animated backgrounds for your presentations, and so much more. So let me show you the 5 best ways to loop or repeat animations in PowerPoint, and first of all let's start with something that I call a simple loop or a simple repeat animation. And now let me show you a couple of simple loop animation examples, and first of all, as you can see, this little star is spinning around and that spin animation just keeps on going. And the same with this 3D soccer ball, as you can see it's just turning around and the animation just keeps on going. And over here we have this little highlight and we can make it go around the edges of this rounded rectangle. And once again, as you can see, the animation keeps on repeating. And now let's just take a look at the bottom left corner of the slide, and over here as you can see a ship comes in and it goes from left to right. So for this ship I have applied a motion pathline animation and I've made sure that this animation keeps on looping. And next my friends, let's take a look at the slide title, and for this guy I have applied a text wave animation, and once again this animation is just simply repeating. And now my friends, let me show you how you can create all of these beautiful animations yourself step by step. And now let me just duplicate the current slide so that we can delete all of the animations and start from scratch. So let's jump into animations, let's go into the animation pane. Over here we can see all of the animations, so let's just select them all. And let's make sure that we remove them. Okay. And now let's start by adding a spin animation to this little beautiful star. So let's make sure that we select this star. Let's go to this add animation button and let's click on spin animation. And here it is. Okay, so for the start, let's leave it on click. Duration, let's use 3 seconds. Now in the effect options, you can choose direction, let's leave it clockwise, and you can choose the amount of spin, let's go with full spin. And now let's double click the spin animation, and this way we can open up the spin animation options, and over here we have this timing tab. So let's go into timing, and over here we have this repeat option. And this is where the magic happens. We can expand the menu and we can choose the exact number of times we'd like this spin animation to repeat. You can as well choose to repeat your animation until the next click or until the end of slide. And I usually go with repetition until the end of slide. And just look what happens to this animation bar once we click OK. And since we have chosen animation repetition until the end of slide, as you can see, this animation bar extends to the right side infinitely, showing that this animation is just going to be keep on looping. So let's check it out on the full screen. And now let's just click once to start the spin animation, and as you can see, this little star is spinning and looping successfully. That's super duper awesome. Okay my friends, and next let's select this 3D soccer ball. Okay, as you can see, it's a 3D model. Let's jump into animations, let's expand the animation menu, and over here as you can see we have this 3D animation section. Let's just select this turntable animation. That's beautiful. And now we can jump into the effect options of this turntable animation, and for the amount let's choose continuous, which will basically make this turntable animation constantly looping. Okay, so for the duration let's use something faster, for example 5 seconds. And as before, we can select the turntable animation in the animation pane. Let's double click to jump into the animation options, and now in the timing tab, as you can see, the repetition is already set to until the end of slide, because for the amount we have chosen continuous. And now let's just check it out on the full screen. And now on the first click we make this little star spin, and on the second click we make this 3D soccer ball spin. That's nice. And as you already know, we can make animations repeat until the end of slide or until the next click. So let's actually see what happens if we would set the star spin animation to repeat until the next click instead of until the end of slide. So now once we click for the first time, the little star should start spinning, and once we click for the second time, the soccer ball should start spinning and the star should stop at the same time. So let's check it out. Let's click once to start the spin animation of this little star, and on the second click, as you can see, that star should stop and the 3D soccer ball should start spinning. That's nice, and as you can see, this little star stopped exactly where it was before the second click.
And I believe that this kind of animation behavior, where the animation is being repeated until the next click, might be really useful in these kind of slides where you have a Wheel of Fortune. So you can just make this Wheel of Fortune spin as long as you wish, and once you would click for the second time, the wheel would stop exactly where it was once you clicked for the second time. And now let's just press the left arrow key 2 times to rewind all of the animations, and now we can spin that wheel once again. Okay my friends, so let me show you how you can easily and quickly create this Wheel of Fortune animation by yourself as well. Okay, so first of all, let's delete these 2 animations so that we can start from scratch. And by the way, this is how this Wheel of Fortune is constructed. We have this colorful part, and you can actually select any part that you wish and customize it. And this illustration comes from freepik.com. It's absolutely free. Link is in the video description. And here at the top, we have a simple text box saying result. You can of course type in anything that you wish. So let's just make sure that we select this colorful part with all of these sections, and let's just add a spin animation to it. Okay, let's make sure it starts on a click. For the duration, let's use 1 second, and now let's jump into the animation options, and for the repetition, let's choose until the next click. And now the next click is going to be the animation of this text box. Okay, so let's make sure that the text box is selected, and for this guy, let's apply a fade animation. Let's make sure it starts on a click. Okay. So this is the first animation, the spin animation, and this is the second animation, the fade animation for the text box. So let's click once to start the spin animation, and once we click for the second time, the wheel stops and we see the result text box. That's super duper awesome, and you can always hit the left arrow key twice to rewind all of the animations and spin that wheel again. Okay my friends, so let's get back to our simple loop animation slide, and now let me show you how we can make this little highlight follow the edges of this rounded rectangle. Okay. And for this animation to happen, we'll have to use a custom motion path. And before that, let me actually show you how I've made this little highlight. So this is just a simple circle with a gradient fill, with a radial gradient fill with 2 color stops. Both of the colors are white, but one of those colors has 100% transparency. And to make this highlight extra soft, I've added a little bit of soft edges effect. As you can see, I have used 8 points. Feel free to use as much or as little soft edges effect as you wish. And I think this way it's looking beautiful. So now let's add that custom motion path animation. So let's make sure that our highlight is selected. Let's scroll down to motion path animations, and this time let's choose a custom motion path. And now I just basically make 2 clicks for each of the corners. So let's click here, let's go to this corner, click, click, let's go over here, click, click. And now let's just make sure that we connect the ending point with the starting point, and we get a beautiful custom motion path. And now let's just double click the motion path animation to open up the animation options, and we can remove smooth start and smooth end. We don't need that. And now in the timing tab, let's choose repetition until the end of slide. That's beautiful. And now for the motion path duration, let's use 5 seconds, and of course you can choose whichever speed you wish or duration. So let's check it out on the full screen, and with the first click, that little star starts to spin, and with the second click, the star actually stops, and now the soccer ball is spinning. And with the third click, that little custom motion path animation with that little highlight is looping. So that's super duper awesome. And now let me show you how we can take a 3D model of a ship and add a looping motion path line animation to it. And before that, let's just select that little star. Let's go into the timing repetition, and let's just select until the end of slide. Okay, so that whenever we click for the second time, that star won't stop. Okay, so here it is, a 3D model of a beautiful ship. As you can see, we can rotate it whichever way we wish with that 3D handle, but let's just keep it this way. And now let's just move this ship to the left side outside of the slide, just like that. Let's make sure that the ship is selected. Let's go to add animation. Let's scroll down to motion path animations, and let's choose lines. Okay. And now in the effect options, let's make sure that we choose direction right, because we want this ship to go to the right side. And now let's just grab this red bubble, which is the ending position of the animation, and let's just make sure that this red bubble is somewhere outside of the slide on the right side, okay? And now let's just double click the motion path animation to jump into the animation options. Let's remove smooth start and smooth end, and for the timing, let's use repetition until the end of slide. That's beautiful. And for the duration, let's just use 5 seconds, okay? And let's check it out on the full screen. So let's just launch that star animation. Okay, let's launch this football, and next we have this little looping highlight. That's beautiful, and with the 4th click we get this looping ship. That's super duper awesome. And if you feel that this ship is going a little bit too fast, you can always jump back into the duration field. Okay, so let's make sure that the ship animation is selected, and for the duration let's just use, for example, 10 seconds. So now this ship animation will have 10 seconds for one loop to complete, which will basically mean that this animation will be happening slower, okay? And next, my friends, let me show you how we can add a beautiful looping wavy animation to the slide title. So let's make sure that the slide title is selected. Let's go into the animations. Let's go into the emphasis category, okay? And over here we have all of the text animations that we can apply, and let's just choose wave. And the text wave animation is somewhat similar to all of the motion path animations because it has those two bubbles. The green one, which is the starting position, and the red one, which is the ending position. And in this case, with the red bubble, you can adjust how high your wave animation is going to happen. And now let's just jump into the text wave animation options. Let's make sure that the text is being animated by letter, delay 10%, and for the repetition, let's use until the end of slide. That's my favorite repetition option, okay? And we can check out this wave animation directly in the animation pane, but let's just launch the presentation and let's enjoy all of these animations one more time on the full screen. And with the last click, we get this beautiful text wave animation. That's super duper awesome. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And by the way, all of these slides of this tutorial will be added to the PowerPoint Animation Mastery. I'll add all of these slides to the second chapter just below the smoothing and reversing PowerPoint animation lesson. And if you have already joined the PowerPoint Animation Mastery with full access, then all of these tutorial slides are absolutely free for you. That's super duper awesome. Okay, my dear friends, and next let me show you one more awesome way to create looping animations in PowerPoint, and these are auto-reversing looping animations. As you can see, this diver is going up and down, and basically the animation is just auto-reversing. And all of these little fishes have the same auto-reverse animation, but as you can see, they're going horizontally instead of vertically, and this pulsing button as well has an auto-reverse animation applied to it. And now let me show you how you can create all of these beautiful animations step by step. Okay, and as before, let's make sure that we duplicate the current slide. And now let's jump into the animation. Let's open up the animation pane and let's delete all of the animations so that we can start from scratch. And now let's just select the diver, and of course you can choose any element on your slide that you wish. And now let's go to add animation and let's look for a motion path line animation. Here it is. Let's click on it. And now for the animation direction, let's choose up. And now with this red bubble, we can adjust how high we would like for this diver to go up. So for example, to this position, looking beautiful, okay? So now this animation starts on a click. For the duration, we can leave 2 seconds. And now let's jump into the animation options. And as you can see, we already have a bit of smooth start and smooth end, so that's good. And over here, we have this magical checkbox, auto reverse. So let's make sure it is activated. And now let's just check it out. So as you can see, the diver goes up and it auto reverses. It comes back to the starting position. That's nice. But now this animation plays just a single time, and to make it loop, as you already know, we have to go into the timing tab, and let's just choose repetition until the end of slide. So now the diver should be going up and down until we move to the next slide. Okay, looking beautiful. And once again, if you believe that your animations are playing too fast or too slow, it means you have to adjust the animation duration, and in this case, let's make this diver go a bit slower by increasing the animation duration to 3 seconds. And we can as well reduce the distance of the motion path. And now as you can see, this diver is going up and down at a slower pace. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's animate one of those little fishes. And to save some time, we can use the animation painter. So let's make sure that the diver is selected. Let's click on the animation painter. And now let's just click on this fish. And skadoosh, the same animation has been pasted. And now let's just make sure that we select the motion path of this fish. Let's grab that red bubble and let's adjust the ending position. So let's just drag it somewhere to the left side, just like that. And now this fish should be going to the left side, okay? And now let's jump into the animation pane. Let's adjust the animation duration. Let's use, for example, 4 seconds. And now we can double click to jump into the animation options. We have smooth start, we have auto reverse, and for the timing, we have repetition until the end of slide. So everything is looking beautiful. Let's just make one more adjustment. So for the second animation, let's make sure it is started with previous, which means that with a single click, we will basically start both of the animations, the diver and the fish animation. And skadoosh, on a single click, both of the animations are being launched. So we have this diver going up and down, and we have this little fish going left and right. And all of this is possible because we have chosen repetition until the end of slide, and as well we have activated that little auto reverse checkbox. That's nice. And next, my friends, let me show you how we can make this button pulse. So let's make sure that the button is selected. Let's go to add animation, and this time let's choose a grow shrink animation, okay? let's make sure it starts on a click, and for the duration let's use something really short, for example half a second. And now let's jump into the animation options and let's choose a growth percentage for our animation. Let's use something subtle, for example 110%, okay? No smooth start is needed. Let's make sure that auto reverse is enabled. And now in the timing tab, once again, let's use repetition until the end of slide, okay? So now this button should be basically growing and shrinking and growing and shrinking. So let's just check it out. Let's click the first time to launch the diver and the fish, and with the second click we launch this button. And as you can see, the animation is happening pretty slow. So let's get back to the duration field. Here it is. And let's just use 1.25 seconds, and this time the animation should be happening much faster. So let's check it out once again. And as you can see, this time the button is pulsing much faster. That's nice. So just keep in mind that you can always go into the duration field and adjust how fast your animations are being played. And in the same way you can animate the rest of the elements on your slide. Okay, my dear friends, and next let me show you how you can create seamless loop animations in PowerPoint. So on this slide I have a couple of beautiful colorful fishes, okay? And now let me show you how we can seamlessly loop all of these fishes so that it seems that new fishes are constantly coming in. And before that, let's make sure that we insert a full screen rectangle. We can first of all insert a small rectangle, align it to the top left corner of the slide. And now let's just grab this corner and let's extend this rectangle so that it nicely covers the whole slide, okay? And now let's just send this rectangle to back so that it is behind the rest of the elements, okay? And now let's make sure that we select the rectangle, and we can hold down the shift key and make sure that we select all of the fishes as well. And we don't have to select the slide title. And now let's just right click on all of these elements and let's choose group. Let's group all of these guys into a single beautiful group, okay? As you can see, we can move all of these elements at once. That's nice. And now let's make a copy of this group. So let's just hit Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V to make a copy, or Ctrl+D if you wish to use just a single shortcut. And now let's just move this copy to the left side, just like that. And we can select this rectangle inside of this group, and let's just change its color so that it's easier to differentiate between these two groups. And now let's just align this purple group to the left edge of the blue group, just like that, okay? Let's make sure that we precisely touch the edges of both of these groups. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's make sure that we select both of these groups and let's group them into one big single group, just like that. So now we can move both of these groups at the same time. That's nice. And now let's apply a motion path line animation to this huge group, okay? So let's select it, let's go to animations and let's look for motion path animations. And let's choose the motion path line animation. That's beautiful. And for the direction, let's use right. And now, my friends, we'll have to adjust the ending position of this animation. So let's just grab this red bubble and let's move it precisely to the right edge of the slide. So basically all of those fishes from the purple rectangle should perfectly overlap all of the fishes on the blue rectangle. Okay, so now the motion path animation distance is set correctly. Now let's jump into the animation pane and let's adjust the duration of this motion path. So instead of 2 seconds, let's use something longer, for example 10 seconds. And now in the animation options, let's remove smooth start and smooth end. No auto reverse is needed, but for the repetition, let's make sure we choose until the end of slide, okay? And now let's see what we have created so far. So let's check it out on the full screen. Let's click once to launch the animation. And now all of these fishes are moving to the right side, okay? As you can see, the purple rectangle is coming in. And once the purple rectangle touches the right edge of the slide, the animation resets itself and it just keeps on looping. That's nice. So now that we know how this animation works, we can make these huge rectangles invisible. So let's just select the blue rectangle, let's jump into the format shape, and for the fill, let's choose no fill. And let's do the same for the purple rectangle, let's choose no fill. So now both of these rectangles are invisible, and now we can see all of those fishes and we can see the slide background. And now let's check out the animation once again. So as you can see, all of these fishes are nicely and slowly swimming into the right side, and new fishes are constantly coming in. And this way we have created this seamless loop animation. And you can use this technique for anything that you wish, for example clouds. Maybe you'd like to add some moving clouds to your slides, and you could definitely make that happen with this seamless loop animation technique. Okay, my friends, and next let me show you one more situation where we could use this seamless loop animation technique. So let's say we have these two beautiful boxes with some icons and some text inside, and we have this dotted line in between. So with the seamless loop animation technique, we can make this dotted line move to the right side infinitely. That's super duper awesome. So let me show you how you can make that happen as well. And as always, let's just duplicate the slide. And on the duplicate slide, let me first of all remove a couple of invisible masks. I'll show you how we can make that happen, and let's just delete this dotted line for now. We'll make it from scratch, okay? And over here we have two groups of elements, so just basically two boxes with some icons and some text. And now let's create that dotted line. So let's go to Insert, let's go to Shapes, let's look for the line tool, and now let's just start from the center of this first box and let's go to the center of the second box, okay? You can hold down the Shift key to draw a straight line, and let's make sure there is no line transparency, and for the width I'm using 3 points. And now just pick any dash type that you like, okay? And now let's duplicate this line. Let's select the line, hold down the Ctrl Shift keys to make a copy. And now let's just change the color of this second line so that we can better distinguish between these two lines. And let's move this guy to the left side, just like that. And actually let me change the color for this second line to something brighter. For example, this red color is looking good. And now we'll have to precisely attach this red dotted line to the white line. And to make this process easier, let me show you a little trick that we can use. So let's just insert a vertical line, just like that. Now let's make sure that we select the vertical line. Let's select the white dotted line as well. And let's align both of these guys to the left side, okay? So now this vertical line is precisely at the left edge of the white line. And next, let's make sure that both of the dashed lines are at the same level. Now let's select the red dashed line, this vertical line, and let's align them to the right edge, okay? And now we can delete this vertical line, and these two dashed lines are now perfectly connected. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's make sure that we select both of the dashed lines and let's group them into a single group. So we can just hit Ctrl G or just right click and choose group. And now both of these guys are in a single group. That's nice. So let's select this group of dashed lines and let's add a motion path animation to it. Let's go to Add Animations. Let's scroll down to Motion Path Animations. Let's choose Line. For the direction, let's use right. Okay. And now let's move that red bubble precisely to the center of the second box. So in the same way as with fishes, now these red lines should perfectly overlap those white lines, okay? Just like that. You can zoom in if you wish to make sure that you are precisely setting the red bubble. Okay, I think it's looking good. So now the motion path animation distance is set correctly. Let's just make sure that we make both of the lines white, okay? And let's make sure that both of these text boxes are sitting in the front so that those dashed lines are sitting in the back. And of course we have to hide this part and this part on the slide. And for that we can insert two rectangles and we can set their fill to slide background fill. And since the slide background is using a beautiful gradient picture, those rectangles will be using the same picture as well, and it would look like as if those rectangles are invisible, okay? So let's make sure that we choose slide background fill for both of these rectangles, and skadoosh, as you can see, they act as masks. Let's just make sure that we send them to back, and once again let's send that dashed line to back, and now we're pretty much ready. The left side and the right side are being masked. As you can see, if we move these lines below, we can see them, but once we bring them back, the left side and the right side are being masked, and this is what we want. And once again, the slide background fill is set to picture, and after that we can set the fill of these rectangles to slide background fill, and this way those rectangles will be looking invisible, and this way we can use them as masks. And now, my friends, let's jump into the animation pane and let's adjust this motion path a little bit. So let's make sure it starts on a click, and in the animation options, let's make sure there's no smoothing, no auto reverse is needed, but for the timing, let's use until the end of slide. Click OK, and now let's just check it out. Let's just click once to launch the animation, and skadoosh, the line is scrolling to the right side infinitely. That's awesome. And if you feel that this line animation is playing too fast, let's increase its duration to 5 seconds, and now it's playing at a slower speed. That's nice. And as you can see, one of those dashes is a bit longer than the rest of the dashes, so I guess this was the connecting point of those two dashed lines, but that's okay. You can still use this beautiful, seamlessly looping animation for your lines. Okay, my dear friends, and now let me show you one more awesome way on how you can use the seamless loop animation. As you can see on this slide, we have a bunch of little dots, and once I start the animations, as you can see, all of those little circles are moving upwards, and this way we get a beautiful, seamlessly looping background animation. That's super duper awesome. And by the way, this slide is from the intro of this video, and as you can see, this slide was made entirely in PowerPoint. And now let me show you how you can make it as well. And now in the selection pane, let's hide everything except those little circles. And now let me zoom out so that you can see how everything looks like. So basically I have filled the whole slide with those little dots, then I made a duplicate just below the slide, and I have grouped all of those dots into a single group and applied a motion path animation direction upwards. And in the animation options, I've made sure that this motion path animation is being repeated until the end of slide, okay. Duration 17 seconds, no smooth start or smooth end is needed, and that's the whole secret, okay? So as you can see, the travel distance is from the bottom to the top of the slide, and now let's just launch this animation, and skadoosh, we have a beautiful, seamlessly looping dotted background animation. That's nice. And once again, all of these tutorial slides will be attached to the PowerPoint Animation Mastery second chapter, just below the smoothing and reversing PowerPoint animations lesson, okay? And now let's just keep on going. Okay, my dear friends, and the next best way to create looping animations in PowerPoint is by using something that I call a pause loop. So on this slide we have a football field, we have some players, and let's say we'd like to draw a couple of lines showing how these players are passing the ball to each other. So let's do that. Let's jump into the Draw tab. Let's pick any pen that we wish. Of course, you can choose any color, choose any thickness that you wish. And now let's just draw a couple of lines showing how the ball is traveling from one player to another. And you can always hit Ctrl Z to undo if you wish. Okay, so let's say that this player is passing the ball to this guy, then this guy passes the ball to this guy, and so on. So let me just draw a few more lines and I'll catch you in a second. Alright, so now all of the lines are ready, and now we can deselect the pen by selecting the mouse cursor. And now let's just jump into the selection pane and let's see what's going on. As you can see, PowerPoint has grouped all of those inks or all of those lines into a single group. So that's really convenient. Now we can animate all of these guys at once. And now in the animations tab, as you can see, we have this special category called ink. And let's choose the replay animation. And now we can just basically replay or redraw all of these lines. That's awesome. And once again, if you feel that these animations are playing too fast, let's increase the duration to, for example, 5 seconds. And now these lines are being replayed at a slower pace. That's nice. Okay, my friends, so we have added this replay animation, and now let's see what would happen if we would loop it or repeat it until the end of slide. So let's make sure that the repetition is set to until the end of slide, and let's check it out on the full screen. So let's just click once to launch the animation, and now all of these lines are being replayed, okay? And as you can see, once the final line is being drawn, all of these lines just reset, and the animation starts over again. And let's say you'd like to have a little hold or a little pause here at the end where you can see all of the lines. And this is a perfect situation where we could use a pause loop, okay? So let me show you how we can set it up. And first of all, let's jump into the replay animation options and let's actually remove the repetition. Okay, let's just set it to none because we'll be using a different method. And the first step is to find out how long your animation is. So we know that this replay animation is 5 seconds. And now a really unusual thing that we'll have to do, we'll have to record an empty audio clip. So let's just go to insert, let's go to audio, and let's just click record audio. And now we'll have to record an audio clip which is just a bit longer than our animation. So our animation is 5 seconds, so we can record a clip that is, for example, 7 seconds long, okay? And now let's just click on the stop button, and skadoosh, we have recorded a 7 seconds long audio clip, okay? So far it might seem really unusual, but let's just keep on going. Let's jump into the playback options. Let's click on trim audio, and here we can see exactly how long this audio clip is. So let's make sure that it is exactly 7 seconds long, okay? And let's make sure that our speaker symbol is still selected. And now over here in the playback tab, we have this awesome button called Add Bookmark that allows us to add bookmarks to this audio clip. So let's just click on the Add Bookmark button and let's see what happens. And as you can see, now we get this little bubble at the beginning of the audio clip. And this is our bookmark that we're going to use, okay? And now one more important step, let's make sure that this audio clip is being looped until stopped. Okay, so this audio clip will be just looping until stopped, and this is what we want. And now in the animation pane, let's make sure that we select our replay animation. Let's go to animations tab. Now let's go to triggers, and let's make sure that this animation is being triggered by bookmark 1. And that bookmark 1 is that little bubble and that little bookmark that we have added to our empty audio file, okay? And since we have set the audio file to loop, that little bookmark will be looping as well and triggering our replay animation each time as well. So let's check it out on the full screen. So here at the top, we can see our little audio file, and let's just click once to launch the animation. And as you remember, the replay animation takes 5 seconds. And since the audio file is 7 seconds, we get 2-second pause or 2-second delay at the end, okay? So this is where the magic happens. By making the audio file just a bit longer than the animation, we create a pause or a hold at the end of the animation, okay? And by the way, if you would like to hide the speaker symbol during slideshow, you could just move this speaker outside of the slide, or we can just jump into the playback options and make sure that the hide during show checkbox is activated, and now it should be invisible. Okay, looking beautiful. So as I mentioned before, this technique might be really unusual if you haven't done it before, but just give it a try and I'm sure you'll find how easy and powerful it is. Okay, my dear friends, and now let me show you one more awesome way to create looping animations in PowerPoint, and this is something that I call a sequence loop. Let's jump into the animation pane, let's see what's going on. As you can see, we have a couple of animations. Let's just check them out, and here we get a beautiful Polaroid camera flashing and making a photo, and as you can see, that photo just flies out. That's awesome. So first of all, we have this little rounded rectangle. This is the camera flash, okay? And next we have our camera, and this camera is made out of 2 parts. So this is the top part, this is the bottom part, and these are just 2 pictures of a Polaroid camera. And the top picture is actually cropped. As you can see, the bottom part is cropped just to make some space for this photo to come out, okay? And this photo has a couple of animations applied to it as well, okay? And let's check out all of these animations once again. That's nice. And now let's say we'd like to loop all of these animations. Let's say we'd like to loop this sequence of animations. So let's try selecting all of these animations, and let's just go into the effect options. Let's go into the timing tab, and let's see what would happen if we would choose repetition until the end of slide. As you can see in the animation pane, now all of the animations are set to loop. So let's check it out on the full screen. Let's see if those animations are looking correct. And as you can see, there's definitely something not right with this animation. And this is the exact situation where we can use the sequence loop animation. So let me show you how we can do that. First of all, let's undo the repetition for all of the animations. And now let's check when does the last animation end. So it ends at 2 seconds, that's nice. And now once again, we'll have to record an empty audio clip. So let's go to audio, record audio. And now let's make sure that this audio clip is a bit longer than our whole animation sequence. So let's make it 3 seconds, okay. And we can always select our audio clip. Let's go into the playback tab, and we can always trim our audio clips if we wish. Let's just click on the trim audio button, and now it is 3.5 seconds. Let's make it, for example, 2.5 seconds, and let's just hit OK. And now let's make sure that this audio clip is being looped until stopped, okay. And let's add an audio bookmark. So let's click on the add bookmark button. As you can see, we get that little bubble, and we can as well check this checkbox hide during show so that we don't see that speaker symbol during the slideshow. And now let's make sure that we select all of the animations that we want to loop, and let's make sure that they are triggered on bookmark 1, okay. And now all of these animations, all of this animation sequence will be triggered by this little bookmark. And this time the animation looping should be looking much better. So let's check it out. Let's click once to launch the animation, and as you can see, now we get a beautiful sequence of animations. So the camera flashes, and then the photo comes out and it flies away. Nice. And by the way, I think we get a little pause at the end of the animation because the audio file is just a bit longer than the whole animation. As you remember, the animation, the last animation ends at 2 seconds, and our audio clip is 2.5 seconds. So we can trim this audio to, for example, 2.1 second, and this way there should be pretty much no pause between the animation loops. So let's check it out once again. So here is the whole loop, and here we get a second loop. That's nice. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, my dear friends, and now let me show you one more extra bonus way to create looping animations in PowerPoint, and that is by creating GIFs from your PowerPoint animations. So let me show you how we can make that happen. So over here on this slide, I have inserted this sticker photo. And by the way, if you have Microsoft 365, you should be able to go to insert icons, go to stickers, and just find this category called handy. And over here, you'll find all of these handy stickers. And this guy is just one of those handy stickers. Okay, and before we continue, let me actually change the rotation center of this sticker. Currently, as you can see, it is rotating just like that. And I would like this sticker to rotate alongside its bottom edge. So let me show you how we can do that. First of all, let's turn on these light guides so that we can see where's the center. Now let's position this guy somewhere over here so that that bottom edge is touching the center of the slide. And now let's just insert a huge circle which is bigger than the sticker. Okay, let's make sure that that circle is perfectly aligned to the center, and let's send it to back. Let's make sure it's bigger than the sticker. And now we can just select both of these guys. You can hold down the shift key to do that. And now let's just group them into a single group. And skadoosh, now we have a new rotation center for this sticker. Now let's just make sure we select this circle and let's make it invisible by setting the fill to no fill. Alright, and now we can turn off those slide guys, and as well we can resize this sticker. You can hold down the Control and Shift keys to do that. And now let's just add any animation that we wish to this sticker, for example a spin animation. So let's make sure that the sticker is selected and let's jump into animations. Let's go to add animation and let's look for spin animation. And now let's jump into the animation pane, and for the duration let's use short duration, for example half a second. Now let's jump into the animation options and let's make sure auto reverse is enabled, and for the amount of spin let's use for example 45 degrees. And I think we can as well add a bit of smooth start and smooth end, so let's use 0.25 seconds for the start and end. And that's nice. Let's check out how the animation looks so far. Looking beautiful. We can rotate this guy a bit to the left side. Okay, looking beautiful. And now let's make sure that we remember the slide number of this sticker guy. So the slide is 15, number 15, so let's remember that. And now one more important step, let's make sure that there is no slide transition applied to this slide. So let's make sure it's none, because GIF animations really don't like slide transitions. It just doesn't look right. And now let me show you how we can export this animated sticker. Let's go to File, Export. Let's choose Create an Animated GIF. Choose any quality that you like. I'm going with extra large. And next, let's make sure that the GIF is going to be exported with a transparent background. That's nice. And for the time, let's use 0 seconds. PowerPoint will calculate it automatically. And for the slides, let's use from 15 to 15 because this is where our sticker guy is. And let's just click on that button, Create GIF. Choose your destination, give your beautiful GIF a name. And let's just click on Save. Okay. Alright, so our GIF should be ready, and now let's get back to this slide where I have already previously inserted some GIFs. Let's delete these guys, and now let's go to Insert. Let's look for pictures. Let's click this device. Let's find our GIF image and let's click Insert, and skadoosh, here it is, our beautiful rotating spinning sticker guy. That's nice. We can resize it if we wish. And we can as well make some copies. So let's make sure that our sticker guy is selected. Let's hold down the Control key and let's make a copy. We can resize any sticker the way we want. That's nice. And let's just add one more guy just for fun so that these guys, would have more fun. That's nice. And now let's check out all of these GIF animations on the full screen. And as you can see, all of these sticker guys are successfully looping and rotating left and right. That's beautiful. Congratulations, my friend, now you are a true looping PowerPoint animation legend. And if you'd like to learn how you can create this incredible scrolling bar animation in PowerPoint, then check out this video. I'll see you there.
Okay, my friends, let's keep on going, and next let me show you how you can create this beautiful animated intro slide in PowerPoint. Let's go.
Hello my friends, would you like to learn how you can create this awesome animated title slide in PowerPoint? Well, let me show you how. Let's go. Alright my friends, let's jump into the magical world of PowerPoint and let's go to this empty black slide where we will create our beautiful animated title slide. And first of all, let's just insert a full screen rectangle that covers the whole slide, just like that. And now let me quickly grab this beautiful gradient fill from my previous slide. Let's make sure that this rectangle is selected. Let's go to Home, let's click on Format Painter, and now let's just click once on this blue rectangle and it gets the same beautiful gradient fill. And let's just jump into the Format Shape options. We can definitely see it's a gradient fill. It's a radial fill and the direction is from top left corner. That's beautiful, and here are the 4 color stops and the exact hex codes if you'd like to use them as well. Okay my friends, and next let's insert a huge big beautiful slide title. So let's just go to Insert tab, let's find a text box tool and let's just insert a text box, okay? And I'm just typing in Singapore, okay? The font I'm using is called Hanson and the font size is 96. And let's make sure that this text box is center aligned. That's awesome. And now let's just draw some text on top of the Singapore text box, and for that let's use the PowerPoint Draw tool. Choose any color that you wish and pick your pen thickness, and now let's just draw something, for example, welcome to. And by the way, it's pretty hard to draw smooth looking text, and for that I would recommend using a graphics tablet such as this one, Vacuum Intuos. This is what I'm using, and if you're interested, link is in the video description. Okay, and now let me just grab this welcome text and let's bring it a little bit closer to the Singapore text box, okay? And now let's add some animations to these guys. So let's start with this welcome to text box. And since we have used the draw tool, we can use a replay animation, okay? And now let's jump into the animation pane and let's check out this replay animation. Looking beautiful. And I think we can make it faster, so instead of 2 seconds for the duration, let's use 1.3 seconds. And now the animation replays a little bit faster. That's awesome. And now for the Singapore text box, let's add a flying animation direction from right. That's beautiful. Let's make sure that this animation starts with previous. Duration, let's make it 1 second. And now let's jump into the animation options. Let's add a maximum smooth end for that extra soft landing, and let's make sure the text is animated by letter with 10% delay between the letter animations. And this is what we get. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, my friends, you're doing a wonderful progress. Both of the text boxes have been animated, and now we can just duplicate our slide. And now on the duplicate slide, let's select all of the animations and let's delete them. We don't need any animations for now. We'll add some animations later on. And now let's just make sure that the rectangle is selected, hold down the shift key, select the Singapore text box, and now let's go to merge shapes and choose subtract. And this way we have basically punched a hole inside of this gradient rectangle, and now we can see the black slide background, okay? And next, my friends, we have to find a beautiful video that we could use. And luckily for us, today's video is sponsored by Deposit Photos, where I have found this awesome video of Singapore's super trees lighting up in the night. On Deposit Photos, you can find royalty-free stock photos, vector images, videos, and music for your creative projects. Whether you need professional stock photos, vector art, illustrations, 4K videos, music, or sound effects, Deposit Photos has got you covered. And make sure to use promo code OneSkill20, that will give you a 20% discount on all on-demand downloads and subscriptions. And by the way, Deposit Photos has many tools to help you out in your creative process, such as background remover for your images or your videos, image upscaler, and others. So make sure you check out those tools as well. And now let's just download this awesome video from depositphotos.com and let's get back to PowerPoint. Alright, and now let me just copy this beautiful video from my previous slide and let's paste it into our second slide where we have the rectangle cut out. Let's make sure that the video is center aligned, and let's add a play animation to this video. And let's make sure that this play animation starts with previous, which means that this video will start playing automatically once this slide loads. Additionally, we can set this video to loop in the playback options, and now let's just send this video to back so that it is behind the rest of the layers on this slide, okay? As you can see, the cutout rectangle is on top, and below it we have our beautiful video. That's awesome. Okay, my friends, and next let's actually jump back to our previous slide. Let's copy the Singapore text box and let's paste it into the second slide as well. So we basically fill in those empty Singapore letters again. And let's just make sure that we remove the flying animation from the Singapore text box. And now let me quickly jump into the selection pane and let me rename all of the layers so that it is easier to see what is going on. So first of all, we have our welcome text, then the Singapore text, after that we have the gradient rectangle cutout, and finally we have our video at the bottom. That's super awesome. And now, my friends, let's add some exit animations. So let's just select the welcome and Singapore text boxes. Let's go to animations. Let's go to add animation and let's choose, for example, an exit flout animation. And now let's make sure that both of these animations start with previous. That's beautiful. For the animation direction, I'm using to top. Okay. And now in the duration field, let's use 1 second to make these animations a little bit longer. And now in the animation options, I'm using a maximum smooth start for both of these animations, and this is what we get so far. Looking beautiful. And I think we can jump into the Singapore text box animation options, and let's go to the animation text field and let's choose by letter, 10% delay. Let's hit OK, and this way we'll have a nice exit animation for the Singapore text box where pretty much each of the letters fly out separately. That's awesome. Okay, my friends, and now the final touch is to animate our beautiful gradient cutout rectangle, so let's make sure it is selected. And for this guy, let's use a grow shrink animation. Now let's make sure that this animation starts with previous with the rest of the animations. Duration is 2 seconds. Let's use a maximum smooth start. And now for the size, for the growth size, let's use unusual number 9000%. So we basically want for this cutout rectangle to become so huge so that we can start seeing the video through the cutout letters. Alright, so let's give it a preview in the animation pane, and as you can see, the cutout rectangle becomes so huge so that it basically zooms in and flies away. That's awesome. And by the way, I forgot to mention that for the second slide we don't need any slide transitions, so let's just set it to none. And this way, once you will be jumping from one slide to the next one, there will be no visible difference. So this is slide number 1, and then we instantly jump to slide number 2. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Congratulations, my friends! Now you know how you can create this awesome animated title slide in PowerPoint. And if you'd like to learn more PowerPoint animation tips and techniques, make sure that you check out my PowerPoint animation playlist. Thank you for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on my next video. Peace!
Well done, my friends, let's keep on going, and next let me show you a couple of advanced PowerPoint animation techniques that will definitely make you a PowerPoint animation pro. So, let's go!
Hello ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful, and in today's video I'll show you 5 awesome pro level PowerPoint animation techniques that you can start using in your presentations right away. First of all, you will learn how you can add awesome flip effect to your slide zooms and make them even more interesting. After that, you will learn about animated textures that you can use to spice up your illustrations and slide design. Next, I'll show you how you can combine 3D rotation options with Morph transition and create this awesome intro slide. And after that, you will learn how you can create this awesome futuristic looking typewriter animation for your text. And finally, we will spin some colorful donut charts because it's fun. By the way, all of the animation ideas and techniques that you'll see in today's video come from my buddy Interstellar PowerPoint, who's an awesome PowerPoint creator and has allowed me to share all of his animation secrets with you. So, let's go! Okay, my friends, so first of all, let me show you how you can create this awesome flip animation for your slide zooms. As you can see, once I'm clicking on any of these section zooms or slide zooms, we're getting this beautiful flip animation. So let me show you how you can make that. Alright, so let's just jump into this slide and let's insert a slide zoom. So let's go to Insert, Zoom, let's click on Slide Zoom, and now let's just pick any slide that we would like to zoom into. That's beautiful. So here's our little slide zoom, and now let's make sure that we remove the zoom border because we don't need any zoom borders, okay? And let's make sure that Return to Zoom is activated, which means that once we zoom in, we will be able to zoom back. And as you can see, once we click on the slide zoom, we zoom in, we can play any animations that are present on the slide, and once we're done, we click again and we zoom back. And this is how the slide zoom animation usually looks like. You zoom in and you zoom back. So let's make it a little bit more interesting by adding some 3D rotation. And now let's just pick one of the parallel rotation presets, okay? And now let's add a bunch of X rotation so that our slide zoom basically flips to the other side. You can as well click on other handles such as Y and Z as well. And now our slide zoom is pretty much flipped to the other side. As you can see, we can see the backwards, and once we click on it, we zoom in, and at the same time the slide zoom is flipping. And this way we have created this awesome slide zoom flip effect for our slide zoom. Skadoosh! Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And by the way, here on the right side of the slide, we have this guy floating up and down nicely. So let me show you how I have animated this guy wearing VR glasses. Let's just jump into the animation pane. So there are 2 animations applied to this photo. First of all, there is a motion path animation. To be precise, it's motion path line animation, just up and down. And make sure that the distance is really short, just subtle, up and down, okay? And the animation duration is set to 2 seconds, and as well we have smooth start and smooth end of 1 second, and auto reverse is activated. Alright? And now the second animation that is applied to this VR guy is spin animation, okay? And we are spinning just 2 degrees, so that's a very subtle spin animation. Once again, auto reverse is activated, and a little bit of smooth start and smooth end. And with those 2 animations, up and down, motion path, and that subtle spin animation of 2 degrees, we get this subtle floating animation. That's awesome. And these text boxes on the left side are animated in pretty much the same way, just without the spin animation. Alright, so that was all for the slide zoom flip animation, and now let's keep on going. Okay, my friends, and next let's jump into the world of animated textures. As you can see, a lot is going on this slide because this slide is using animated textures. So let me show you how you can create one of those animated textures to spice up your slide design or your illustrations. Just make sure that your illustrations are made out of vector shapes, and if you can edit the points of your illustration shapes, that's good. It means that they're definitely vector. And now let's just jump to this beautiful empty slide and let's insert a square. Let's go to Insert Shapes, let's choose the Rectangle tool, hold down the Shift key to draw a perfect square. And let's make sure it's perfectly aligned to the center of the slide, that's beautiful. Let's make a duplicate, let's increase the size of the duplicate, let's align it as well. And let's keep on repeating the process until we have a couple of these beautiful squares, and to save some time I have already done it for you. Okay, and now let's just make sure that we select all of these guys and we hit Ctrl G to group them into one group. This way it will be much easier to animate all of these beautiful squares. And now let's go to Animations and let's add a spin animation to this group of squares. For the direction, let's use clockwise, and for the amount, quarter spin will do. Now let's go into the animation pane. Let's make sure this animation starts with previous duration 2 seconds. And now in the spin animation options, let's make sure that we add smooth start and smooth end of 1 second. Auto reverse is checked, which means that this animation will spin and it will spin back. Okay, just like that. And now let's add a second animation to this beautiful group of squares. Let's make sure that we're using this button, Add Animation, because otherwise we might replace the current animation. We don't want that. And the second animation is Grow Shrink animation. Okay, we can adjust the size of growth. So let's use 130%. Of course, you can absolutely experiment with a percentage, whatever works for you. And we can as well add a smooth start of 1 second. And let's use auto reverse as well so that it grows and it shrinks. Okay, and now this is the final result. As you can see, these squares are spinning and growing at the same time. And after that, they're coming back. And now let's do one more fun thing with these squares. As you can see now, the line style is set to straight. Let's use this sketch style. Okay, sketch style I think will look really nice on this vase, alright? And by the way, of course, we have to change the outline color. Now it's set to blue. Let's change it to white, because otherwise it would be hard to see those rectangles, okay? So now our slide 4 is pretty much ready, so let's just remember that our rectangles are on slide 4. Now let's go to Export and let's choose an animated GIF, alright? So for the slides, let's just use from slide 4 to slide 4 for the seconds spent on each slide. Let's just use 0 seconds. You know, PowerPoint will figure out how long this GIF has to be. Let's make sure it stays transparent and extra large quality, and let's just hit Export. And your slide number 4 will be exported to a beautiful transparent GIF with those squares animated. Okay, so let's just find that animated GIF. Let's insert it as a picture. And voila, here it is. It's playing automatically and it's looping until the end of time. So now let's just pause our beautiful GIF and let's move it to the side so that we can access our beautiful vase. So here we have this beautiful blue shape. So let's just duplicate it. Okay, let's make a duplicate. And let's change the color of this duplicate so that we can see what's going on. Okay, let's make it red. And now let's make sure that we place this red shape back on the blue shape. So for that, we can align it to the left and to the top. That's beautiful. So now let's select our GIF. Let's bring it closer to the vase. We can shrink the size of the GIF if we wish to do so. Okay, you can position it wherever you want. And now let's make sure that the GIF is selected. Hold down the Shift key. Let's select the red duplicate. And now let's go to Shape Format, Merge Shapes, and choose Intersect. And skadoosh, my friends, now we have cropped the GIF to the shape of the vase. And this way we have added an animated texture to our beautiful vase. And of course, you can click on the crop button and adjust how your cropped GIF looks like inside the vase. Yeah, it's super duper awesome. Okay, looking beautiful. So let's just check it out on the full screen and let's appreciate this animated texture. Congratulations, my friends! Now you know how you can create animated textures and use them to spice up your slide design and your illustrations. And now let's keep on going. Alright, and next let me show you how you can create this awesome rotating 3D text animation in PowerPoint. Okay, so let's just use this beautiful slide with a background photo and this huge text box in the middle. And as you can see, this text box has a nice white shine. If you would like to create this shine effect, all you have to do is to add a white shadow to your text box. Just make sure that your blur is set to 100 points and you'll get that nice white shadow. But let's talk about that 3D rotation animation, okay? So let's go into the text 3D rotation options and let's choose one of the perspective presets. For example, this one, perspective relaxed. Let's click on it, alright. And now for the perspective field, let's insert a maximum degree, which is 120 degrees. As you can see, if you would try to add more degrees, that's the maximum, 120. And for the Y rotation, let's keep it 0 for now, okay? So now the text box looks like this, just the usual text box. And now let's just duplicate our current slide, and on the second slide, let's just type in something awesome. For example, awesome. That's awesome. Alright, so now we should have 2 slides with 2 text boxes, which perspective is set to 120 degrees. That's beautiful. And next, let's make sure that we copy this super text box, okay? Hit Ctrl+C, and let's paste it into the awesome slide. Let's move it just a little bit below so that we can see what's going on. And now let's go into the 3D rotation options and let's start clicking on this left Y rotation arrow, okay, until we get 90 degrees. And now as you can see, this super text box is flat and it looks like it's gone, but don't worry, it is there. And now let's just move it slightly upwards until the middle point of this super text box touches the word awesome, okay? And now let's make sure that both of the slides that we have been working on are using Morph transition duration 1 second. Because Morph transition will do all of the animation magic, okay? So let's just give it a preview. And now as you can see, the super text box from the first slide, it basically rotates down on the second slide. Of course, we have to do the same for the awesome text box. So now let's paste it to the first slide, okay? Let's bring it upwards. And once again, let's jump into the text 3D rotation options. And now we'll have to rotate this text box into the opposite direction of the Y rotation. So let's keep on clicking on this right arrow until we have 270 degrees. And once again, let's bring it downwards just like that until the middle point touches the word super. Okay. And now we should see something fun. So let's check it out on the full screen. Well done, my friends. Now you know how you can create this awesome animated 3D rotating text animation in PowerPoint. By the way, if you would like to, you could add more slides with more text boxes and create a nice animated intro slide for your presentation. And now, let's keep on going. Alright, my friends, and now let me take you to Mars. Well, actually, not to Mars, but to this beautiful futuristic looking typewriter animation that you can apply to your text. I think it looks really awesome. And let me show how it's done. It's really not that difficult. Okay, so let's close the slideshow mode and let's jump to this slide where we can experiment with the animations. As you can see, currently the animation pane is absolutely empty, but don't worry, we will change that very soon. And now let's just select the slide title Mission Mars and let's go to animations and let's look for this special animation called Swivel. Okay, so let's click on it. Now in the animation options, let's make sure that the duration is very short, 0.2 seconds. And in the animation options, let's make sure the text is animated by letter. Delay between letters is 10%. Alright, this way we'll get that nice futuristic typewriter effect. That's beautiful. And now we can use the animation painter and paste the same animation from this Mission Mars title to the rest of the objects that we wish to have the same animation. And now on the animation pane we have a bunch of animations. That's beautiful. Let's just adjust how these animations start. So let's make sure that the first animation starts on click and the rest of the animations start with previous, which means that we have to click just once and all of these animations will play at the same time. And by the way, let's make sure that we adjust the text animation for this paragraph. Let's make sure that the text is animated by word. This way this swivel animation will look a little bit faster, okay? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Alright, my friends, we're doing wonderful progress now. You know how you can create this animated futuristic typewriter effect for your text. And by the way, if you would like to learn how to create this clickable menu that you can see on the left side, please watch Interstellar's video where he goes in much greater detail. And now let's keep on going. Alright, my friends, first of all, thank you so much if you are still watching this video. You are a true legend. And now let's have some fun with these colorful spinning donut charts. So first of all, if you're wondering how you could create this kind of donut shape, let me show you. Let's go to Insert Shapes and let's use this tool called Arc. And now let's just hold down the Shift key to draw a perfect arc. And now let's just increase the width of the line. We can use 20 points. And let's make sure that the cap type is set to round. And now you can adjust, how your donut shape looks like by using those yellow handles. But we don't have to focus on the slide design because Interstellar PowerPoint has done all of the hard work and we can have some fun with animations. So let's make sure that we select the yellow donut chart. And now let's go to more entrance animations and let's choose this animation called wedged. Okay, so this is how the wedge animation looks like. Let's make sure that we decrease the duration, which means we will make this animation faster. So instead of 2 seconds, let's use 0.6 seconds. And now this wedge animation plays much faster, okay? So this was the first animation that we have applied to this yellow donut chart, and let's add one more animation, and this time let's add a spin animation. Let's make sure it starts with previous, duration 1 second, and now in the animation settings, let's make sure that we change the amount of spin, and let's use 1080 degrees, which basically means 3 full spins, 3 360s, my friends. And now for the smooth end, let's just use a half a second of a second. Yeah, half a second. Alright. And this is how the animations look like. We have some awesome futuristic spin going on. I like that very much. And now we can use the animation painter and paste the same awesome spinning animation to the rest of the donut charts. Congratulations, my friends. Now you know how you can make these shiny donuts spin in a futuristic way. That's super awesome. And by the way, if you're wondering how to precisely adjust your donut charts so that they represent precise percentage, for example 90%, let me show you a solution. All you have to do is just to insert a simple pie chart behind your donut charts. So just go to Insert, Charts and choose a simple pie chart, okay? And I have already inserted a pie chart. Let me just unhide it. And now let me show you how we can use it to help us to adjust the donut charts. So let's just right click on the pie chart and let's choose Edit Data, okay? And as you can see in this part 1 cell, we have a percentage of 65%. This is precisely where this blue line ends. And let's say we would like to change this blue line to 85%. So let's just insert 85 and let's hit enter. Now as you can see, the pie chart has updated, and now all we have to do is just drag this blue line until it meets the edge of the pie chart. And this way we can adjust any of these beautiful donut charts to exact percentages that we wish. That's super awesome. Congratulations, my friends, now you have mastered all of the 5 secret PowerPoint animation techniques, and now you'll be able to animate like a pro.
I'm truly impressed, my friend. You're making a wonderful progress. And now let me share with you 5 more awesome PowerPoint animation techniques that you can try out for your next presentation. Let's go. Hello my dear friends, in this video I'll show you 5 genius ways to create custom animations in PowerPoint. And let's start with the first custom animation that I call the cybertext animation. And first of all, let me show you how this animation looks like, and as you can see, all of the letters are flickering in one by one, and this way we're getting this beautiful futuristic cybertext animation. And now let's duplicate the current slide and let me show you how you can create the cybertext animation as well. And now in the animation pane, let's delete all of the animations so that we can start from scratch. Now let's select the cybertext animation slide title, let's go to more entrance animations, and let's look for the swivel animation. Here it is. Let's click on it and let's click OK to add the swivel animation to the slide title. And currently, as you can see, the whole text box is animated all at once. So let me show you how we can change that. Let's jump into the swivel animation options and let's make sure that the text is animated by a letter. We can keep 10% delay between the letters. And for the animation duration, let's use something short, for example 0.2 seconds. And skadoosh, now we get this beautiful cybertext animation. And next, let's make sure that we select the slide title and let's use the animation painter to paste the same animation to this paragraph. That's beautiful. And now let's jump into the swivel animation options of the paragraph and let's make sure that the text is animated by word. This way we'll get a bit of different look for the paragraph. That's beautiful. So the slide title is animated by letter and the paragraph is animated by word. So choose whichever variation looks best for you. And by the way, we can make sure that the first animation happens with previous and the second animation happens after previous, after the first animation, and let's check it out on the full screen. That's looking beautiful, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And by the way, you can find all of the custom animations that you will learn about in this video in my brand new PowerPoint animation pack. More info at the end of the video. Okay, my dear friends, and let's continue with the second custom animation, the scrolling grid. And with this animation, you can create a beautiful animated background for your slides. So let's duplicate the current slide and let me show you how you can create the scrolling grid as well.
Let's zoom out a bit so that we can see the whole grid. Let's delete it for now so that we can create it from scratch. And let's delete this text box as well so that we have no distractions. Okay, so first of all, we have to create that grid. And to create that grid, we'll be using a bunch of rectangles. So let's go to Insert Shapes, let's find that rectangle tool, and now let's just insert a rectangle that has the same height as the slide. And now let's align this guy to the left side of the slide. Okay, that's beautiful. And now let's duplicate this rectangle 14 more times so that we have 15 columns or 15 of these full height rectangles, okay? So we can just keep on hitting Control D until we have 15 columns in total. Let me count so that we have those 15 columns. Okay, that's looking good. So now we can just hit Control A to select all of these guys, and let's hit Control G to group them into one beautiful group. And now we can just stretch them so that they nicely cover the whole slide. And next, let me double click inside of this group and let's copy one of those columns. Let's paste it on top. And now let's transform this column into a row. Okay, let's make sure that this row covers the whole width of the slide. And let's align it to the top of the slide. That's beautiful. And now let me duplicate this row 7 more times so that we have 8 rows in total. So I'm going with 15 columns and 8 rows. And of course, you can go with any number that you wish. And now let's select all of these rows. Let's group them into a single group. And once again, let's stretch them down so that they cover the whole slide. So now on one group, we should see all of the rows, and on the other group, we should have all of the columns. And now let me place those rows back into the position, and now let's select both of these groups and let's group them into one huge single group. So now both the columns and rows are grouped into a single group. That's nice. And now let's right click on this group and let's jump into the format shape and let's do a couple of adjustments. And first of all, let's choose no fill so that we can see through those columns and rows. And for the line, let's add some transparency and change the thickness of the line. And for the line transparency, I'm going with 80%, and for the line width, I'm going with 0.5 point. And this is how our grid looks like. That's looking beautiful. And next, my friends, before we can start animating this grid, let's make sure that we duplicate it, and let's move this exact copy to the right side of the slide. And now let's make sure that we select both sides of this grid, and let's group everything into one huge grid. And now this grid has the length of 2 slides. And by the way, as you can see, this vertical line is a bit thicker than the rest of the vertical lines because this is the place where both of these grids are meeting, but that's okay. So let's make sure that this grid looks like this. And now let's select it and let's add a motion path animation to this guy. And let's choose the motion path line animation. Here it is. Now it's going downwards. So let's choose direction left. We want to go to the left side in this case. And now let's grab this red bubble and let's move it exactly to the left edge of the slide. And now, my friends, let's jump into the animation pane. Let's give it a preview. And as you can see, the grid is scrolling to the left side. That's nice. But let's do a couple of adjustments. Now, in the animation options, let's remove the smooth start and smooth end because we want to have a constant speed of scroll. And for the animation duration, let's use something longer, for example, 17 seconds. And let's make sure that the animation is repeated until the end of slide. And this way, this background should be looping infinitely. So let's check it out. Let's click once to start the animation, and now the background is starting to scroll. And by the way, here's that vertical thicker line where both of the grid sides are meeting. So once that thicker line is going to touch the left edge of the slide, it should instantly appear on the right side and the animation should keep on repeating. And here it is coming from the right side once again. That's super duper awesome. And next, my friends, let's add one more animation to this grid so that it nicely fades in. So let's make sure that the grid is selected and let's add a fade-in animation. Let's make sure that this fade-in animation is at the top. Let's set the duration to 1 second and let's make sure that both of the animations are happening with previews at the same time. So once again, let's check it out. And now the grid nicely fades in and starts to scroll at the same time. And this way our grid is looking super duper awesome. And next, my friends, let me show you how you can create floating images in PowerPoint just like this guy. Floating images, let me show you how you can do that as well. And as always, let's duplicate the current slide, and on the duplicate slide, let's jump into the animation pane. Let's delete all of the animations so that we can do everything step by step. Let's select the image, and first of all, let's add a fade-in animation to the image. Let's make sure it starts with previous. Animation duration 0.5 second, and it looks like this. And now let's add a motion path animation, a motion path circle animation to this image. So let's go to add animation, let's scroll down and let's choose this motion path shape animation. That's beautiful. Let's make sure it starts with previous animation duration 6 seconds. And now in the motion path animation options, let's choose the circle shape. You have a bunch of different shapes, but let's go with the circle. And now let me zoom in into this circle motion path. And now it is going downwards, and let's say we'd like it to go upwards. So we can select this motion path. Let's grab this bottom bubble and let's move it upwards. That's nice. And at the same time, let's resize this circle a bit. We can hold down the control key and grab one of those bubbles on the sides to resize it proportionally. That's nice. And currently this motion path is going counterclockwise. Let's set it to clockwise, and we can make that happen by going into the effect options and choosing reverse path direction. Now it should be going clockwise, okay? And now let's jump into the animation pane. Let's make sure that everything is set correctly. So first of all, let's remove the smooth start and smooth end. Okay. And in the timing tab, let's make sure that the repetition is set until the end of slide. And once again, let's make sure that the duration of the animation is set to 6 seconds. Okay. And now let's check it out on the full screen. Let's see what we have created so far. So first of all, the image should fade in, and then it should be just going in circles. Just like that. The animation duration is 6 seconds, and that's looking beautiful. And now the last animation that we can add is a subtle spin animation. So let's make sure that the image is selected, and let's go to add animation and let's add a spin animation. Let's make sure it starts with previous. Animation duration is 3 seconds, and the motion path animation is 6 seconds, and the spin animation is going to be 3 seconds. But since we're going to be using auto reverse, that spin animation is going to be basically 6 seconds long. And for the rotation, let's use 5 degrees clockwise, and we can actually add the 1 second smooth start and smooth end, okay? Now in the timing tab, let's make sure that the repetition is set until the end of slide. So 5 degrees clockwise, smooth start, smooth end, auto reverse activated. And now as you can see in the animation pane, both the blue bars and the yellow bars have the same length, because for the spin animation, which is 3 seconds, we're using auto reverse, which makes it 6 seconds long. That's why it's the same length as the motion path circle animation. And now let's check it out. So first of all, the image fades in, and then it follows the circle, and at the same time it is slightly rotating back and forth, and it's looping until the end of slide. That's super duper awesome. Okay, my dear friends, you're making a wonderful progress, and in place number 4 we have horizon parallax that looks like this. And with this custom animation, you can bring pretty much any photo to life and create a cool animated background for your slides. So let me show you how you can create it as well. So first of all, let me jump to this slide where I have already prepared a couple of shapes that we'll be using. And let me open up the selection pane so that we can easily see all of the shapes that we have on this slide. And we have basically 4 rectangles that I have named layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and layer 4. And the last rectangle, layer 4, is basically a full screen rectangle that covers the whole slide. And by the way, make sure that you set the slide background fill to some kind of picture, okay? In this case, I have this beautiful grainy gradient, because later on we'll be using the same slide background fill for all of these rectangles, and this way we'll make all of that magic happen. And as you can see, these 3 rectangles at the bottom are slightly sticking out of the slide window, and the reason for that is that we're going to add some soft edges for these 3 rectangles. So let's add 30 points of soft edges. And now these 3 rectangles are nicely fitting inside of the slide. That's nice. And please make sure that the most bottom rectangle stays on top, then goes layer 2, after that layer number 3, and finally the full screen rectangle. And now let's make sure that the most bottom rectangle is selected, and let's add a motion path line animation to that guy. So the direction is downwards, that's good, but let's decrease the travel distance so we can grab that red bubble. And let's just drag it slightly upwards so that we have a travel distance that looks something like this. That's beautiful. Now let's open up the animation pane, okay? Let's make sure that this motion path animation starts with previous animation duration 5 seconds. Now let's jump into the motion path animation options. And in this case, we can add a smooth start and smooth end of 1 second so that the animation looks a bit smoother. Let's activate the auto reverse so that this animation will be going up and down. And for the repetition, let's make sure that it is repeating until the end of slide. Okay, we can give it a preview. It's quite hard to see with this soft edge how this animation looks like, but this first layer is slightly going up and down. That's good. Okay, and now the second animation that we need to add to this first layer is a growth shrink animation. Here it is. Let's select it. Once again, let's make sure it starts with previous animation duration 5 seconds. And now in the grow shrink animation options, let's choose the growth percentage. Let's go with 175. That's beautiful. Now for the smooth start, smooth end, let's use 1 second. Let's enable auto reverse. And in the timing tab, let's choose repetition until the end of slide. So right now this most bottom rectangle is going up and down, and at the same time it is growing up to 175% and going back to 100. So once again, it's pretty hard to see what's going on with those soft edges, but very soon we'll add the same slide background fill to all of these rectangles and we'll see some magic happen. And now we can select this most bottom rectangle and use the animation painter and paste the same 2 animations to the rest of the rectangles, okay? And now one thing that we'll have to adjust the growth percentages. So for the first layer, it was 175. For the second layer, let's go with 150, okay? For layer number 3, let's go with 125. And for the last layer, the full screen rectangle, let's go with 110. And as you can see, I'm gradually reducing the growth percentage, and this way we should get a beautiful horizon parallax effect. And now let's make sure that we select all of these rectangles. Let's right click on them, let's jump into the format shape options, and let's go to fill settings and let's choose slide background fill. And now all of these rectangles are using the same picture as the slide background, okay? So now let's give it a preview, and as you can see, we're getting some parallax effect, but of course this background picture is not the best. So let me actually grab this landscape photo from my previous slide. We can use the format painter to paste the same background picture to our slide. And let's check it out once again. And skadoosh, we're getting a beautiful horizon parallax effect. That's super duper awesome. Let's check it out on the full screen and let's enjoy it one more time. And as you remember, all of the layers have different growth percentages and they have motion path animations as well. And thanks to all of these animations, we're getting this beautiful horizon parallax effect. That's super duper wonderful. Okay, my dear friends, and here comes custom animation technique number 5 that will help you create this beautiful button shine effect for any buttons or any shapes that you have on your slides. So let me show you how you can do that as well. And to save some time, let's start with this slide where I have already inserted a couple of shapes. So we have a rounded rectangle and a couple of beautiful circles, okay? And make sure that you set your slide background fill to some kind of picture because later on we'll be filling some of the shapes with the same slide background fill. And now let's just duplicate this bright rectangle. We can delete the text inside of the duplicate. And now let's jump into the format shape and let's change the fill color of this duplicate so that we can better differentiate between these 2 rectangles. And at the same time, let's make this dark rectangle a bit bigger and let's send it to back so that it sits behind the first rectangle. And then we can align it to the center and middle of the slide so that it perfectly sits behind the first rounded rectangle, just like that. And if you wish, you can grab one of those corner handles and adjust how wide that second rectangle is, okay? You can as well grab this yellow handle and adjust the roundness of the second rectangle. Alright, that's looking super duper wonderful. Okay, my friends, let's zoom out and let's insert a huge rectangle that would cover both of these rounded rectangles, okay? And let's make sure that we send this big guy to back so that we can see the rest of the rectangles. And let's make sure that this big guy is sitting in the center of the slide, just like that. Now let's select this huge rectangle. Let's hold down the Shift key, select that dark rectangle, and let's choose Subtract. And skadoosh, this way we have basically punched a hole inside of that huge rectangle. And this is what we want, okay? And now let's zoom out a bit and let's start working with those beautiful circles that we have here at the top. And as you can see in the selection pane, I have named these guys oval number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. You can have as many colors as you wish. In this case, we're working with 4 of those circles. And now let me move this white oval over here. Okay, we can bring it to front for now so that we can better see it. That's nice. And at the same time, let's jump into the format shape and let's add a bit of transparency. I'm using 50% transparency so that we can better see the rest of the shapes. And now let's position this guy somewhere at the corner right here. And now we can add a custom motion path animation to this semi-transparent circle. Let's choose a custom motion path animation. And first of all, let's click inside of this circle. Okay, next let's click over here. After that, let's click inside of this corner. Next, let's click over here. And finally, let's join the final point with the starting point, just like that. And skadoosh, this way we have created a custom motion path. That's beautiful. Let's open up the animation pane. We can definitely see the motion path animation. Animation duration 2 seconds. Now let's jump into the motion path animation options. Let's remove smooth start, smooth end because we want to have that constant speed. And let's make sure that the repetition is set to until the end of slide. And let's set the animation to start with previous, which basically means that this animation will start playing automatically once we play the presentation. Okay. And right now, I think we can remove the transparency so that this oval is fully white, okay? And at the same time, let's send it to back so that it is behind all of the shapes. And now let's check it out on the full screen. Let's see what we have created so far. And as you can see, that white circle is just circling around the button. That's looking beautiful. So next, my friends, let's add some soft edges to this circle. And for now, let's just bring it to front so that we can see it better. And once again, let's add soft edges of 30 points. Of course, you can use any amount that you wish. And now let's send it to back. And now let's check it out on the full screen once again. And skadoosh, this way we have successfully created the first highlight. That's nice. And now we can start working with the rest of the colors. So let me select these 3 circles. And once again, let's add 30 points of soft edges to these guys as well. Let's use 30. That's nice. And now since the first highlight is already animated, we can use the animation painter to paste the same beautiful animation to these circles as well. And next, let's make sure that we position all of these highlight circles precisely on top of each other. But before that, let me open up the selection pane and let's see what's going on. So let's bring oval number 1 to the top, just like that. And by the way, we can rename that rectangle with a hole to mask, okay, because it's going to be our mask. It will be on top just like that. But for now, let's bring that mask to the bottom so that we can see all of those circles. And now let's just select oval 1. Let's select the rest of these guys. And now we can align them to the left and then to the top. And now they should be precisely sitting in the same spot. That's nice. And now we can bring the mask to the top. So this way that mask will mask all of those circles, okay? And next, my friends, let's open up the animation pane. Let's give it a preview. And as you can see, all of these circles are being animated at the same time. So for that reason, let's add some animation delays. For the second circle, let's use 0.1. For the third one, let's use 0.2. And for the last one, let's use animation delay of 0.3 seconds. This way, those animations will be happening with a slight delay and will be having this beautiful trailing effect. That's super duper wonderful. And of course, let's select both of these blue shapes. Let's jump into the format shape options and let's set their fill to slide background fill. And skadoosh, right now they're using the same picture as the slide background. And by the way, we can remove the lines from the mask, okay? And now we should be pretty much ready. And here it is, my friends, a beautiful, colorful, looping, trailing button shine effect made in PowerPoint. That's super duper awesome. And as I mentioned at the start of this video, all of these 5 custom animations and actually many more animations can be found in my brand new PowerPoint animation pack. So let me show you all of the animations one by one so that you know what you can expect to find in this animation pack. And first of all, we have text animations. After that, we have text highlight animations. After that, we have animated backgrounds, shape animations, and finally, button animations. And of course, based on your feedback, this animation pack will be updated. And what's awesome about this animation pack is that it is like your personal PowerPoint animation library with all of your favorite and most used animations in one place. And since creating custom animations and perfecting all of those animation settings can take some time, it's really helpful when you have a collection of ready-made custom animations that you can quickly apply to your new presentations. And using all of these animations is super easy. You can just, for example, copy this animated text box and paste it into your presentation, or you can use the animation painter to quickly copy and paste animations between the slides. And this animation pack is available on my Patreon page, link is in the video description. It's available to all of my superhero level Patreon members, and please keep in mind that Patreon works as a subscription, but you can always cancel at any time. However, if you do choose to stay subscribed, then you'll always have access to the latest animation pack version with all of the updates. And by the way, once you join my Patreon superhero level, you'll get access not only to this animation pack, but to all of these superhero level templates that I have already posted to Patreon as well. So that's a massive value. Wow, you're a true PowerPoint wizard if you have reached this point in this masterclass. And next, let me show you how you can create some true PowerPoint magic with animation delays. So let's go. Hello my friends, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful, and in today's video I'll show you how you can unlock the magic of PowerPoint animations. And one of the main keys to unlock the magic of PowerPoint animations is using animation delays. As you can see, we have the start text box flying around on the slide, and there are a couple of other text boxes following this start text box. And all of these animations are possible thanks to animation delays. And I'll show you how we can create all of these animations step by step in this video. And before we jump into the world of PowerPoint, here is one more awesome animation example that was made thanks to animation delays, motion paths, and spin animation. Super duper awesome. Okay my friends, so let me turn into Harry Potter and let me show you how you can create those magical PowerPoint animations. So let's start with this animation, which looks like this. Once you will learn how to create this animation, you'll be able to create your own awesome custom magical PowerPoint animations. Alright my dear friends, so let's jump into our tutorial slide and let's start creating. And the first thing that we have to do is to insert a text box. So let's just do exactly that. Let's go to insert and let's click on text box. And now let's just type in anything that we wish, for example start. That's beautiful. Now let's make sure that the text is center aligned inside of the text box, and now let's move this text box a little bit upwards so that we have more space for the animation. And by the way, for my text, I'm using Obera font, very beautiful, futuristic looking font size 138. If you'd like to use this free font, link is in the video description. Alright, and next let's change the text color to black and let's add some gray outlines to this text. Okay, looking good, and now let's duplicate this text box a couple of times. Let's make sure that we have 7 copies in total. And now let's select the last text box and let's turn it to white. That's good. And now let's jump into the selection pane and let's give proper names to our beautiful text boxes. So the white text box will be our top level text, and for the rest of the copies I'm just naming them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And next let's make sure that all of these text boxes are nicely sitting on top of each other. Alright, and now while all of the animations are still selected, let's go to animations and let's add a motion path animation. And let's look for motion path animation called shapes. Here it is, let's click on it. And by default, PowerPoint has inserted a circle motion path shape animation, which is absolutely fine with me. You can choose other shapes if you like. Let's go with circle, I think it works the smoothest. And as you can see, our motion path circle doesn't look like a circle, it looks more like an egg. But you can just right click, choose edit points, and you can create a perfect circle if you wish. I'll just undo that and let's go with an egg, because it's cool as well. And now let's just make sure that all of the animations are starting in the correct order in the animation pane. So the top text box should be in the first place, then the first copy, the second copy, and the sixth copy is the last, okay? And I'm setting all of these animations to start with previous, which means that all of these animations will play automatically once we play the presentation. And now in the effect options, let's make sure that we have smooth start and smooth end of 1 second, auto reverse activated, and repetition until the end of slide. Let's smash that OK button and let's check it out on the full screen what we have created so far. And now, as you can see, it looks like as if only the white text box is moving, but actually all of the text boxes are moving at the same time. And to fix it, all we have to do is just to add some animation delays. Let's leave the top text animation as it is, but for the second animation, let's add a delay of 0.05 seconds. Now for the next one, let's add 0.11 seconds. Delay for the third one, 0.18 seconds. Now for the next one, 0.27 seconds. Now for the fifth copy, let's add a 0.37 second delay, and for the last one, let's add a 0.5 second delay. And now each of the animations is starting just a little bit later than the previous animation, and now we should see all of the text boxes flying on the screen. Skadoosh my friends, now we can see all of the animated text boxes on the screen. That's looking beautiful. And of course feel free to use any animation delays that you like, just experiment and see what you get. And now let's add a beautiful cyan glow to our white text box, and to save some time let me jump to my previous slide. Let's hit Ctrl+Shift+C to copy the style from that text box. Let's select our white text box and hit Ctrl+Shift+B to paste the style. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And let me as well grab the style of those text boxes that are hiding below the top level text box, and let's apply this beautiful style to our text boxes 1 to 6. Okay my friends, let's check out those animations once again on the full screen, and as you can see, those text boxes with cyan look are looking even more magical. And to make this slide even more fun, let's add a little animated 3D model of a spaceship. Resize and rotate your 3D model any way you wish, and now let's jump into animations and let's add a swing 3D model animation. let's move the 3D model animation to the top of the animation pane list. Let's make sure it starts with previous duration 2 seconds. And now in the animation options, let's make sure that we add a smooth start and smooth end of 1 second, auto reverse activated. For the direction, I'm using right, and for the intensity, let's go with strong. And now in the timing tab, let's go with the repetition until the end of slide. Alright, and now we have a little spaceship or a robot that is moving our text. Okay my friends, let's duplicate our tutorial slide and let's try out one more thing. And now on this slide, let's just distribute all of these text boxes vertically, just like that. And by the way, we can select all of these text boxes, go to Shape Format, Align, and distribute vertically, and this way we'll have equal spaces vertically, okay? And now all of the animations should be still present. As you can see, all of the animations are still on the slide, and now we should get a little bit different result, and it looks awesome as well. And now my friends, using everything that you have learned so far, you'll be able to create your own custom magical PowerPoint animations. And on this slide I have applied a motion path animation, up and down, auto reverse, and at the same time I have applied a spin animation to all of these beautiful text boxes.
Well done my friend, you are a true PowerPoint legend, and now let me show you how you can apply all of your PowerPoint knowledge and create this beautiful animated chart in PowerPoint. Let's go!
Hello ladies and gentlemen, in today's video I'll show you how you can create these animated gauge charts with scrolling numbers and clickable buttons in PowerPoint. So let's go! Alright my friends, so let's jump into PowerPoint, and first of all a little bit of information about colors and fonts that we'll be using. And as you can see, I'll be using the Montserrat font family, and in some cases I'll be using the Montserrat semi-bold weight. These are usually for subtitles, and for the slide titles I'll be using Montserrat extra bold, and in this case 125 points. And please note that I have set my slide size to Full HD, which is 67.73 centimeters for the slide width and 38.10 centimeters for the slide height. And that is why this text box with 125 points looks the way it looks, because usually when you open up default PowerPoint presentation you would get 720p resolution, and this text box with 125 points font size would look super huge, but now since we have Full HD slide size, this text box looks just alright. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And we'll be using two main colors. So the first one is this beautiful dark purple color, you can see the hex value just below, and the second color is this beautiful pink one with the hex value below as well. And we'll be using these two colors to create these beautiful gradient fills for our text and shapes. And as well, we'll be having some animations, so I'll show you how we can create this clickable button. And the main event of the night is going to be this animated gauge chart. So there are a couple of animations going on, so let me rewind once again. So first of all, we have these scrolling numbers at the bottom. I'll show you how we can do that. Next we have this arrow in the center, which is moving at the same time with the chart as well. So we have a couple of animations, and I'll show you how we can do all of that. Okay, so let's open up a fresh blank new presentation, and let's go to Insert and let's look for charts. Okay. Let's go to Pie Charts and let's select this one called Donut, and let's click OK. Alright, and the donut chart has been inserted, and as you can see currently we have 4 parts at this donut, and we need just 2 parts, so we can delete this 3rd and 4th rows. We can just select them, right click and choose delete, and let me just rename these guys. So for the first row, let me just call it visible, because this is going to be the visible part of our chart. And the second part is going to be invisible, so let's just call it invisible. Okay. And now for this column, let's just rename it to values. And for this first row, let me just type in 100. Alright. And let's do the same for the second row. Okay, and this is how our donut chart looks like currently. So the visible part should be this dark purple on the right side, and the invisible is this one on the left side. So let's actually make it invisible. Let's make sure that we select this part on the left side. And now let's go to Format Shape Settings. Let's find the fill options, and let's just choose no fill for this part on the left side. So now we just basically have the visible part. And now let's delete any of the chart elements that we don't need, such as the legend and chart title. Alright. And now let's rotate this chart so that it looks something like this. Alright. So let's make sure that we select this part, this chart part on the right side. And now let's go to series options and let's look for angle of the first slides. As you can see, currently it's set to 0 degrees. Let's try inserting 90 degrees. Not quite there yet. Let's insert 180. Let's try 270. And this looks just about right. That's beautiful. And now let's add a gradient fill to this chart. Let's go to fill options. Let's choose gradient fill. And as you can see, PowerPoint has automatically applied my last created gradient, which uses our two beautiful colors, dark purple and pink. And now let's just right click on the chart and let's go to edit data. Let's do a little bit of automation in this little Excel window. So currently we have 100 value for the visible part and 100 value for the invisible part. So in total we have 200, okay? So let's actually automate the invisible cell. Let's just type in equals 200 minus, and let's click on the B2 cell and click enter. So this way we have inserted a formula. So whenever we type a new value for the visible cell, let's for example try 50, as you can see the chart updates and the invisible part is 150. So let's try something else. Let's try 75 and invisible part is 125. So this is just a little automation that will help us to save some time and we won't have to insert invisible value manually each time. So that's super awesome. And next, my friends, let me show you how we can create these little white lines and create this kind of striped look for our chart. And for that, first of all, let's just activate guides so that we can see where's the center and middle of the slide. Okay, your chart should be sitting in the center just like that. And now let's go to insert shapes and let's choose the simple rectangle tool and let's just draw a thin rectangle just like that. And for the height, let's insert something really small, for example 0.25 centimeters, and let's align it to the middle and center of the slide. Now let's duplicate this rectangle. You can hit Ctrl D to duplicate. And now let's rotate this second rectangle by 5 degrees, okay? And let's align the second rectangle to the middle and center of the slide as well. And now let's duplicate once again. And now let's add 5 more degrees. So this time it's going to be 10 degrees. And let's continue duplicating and rotating these small rectangles. So each time you have to add 5 more degrees. And just keep on going until you have a full circle. And to save some time, I have already created all of these little rectangles in advance. So let me just delete these 4 guys and let's just select all of these guys, hit Ctrl A and Ctrl C to copy, and let's paste them into our slide, just like that. Okay, we can turn off the slide guides. And now let's try filling all of these rectangles with white color and let's see what happens. And as you can see, this way we have created this striped look to our chart. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And what's awesome is that you can easily change the look of your stripes by selecting all of these rectangles and changing, in this case, the height of the rectangles. Let's make it super small, 0.05 centimeters. And now all of the stripes are looking super thin. That's awesome. Just keep in mind that once you change the width or height of your rectangles, you have to realign them once again to the center and middle of the slide so that everything looks okay. And now once again, let's just fill all of these little rectangles with white fill. And let's see what kind of effect do we have now. Okay, so let's make sure that we select everything except the chart. Okay, let me play it on the full screen. And now we have this subtle minimal looking stripe effect on our chart. That's awesome. And you might be wondering, why haven't we used just the simple lines to create all of these stripes? And the reason for that is that we have to use a couple of merge shape functions, and the first one is union. And you cannot do that with lines, you have to use shapes such as rectangles. So let's make sure that all of these thin rectangles are united into one solid shape, just like that. And now let's make the slide background black so that we can see better what we're going to do next. And now let's make these white lines appear only on the chart. Now as you can see, these lines are all over the place, but we would like to have these lines appear only on the chart. And to achieve that, we'll have to insert a donut shape, select the white stripes, select the donut, and use the intersect function. And for now, let's make the slide background white. Now let's go to insert and let's look for the donut shape. Here it is. So let's hold down the shift key to draw a perfect donut. Let's add a little bit of fill transparency. And let's position this donut chart to the center of the slide. And now let's make sure that we match the size of this donut shape to our chart. And you can hold down the Ctrl-Shift key to resize from the center. So we can first make sure that we match the outside edge. That's good. And now for the inside edge, we can use this little yellow handle. And that's looking pretty much perfect. That's beautiful. Let's zoom out. Okay. And now let's make sure this light background black once again so that we can see everything better. And now let's make sure that we first select these white stripes, then we select the donut shape, and let's go to Shape Format, Merge Shapes, and let's choose the Intersect function. Skadoosh, ladies and gentlemen, and now all of these white stripes are appearing only on the chart. That's awesome. Let's turn on the white color for this light background. And now I think we can continue with creating that little arrow in the center of our chart. So I have experimented with a couple of different designs, for example this one or this one, so feel free to style your arrow the way you want, and the first step is to create this little circle in the middle. So let's go to Insert Shapes and let's look for the circle shape. Here it is. Hold down the Shift key for a perfect circle. Let's align it to the center and middle of the slide, and to save some time let me just select this circle. Let's hit Ctrl-Shift-C to copy the style, and let's apply the same style to this guy. Hit Ctrl-Shift-V to apply the style. That's beautiful. And the shadow settings that I have used for this little circle are the following, so feel free to use the same settings if you wish. And I have used this hot pink color for the shadow. Okay. Alright, so the next step is to create this little arrow, and to create this little arrow we'll be using a shape called trapezoid. So let's go to Insert Shapes and let's look for trapezoid. So usually when you are inserting a trapezoid, the shape looks like this. But in this case, to create this little arrow, let's make it really thin, just like that, okay? And now let's bring this guy to the center of the slide, just like that, and we might as well send it to back so that it is behind this little circle, okay? And once again, to save some time, let me just grab the styling from my previously created arrow, and let's apply it to our trapezoid. Really fun word, trapezoid. And if you're having a hard time selecting your trapezoid, just use the selection pane and hit Ctrl-Shift-V to apply the style. Super duper awesome, okay? So now I think we can select the little arrow and the little circle, and we can group them into one group. Okay, select them, hit Ctrl-G to group. And now let's make sure that we create a new rotation center for this little arrow, because currently, as you can see, this arrow rotates like this. This is not how it's supposed to look like. So let me show you how we can fix that. First of all, let's reset the rotation angle to 0 degrees. And now let's just insert a circle. So let's just go to Insert, Shapes. Let's look for the circle tool. And now let's just hold down the Shift key to draw a perfect circle. We can add a solid line. Let's remove the fill. Let's center align the circle. And now let's hold down the Ctrl-Shift key to resize this circle. Let's just make sure that this big circle is big enough and that it covers our little arrow and this little circle. Now let's make sure that we select the arrow, the little circle, the big circle, and group them into one group. And now as you can see, the rotation center is fixed and the rotation is looking super awesome. Okay, so once again, let me reset the rotation to 0. And for this big circle, we can actually choose no line because we don't need to see that line. Okay. And now let me jump into the selection pane and let me rename all of these shapes so that it is easy to understand what is what. And now let's actually rotate this arrow to its starting position, so we can hold down the Alt key and hit the left arrow key on the keyboard to rotate it. Alright, and now it's a good time to decide what kind of value we would like our chart to display, so let's go to Edit Data, and for the visible row, let's insert any value that we wish, for example 75, and let's hit Enter. And as you can see, the chart updates automatically. That's beautiful. And once again, let's remember what kind of animations we'll have to create. So as you can see, this chart basically comes from the bottom like this and it spins. So we will have to insert a spin animation. And before we add the spin animation, first let's make sure that we flip this chart vertically. And to do that, we can just adjust the position or the angle of the first slice. Now it's set to 270 degrees and let's type in 90 degrees and this basically flips our chart vertically. Alright, so let's make sure that the chart is still selected. Let's go to animations, let's look for spin animation. Here it is, let's click on it. Alright, so let's double click on the animation. Let's see what's going on. So for the smooth end, let's just add 1 second. Alright, and for the spin angle, let's use 180 degrees. Okay, and now let's see what kind of animation do we have. Okay, so as you can see, now the chart comes from the bottom and it stops with a little bit of smooth end. I think we just have to adjust the gradient direction. Let's make sure that the visible series are selected and let's go to fill options. And here's our gradient fill, and now let's just change the gradient direction. I think this one is the correct one, so let's check out the animation once again. And yes, now we go from this dark purple color to the pink color. That's beautiful. Okay, so let's turn on the slide guys once again, and as you can see, of course, we should not see the chart at the bottom. We should cover it somehow, and for that, once again, we will be using the donut chart. Not donut chart, the donut shape. Okay, let's make sure we align it to the center of the slide. This time we don't have to be super precise. Let's just make sure that we cover the chart. Okay, and now let's insert a rectangle. Let's make sure that it covers the top half of the donut shape, just like that. Okay, now let's select the donut shape. Let's select the rectangle. Let's go to shape format, merge shapes, and let's use subtract. And this way we have created a mask for our chart. Okay, so let's make sure there is no transparency, and let's set our chart mask to white, okay? And this way we have hidden or covered the chart, okay? And in the selection pane, let's give it a proper name. Let's call it chart cover, just like that. And now the animation looks like this. As you can see, now the chart comes from the bottom and it spins, and after that it stops with a little bit of smooth end. That's beautiful. All right, and now let's apply a spin animation to our little arrow. Let me just hide the chart cover for now so that we can see the chart. Okay, let's select the chart. Let's go to animations and let's use the animation painter and paste the same spin animation to our little arrow. That's beautiful. Now we'll just have to do a couple of adjustments. First of all, let's make sure it starts with previous. Okay. By the way, in the selection pane, we can activate the chart mask once again. Okay, now let's continue adjusting the arrow spin animation. And as you can see, currently the rotation angle is set to 180 degrees, but we would like this arrow to stop at 75%. And what should be the correct angle? And to find out the answer, we can just multiply 180 by 0.75 and we get 135. So let's use 135. Let's go for custom angle. Let's type in 135 and let's click OK. Super awesome. Let's check out the animation options once again. Everything is looking beautiful. Okay, and this is how the animation looks like. So as you can see, the arrow ends at the correct position, but the animation, the arrow animation starts too fast. So to fix that, we can add a little bit of smooth start. Let's try 0.75 and click OK. All right, and let's check out the animation once again. And now it looks like as if the arrow and the chart are moving at the same speed. That's awesome. You could as well try adding a little bit of delay for the arrow spin animation, but I think the smooth start option works really well. Alright my friends, so the next fun animation part is creating these scrolling numbers. So once again, let's check out how the animation looks like. So as you can see, some of the numbers are scrolling faster and some of them are scrolling slower. So let me show you how we can create all of that. So first of all, let's just insert a text box. Okay, so let's right away increase the font size to 88 so that we can see what we're typing. And now let's just type in the numbers from 0 to 9 and let's type all of these numbers in one column. Let me just change the font. Let's use Montserrat semi-bold and let's change the font color to our beautiful dark purple color. Let me just move this text box a little bit upwards so that we can see what we're typing. So let's type in 9. And let's type in 0 at the end as well so that we have 0 in the beginning and 0 at the end, and let's position it somewhere just below this arrow. Let's duplicate it so that we have 2 columns of text, just like that. We can as well activate these slide guides and make sure that both of these text boxes are sitting perfectly in the center of the slide. You can as well use your arrow keys to move them right and left. Okay. And now let's select this text box on the left side. Let's jump to selection pane and let's rename it. Let's call it, for example, tens. So these are going to be our tens numbers like 10, 20, 30 and so on. And let's call the text box on the right side ones. So these are going to be our single numbers. And for the tens, we can actually delete 0 because we don't need it. We just need 0 on the ones text box. Okay, now let's make sure that the tense text box is selected. Let's click Add Animation and let's choose a line motion path. Let's choose direction up. Okay, and in the animation pane, let's make sure that this motion path animation starts with previous together with the rest of animations. And now we can grab this red arrow, which becomes a red bubble. And now hold down the shift key to scroll in a direct line upwards, just like that, until number 7 is aligned to number 0 on the right side. Just like that. Now let's jump into the motion path animation options and let's see what's going on. So for the smooth start, let's use 0 seconds and let's just have a 1 second of smooth end. And this is how the animations are looking so far, and of course later on we'll have to add some covers so that we can cover up our numbers. And before we continue, let me just slightly adjust the ending position of this text box on the left side. I think number 7 should be a little bit lower, just like that. Alright, looking beautiful. And now we can use the animation painter and paste the same animation from the left text box to the right text box, okay? But of course we'll have to do some adjustments. So let's make sure that we select the motion path animation for the text box on the right side, and let's make sure that we adjust the ending position of this animation. And this time let's match the beginning 0 with the ending 0, okay? And let's see how the animations are looking so far. Alright, and of course we'll have to make it 75, not 70, but we'll do that in a moment. And now let's change the animation duration for the once text box. Let's insert 0.25 seconds, which is really short time for animation. Let's make sure there's no smooth end, no smooth start. And in the timing tab, let's insert a repetition of 4 times, okay? And with the help of these little 4 repeated animations, we'll be able to create this fast scrolling effect. That's awesome. And now let's make sure that we select this text box on the right side and let's add one more motion path line animation to it, okay? So let's make sure that this last motion path animation starts with previous. Let's as well add a delay of 1 second, okay, and let's make the duration 1 second. Alright, so the once text box should have 2 animations. And for the smoothing, let's just have a smooth end of 1 second. Alright, let's click OK. And by the way, for the last motion path animation, let's make sure that we choose the correct direction. So the last animation is selected. Let's go to direction options and let's choose up. And now we can see this red arrow or this red bubble. And now let's make sure that number 5 lands where number 0 is, okay, because we want to have 75. And let's make sure that duration is still 1 second. That's good. Let's check if the animation options are looking good. So there should be just 1 second for the smooth end. All right. Okay, the rest of the animations are looking beautiful, and this is how the animations are looking so far. And of course, we have to insert some number covers so that everything looks right. So let's go to Insert Shapes and let's choose a rectangle tool and let's just draw a rectangle so that it covers all of the numbers except the number 0. Okay. So for now we can leave it purple. We will change it to white later on. And now let's make a duplicate. And for this duplicate, let's bring it just above the number 0 and let's make sure it goes to the edge, to the top edge of the slide. And now let's make both of these guys white. Okay, so these are going to be our number covers. Let's jump to the selection pane and let's rename these guys so that we know which of them is which. Okay, number cover top and number cover bottom. All right. And by the way, we can select both of the number covers, the tens and ones text boxes, and let's bring everything below the chart elements. And this is how the scrolling numbers are looking right now. Pretty awesome, my friends, pretty awesome. Okay, so now let's continue with the rest of the details, and let me just grab this percentage sign from my previous slide to save some time. So this is just a text box with a % sign in it. So let me just bring it close to this 0. Okay, looking beautiful. And now the chart and the scrolling numbers are finished, so we can just basically hit Ctrl A to select everything. And now let me paste all of these elements to my previously created slides. So here we have background, we have a couple of slide design elements such as logo, footer, and other interesting details. So let me just paste our beautiful chart into this slide. And let's move all of the chart elements to the bottom of the selection pane list, just like that. And now we can reposition this chart to any position that we wish. Okay, it looks good, and now let's make sure that we adjust the height of the number covers, especially the top number cover, so let's make sure that it touches the top edge of the slide, because otherwise numbers would be visible, and we don't want that. Okay, so let's check out the animations, let's see if everything is working correctly, and it seems that everything is working as expected. That's awesome. Alright my friends, and next let me show you how we can make this clickable button. So basically we have two identical rounded rectangles with different styling. So one button is called premium color and the other one is called just premium. Now let's make sure that both of these rounded rectangles are perfectly aligned. Let's make sure that premium color rectangle is selected. Let's go to add animation, let's choose shape. For the direction, let's choose out. Now let's go to animation pane and let's make sure that the duration is set to 1 second. And let's add a trigger, so this animation will be triggered once we click on the premium rounded rectangle. So which basically means once we click on the white rectangle, we will see the color version. And this way we can create this nice looking click effect. Alright, and the last thing that I'd like to show you is how to animate this little bubble with a comment. Okay, so let's make sure that we select this circle. Let's go to add animation. And let's go to more entrance animations and let's choose basic zoom. Okay, so let's make sure that this basic zoom animation starts with previous. Okay, for delay, let's try adding 1.3 seconds, and for the duration, let's use half a second. Alright my friends, so let's check out the final result on the full screen. So the chart animation and the number animation is working as expected. That's super beautiful, and we have this little common bubble at the end, and the clicking animation is working as well. That's awesome. And by the way, I have created this green version with a 100% chart, so let me show you how it works. So basically everything is identical except one thing is that we have 3 numbers. So to create 3 numbers, you would have to create 3 text boxes. And by the way, today's tutorial slides, the purple version and the green version will be added to the bonus slides section of my modern PowerPoint template class on Skillshare. Link is in the video description. Alright my friends, thank you for watching. Now you know how you can create these animated beautiful charts with scrolling numbers in PowerPoint. Stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on my next video. Peace.
Congratulations my friends on going so far in this masterclass, and now you have reached the last section where you will learn how you can make your presentations interactive. And now let's start with this video where you will learn how you can create this beautiful interactive slide design. Let's go! Hello my friends, I hope you're doing super duper wonderful, and in today's video I'll show you how you can create this awesome clickable and scrollable animated slide design in PowerPoint. As you can see, I'm just clicking on different items on the photo, and those items are just popping out and we're getting some beautiful animation. So you can basically use any photo that you wish, but for this tutorial we'll be using this beautiful photo on the right, and we will animate a couple of those beautiful items. So let's go! Okay my friends, let's jump into PowerPoint, and I'm jumping into Microsoft PowerPoint 365. And now let's start with this empty beautiful slide that has this beautiful gradient fill. If you'd like to create the same gradient fill for your slide, you can apply a gradient fill for your slide with these 2 beautiful color stops. Okay, so the first color stop looks like this. Let me check the hex code. So here's the hex code if you'd like to use the same color. Okay, and now here is the second color that you can use to create the same beautiful gradient fill for your slide, and the gradient itself is linear. Okay, and for now we can hide the format pane so that we have more space to work with, and next let's activate these slide guides so that we can see where's the center of the slide. And now we'll have to insert a huge rectangle that basically covers the whole left side of the slide. Let's go to insert shapes, let's find that rectangle tool, and let's just draw a rectangle that covers the whole left side of the slide. And right now, of course, this rectangle is super bright, so let's make it a little bit more subtle as I did on this slide. So as you can see here, this rectangle has a nice subtle gradient fill, so we can do that as well. And to save some time, let's just use the format painter and paste the same style to this rectangle as well. And at the same time, let's make sure that the rectangle is selected, and let's jump into the format shape pane where we can check out the exact colors that I have used for this gradient fill. So as you can see, we have 2 color stops, and the first color looks like this. Here is the hex code if you'd like to use it as well. And here is the second color, and here is the hex code of the second color.
And as you can see, our beautiful rectangle has a soft shadow on the right side, and here are all of the shadow settings if you'd like to achieve the same look as well. I think this shadow helps this rectangle to pop out a little bit more, and that is looking super duper awesome. And next, my friends, let's insert this beautiful photo from unsplash.com. Link is in the video description if you'd like to use the same photo as well. Now let's just go to insert pictures and let's find that photo and let's click insert. And skadoosh, our beautiful photo has been inserted. That's super awesome. Let me just zoom out a little bit. And now let's just move this photo to the right side and let's send it to back so that we can see our rectangle on the left side. Okay. So we can position this photo anywhere that we want, and let's just crop out the right side of the photo so that it doesn't stick out, from the slide window. Okay, we can adjust the photo inside the cropping area and click on the crop button to finalize, the look of our photo. I think it's looking beautiful. And one more thing before we continue, let's select the photo on the rectangle and let's send these guys to back so that we can see the logo and the slide number. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, and next I think we can start inserting those text boxes. So here in the assets section, I have prepared a couple of text boxes to save some time. And for these beautiful text boxes, I'm using this Poppins semi-bold and Poppins light fonts. Okay, and after that I have just grouped a couple of those text boxes into groups, and now we can copy this first group and let's paste it into our slide. And next, let's make sure that we nicely align this text inside of the rectangle, and to do that, as you can see, I'm using a couple of strange looking shortcuts, and the reason for that is that I have this free Bright Slide add-in that has some awesome productivity features such as alignment shortcuts. But of course, you can always select your rectangle, hold down the Shift key, select your text. You can go to Shape Format, Alignment Options, and first choose Align to Center and then Align to Middle. But if you have the Bright Slide add-in, you can do it much faster with those alignment shortcuts. Okay, my friends, and next let's add a few more text boxes here at the bottom of the slide. And once again, let me jump to my previous slide, and to save some time, let's copy these text groups and let's paste them right over here. So basically, there should be a text box group for each of the clickable items on our photo. So we'll have a travel camera, travel bag, and camera lens. 3 clickable items, and that's why we have 3 text box groups. And now let's just make sure that all of them are nicely aligned to the left side, and if we wish, we can make those vertical gaps equal as well. Okay, my friends, and the next step is to actually cut out some of the items from this photo, because right now this is just a one solid photo, and we would like to have some of those items as separate layers. And we could cut out anything that we wish just using PowerPoint, but if we would like to have a little bit more precision, we could use this free online photo editor called Photopea. So let me show you how I have used Photopea to cut out, for example, this camera. And first of all, let's just zoom in a little bit, and we can do that by holding down the Alt key and scrolling with the mouse. And next, let's activate the pen tool. Let's make sure that the path mode is activated. And now all we have to do is just basically keep on clicking and go around the edges of the camera. And for example, if you're not happy with your last point, you can just hit the space bar and you can adjust the position of your last point. And for example, if you'd like to make a sharp turn, you can hold down the Alt key and make a sharp turn. Okay, because otherwise all of your curves will be smooth. And now let me finish tracing this camera and let's get closer to that starting point. You don't have to click on the starting point, but just click somewhere near the starting point. And then you can just click on this button, Create Selection. And next we'll get a little pop-up window. Let's just choose OK, and now the camera has been selected. And now, while the selection is still active, let's click on this little mask button, and this way we will hide the rest of the image and only the camera will remain visible. And now we can remove all of the empty space by going to Image and choosing Trim, and after that we can export this camera as PNG. That's super duper awesome, and we would have to do the same steps for each of the items that we would like to cut out and export. And luckily for us, I have already done all of that, and I have selected and extracted 3 beautiful items that we can use: a camera, a travel bag, and a beautiful lens. So let's make sure that we select all of these 3 guys. Let's hit Ctrl C to copy, let's get back to our slide, and let's hit Ctrl V to paste. And now, my friends, the next step is to precisely position all of these separate photos on top of the original photo, okay? And to make this process easier, let's make sure that we have selected all of these 3 guys. Let's go to Picture Color and let's recolor them with this red color. And this way it will be much easier to see if we are doing a good job of matching, the original picture with these cutouts. Okay, so first of all, let's just move the camera and lens a little bit to the side, and let's start with the travel back. So let's fix the rotation. Okay, and the size I think is correct, and we can use the arrow keys to adjust the position, the placement of the back, looking good. And now for the lens, we can use the Control-Shift keys to resize this lens from the center. And let's just place this red lens where the original lens is. And once again, we can use the arrow keys to fine-tune the position. And now for the camera, let's adjust the rotation and let's adjust the size so that this red camera matches the original camera. Looking beautiful. And now, since all of the cutouts are in the correct positions, we can select all of those guys, go to Picture Format and choose Reset Picture to remove that red color. Okay, so right now we should have the original photo in the background and 3 cutouts on top and 3 text box groups just below the slide. And next, my friends, we'll have to make those cutouts clickable, but in order to make them clickable, we have to insert some additional slides that we can work with. So let's make sure that we duplicate our current slide 3 more times so that we have 4 slides in total. Okay. So the first slide is like the introduction slide, and next we have a slide for a camera, next for a travel back, and finally for the camera lens. And now let's make sure that we are on the introduction slide. Let's select the camera, hit Ctrl-K to insert hyperlink, and let's link it to slide number 10, which is going to be our camera slide. And let's do the same steps for the rest of the clickable items. So I have linked the camera back to slide number 11 and the camera lens to slide number 12. And before we continue, let's make sure that we select all of our 4 beautiful slides and let's apply the morph transition to all of these guys, and morph transition will do all of the animation magic. And now, since we have inserted hyperlinks to all of these cutouts on the first slide, we can just copy these guys and paste them into the rest of the slides. Let's just make sure that we delete the old cutouts and replace them with the new ones that have hyperlinks. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now, my friends, let's jump into our second slide, which is actually slide number 10, but let's say it is our second slide. And here we'll have to do a couple of adjustments. This slide is going to be our camera slide. So first of all, let's move this travel gear text box upwards, just like that. And now let's make sure that we can see this travel camera text box group. Okay. And now we can grab that camera cutout, make it larger, rotate it, and place it anywhere that we wish. Okay. Just like that. And now for the third slide, which is going to be our travel back slide, let's make sure that we bring all of these text box groups closer together. And now let's move everything upwards so that travel gear and travel camera is hidden. We want to see only the travel bag text box group, okay? And now we can grab that back cutout, and once again we can resize and rotate it according to our wishes, okay? Let's make it something like that, looking beautiful. And now in the same way, let's do a couple of adjustments for our last slide, which is going to be our camera lens slide. So let me do a couple of adjustments and I'll meet you in a second. Alright, so it looks like all of the slides are ready. We have our introduction slide, our camera, travel back, and camera lens slides. So let's check it out on the full screen. Let's try clicking on the camera and let's see what happens. So once we click on the camera cutout, we jump to the second slide and we get this beautiful animation. The travel bag animation is looking awesome as well, and let's check out the lens. And as you can see, the lens animation is looking a little bit funny. I'm clicking on the lens, so once again, let's check it out. I'm clicking on the lens, but it looks like it's morphing from the camera picture. And sometimes morph transition might have some trouble morphing a couple of objects because those objects are looking pretty similar. And to fix that, we can use double exclamation marks in the selection pane. So let's make sure that all of the lens photos are called double exclamation marks and lens, okay? And let's use the same name in all of the slides. And now PowerPoint Morph Transition should have no trouble making that beautiful animation on all of the slides. So let's check it out once again. So first of all, let's just click on the camera cutout, okay? Next we have the travel bag looking beautiful, and now the camera lens, and everything is working as expected. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Congratulations, my friends, now you know how you can create this clickable and scrollable animated slide design. If you have enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe so that you don't miss my future videos. And let me know in the comment section down below if you have any questions. I'll do my best to help you out.
And if you would like to learn more PowerPoint animation secrets, check out my PowerPoint animation playlist. Thank you for watching, stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Hello and welcome my friends to the second video of this section, where you will learn how you can create a clickable menu for your slides. Let's go. Hello my dear friends, in today's video you will learn how you can create this next level interactive presentation in PowerPoint. It has a modern minimal design, a clickable menu, zoomable sections, and subtle animations. So let me show you how you can create this kind of presentation as well. And over here you can see all of the beautiful fonts and colors that we'll be using throughout the presentation. So feel free to use the same hex codes for your colors to get the same look. We'll be using a couple of free fonts, links are in the video description, and my PowerPoint version is Microsoft 365, and as well we'll be using a couple of beautiful icons from phosphoricons.com. And by the way, today's tutorial is inspired by the most liked comment of my last video by Vishal, who requested a PowerPoint for presenting a research thesis for chemistry students. So here you go Vishal, I did my best to include sections that would be relevant to a thesis presentation, but of course feel free to adjust anything as required. This PowerPoint template is absolutely free, download link is in the video description. And the comment that will get the most likes below this video will be the topic for my next tutorial. And now my friends, let's open up a fresh blank new presentation so that we can start from scratch. Let's close those notes so that we have more space on the screen and we can select the blank slide layout. That's nice. And now let me jump to my previous presentation and let me find the color hex code that I was using for the slide background color, okay? And over here on this slide we have all of the information that we need, so let's copy this color hex code, okay? Let's get back to our slide and now we can just right click on the slide, let's go to format background, let's make sure solid fill is selected, let's go to more colors, let's jump into the custom tab and in this field we can paste in the color hex code, click OK. And now we have this beautiful slide background fill and we can apply this fill to all of these slides in this presentation. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay my dear friends, and next let me show you how you can create these kind of beautiful glowing soft circles for your slides. Okay, so before we jump back into our presentation, let me copy this hex code of this dark blue color, okay. And now we can jump back to our presentation and let's insert a circle. Let's select the circle tool, let's hold down the Ctrl and Shift keys to draw a perfect circle from the center. Let's make sure it is sitting perfectly in the middle of the slide. We can use no outlines. And for the fill, let's use a gradient fill. And for the gradient type, let's use radial. And for the preset, let's use this one where the gradient starts from the center. That's nice. And as you can see, we have 4 color stops. We need only 3, so let's remove 1. And now let's make sure that all of these 3 color stops are using the same beautiful blue color. And we can paste in the hex code that we have just copied previously. And let's use the same color for all of these 3 guys, okay? And now let's just play with the transparency. So for this rightmost color stop, let's make it fully transparent. For this middle guy, let's make it 65% transparent. And for the leftmost color stop, let's leave it fully visible. And let's change its position to, for example, 20. And of course, you can change all of these values according to your taste until you get something that looks beautiful to you, okay? And let's make this circle softer. So let's make sure that the circle is selected. Let's go to Effects. Let's go to Soft Edges and let's just apply maximum soft edges. And skadoosh, this way we got this beautiful fuzzy ball. That's nice. Okay, my dear friends, and next let's insert a couple of text boxes into this slide. And to save some time, we can jump back to my previous presentation and let's just grab all of these guys from this slide. So we have 3 text boxes and a single beautiful icon. So let's copy these guys and let's paste them over here. And let's just zoom into this little icon and let's check out that beautiful little white shadow that this icon has. So here are all of the shadow settings. So first of all, the shadow color is white. For the blur, I'm using 8 points, and for the transparency, 0%, and this way you get that beautiful glowing icon. And now let me quickly go through all of the text boxes so that you can see what kind of fonts and what kind of font sizes I was using. And next, let's open up the animation pane, and as you can see, all of these text boxes have some animations already applied to them. So these are some beautiful wipe and motion path animations. Let me show you how you can create them as well. So for now, let's delete all of these animations and let's start from scratch.
Now we can select this text box in the middle, and first of all, let's just add a wipe animation to it. For the direction, let's use from top, and for the duration, let's use 0.8 seconds, looking beautiful. And now let's add a second animation to this text box. So let's select it, let's go to add animation, and this time let's add a motion path line animation, and we can adjust this red bubble. This is the ending position of this animation. Okay, and let's make sure that the second animation starts with previous duration 1.25 seconds. And now let's check it out. And currently, as you can see, the text box is moving downwards. And to fix that, we can just right click on the motion path and we can choose reverse path direction. This way the text box should be going upwards. So let's check it out once again, and now it's looking much better. And if we wish, we can jump into the motion path line animation options and apply a maximum smooth end. This way the ending of this motion path line animation will be much smoother, and it will be looking like this, smooth as butter. And now we can double click the animation painter and paste the same animations to the rest of the guys on this slide. And let's make sure that all of these animations are starting with previous, except the first one, which starts on a mouse click. And for the slide transition, I'm using fade, and let's check it out on the full screen. Skadoosh, we're getting some beautiful animations. And if you, my friend, would like to master PowerPoint animations, then I definitely recommend checking out the PowerPoint Animation Mastery course on pptskill.com, where I'll teach you all of the PowerPoint animation secrets step by step until you become a PowerPoint animation pro. And feel free to check out the free lessons, and when you're ready to unlock the full course, use coupon code OneSkill100 to save $100. And next, my friends, let's insert a new slide, and to do that, we can hit enter. And over here at the top, let's start creating that clickable interactive menu. And before we continue, let me just copy this glowing ball and let's paste it over here as well. Let's just change its color. Let me jump back to my previous presentation. And on the slide, we should see all of the colors that we need. Let's select the green bubble. Let's hit Ctrl-Shift-C to copy the style. Let's get back to our presentation. Let's select this guy and let's hit Ctrl-Shift-V to paste the style. And once again, it is using a radial gradient fill with 3 color stops with different transparencies. And now to create this clickable interactive menu, we'll have to use a couple of basic shapes, such as a rounded rectangle and a couple of icons. And to save some time, let me just copy a couple of elements from my previous presentation. And let's paste these guys into our slide. And in this case, I'm keeping it simple. I'm using just 3 icons. Of course, you can insert as many icons as you wish. Each of those icons represent different sections of your presentation. And over here, we have a rounded rectangle. Let's put it back into place. And over here, we have 3 beautiful icons from phosphoricons.com. And now let's change the look of this rounded rectangle. And first of all, let's add a white solid fill to this guy. So for the fill, let's choose a solid fill. Let's choose white. And of course, now it is too bright, so let's add some transparency. For example, 95% is looking good. And let's add some line transparency as well. Let's try using 90%. It's looking good. And as you can see, this way, this rounded rectangle is looking much more subtle. That's nice. And now let's select all of these icons and let's add some transparency to these guys as well. For example, 75%. And now let's select the first icon and let's remove the transparency so that it becomes fully white. And this way, this first icon looks active while the other icons are inactive. And now let me just copy this little text box from my previous presentation. Let's paste it over here and let's move it precisely below the first active icon, just like that. And next, let's select this active icon and let's move it upwards slightly so that we have some space between the icon and the text box. That's nice. And since we have 3 icons inside of our menu, let's add 2 more slides so that we could create active states for the rest of the 2 icons. And to do that, let's just hit enter a couple of times. That's nice. And now, my friends, the middle icon should take us to slide number 3, and the last icon should take us to the last slide, which is slide number 4. And to make that happen, we'll have to insert hyperlinks. Okay, so let's just zoom in so that we can see everything better. Let's select the first icon. And let's just go to insert and let's click on link. And let's choose a slide inside of this presentation. So this first icon should take us to slide number 2. So let's select slide number 2. And next, let's select the second icon and we can hit Ctrl-K to open up the hyperlink menu. And for this guy, let's use slide number 3. And for the last icon, let's link it to slide number 4. Okay. So now the first icon should take us to slide number 2. The middle icon will take us to slide number 3. And the last icon will take us to slide number 4, okay? And now let's copy all of the content from slide number 2 and let's paste it into slide number 3. And now on this slide, we'll have to do a couple of adjustments. So let's just zoom in a bit so that we can see everything better. And now let's move this little text box just below the middle icon. And of course, we can type in anything that we wish, for example, objectives. And now let's make sure that we raise this middle icon to the same level as the previous icon was. So we can just align these guys to the top. And at the same time, let's make sure that this icon is fully white. And now this guy can become 75% transparent once again, and let's align it to the bottom as the last icon in the menu, just like that. So now this middle icon is the active one. And by the way, let's select all of these 3 slides and let's add morph transition to these guys, and for the duration I'm using half a second. And the morph transition will do all of the animation magic. It will help us animate our little menu. And next, let's fill this fuzzy ball with a different color, and for that we can jump to my previous presentation. Let's select this guy. Let's hit Ctrl-Shift-C to copy the style. Let's get back. Let's select this guy and let's hit Ctrl-Shift-V to paste the style. Looking beautiful. And now, my friends, let's copy everything from slide number 3 and let's paste it into slide number 4. And let's follow the same steps and let's make the last icon the active icon. So once again, we have to move this text box to the right side. We can change up what's written in the text box, and we have to change the colors and the alignment of these icons. So let me do that quickly and I'll catch you in a second. Alright, my dear friends, you're doing a wonderful job. Let's keep on going. We have 4 slides in total. Let's check them out on the full screen. So here is our opening slide with some wipe animations. That's looking beautiful. But as you can see, that little student icon transforms into this flask icon on the second slide. And I guess this is something that you would like to avoid. So let me show you how we can fix that. And to fix that, we have to give a special name to this student icon in the selection pane. So let's open up the selection pane and let's start the name of this icon with double exclamation marks, and then just type in anything that you wish, for example, logo. So now this icon has an explicit name. And now PowerPoint should understand that these 2 icons are actually 2 different icons and there should be no icon transformation. So let's check it out. Here is the first slide, and now we transition into the next slide. That's nice. And at the same time, we can check out if these little icons are clickable and everything is working as expected. That's nice. And next, my friends, let me show you how we can make this little text box follow the active icon. Currently, it is just appearing and disappearing, and let's make it follow the active icon. And to do that, we'll have to use the same explicit name for this text box on all of the slides. So let's go into the selection pane and let's just call it double exclamation marks and, for example, text. And now let's just copy this exact name and let's use the same name on the rest of the slides. And this way, PowerPoint will understand that all of these 3 little text boxes on all of these 3 slides are actually the same text box. And this way the animation should be looking as if the text box is following the active icon, just like this. Skadoosh. Okay, so the menu is working, but currently all that we can see are these colorful fuzzy circles. So let's add some more content to these slides. And once again, let me jump to my previous presentation and let's copy this little infographic that I have created. And it is made out of hexagons and a couple of simple lines. So let's just copy all of these elements and let's paste them into this slide. And let's take a quick look at how this little infographic is constructed. So here at the top, we have a rounded rectangle with some text inside. In this case, it is hypothesis. And below it, we have some semi-transparent lines. So these are just simple lines. And over here at the edges of this huge hexagon, I have inserted some small circles with some white shadows to create a glow effect. And on the sides, we have semi-transparent hexagons as well. And in the center, we have a flask icon with some white shadow once again to create a glow effect. And now let me show you how we can add zoomable sections inside of these semi-transparent hexagons. And for that, we'll have to create a couple of sections. So let's just add a new section. Let's call it, for example, 1. And now in this section, let's insert a new slide. Let's hit enter to do that. And on this empty slide, let's insert a huge text box. So let's just click once with the text box tool. Let's type in 1. Now let's select the text. Let's make it white so that we can see it. And for the font, let's use darker grotesque semi-bold. And for the font size, let's use something super huge, for example, 715. And this way, this number 1 will have pretty much the same height as the slide itself. And now let's make sure that this number is sitting nicely in the center of the slide. Okay, my friends, and next let's insert one more slide just below the number 1 slide. And for this slide, let me grab some content from my previous presentation. Let's go to this slide and let's copy all of these guys and let's paste them into our slide. And of course, this is just a sample content. Feel free to insert anything that you wish inside this or any other slides. And now let's make sure that this slide is using the morph transition as well. For the transition duration, let's use 1 second. And the number 1 slide doesn't need any slide transitions, so we can leave it at none. Let's just make sure that this slide has the morph transition applied to it. Okay, my friends, so we have created our section 1. And now let's get back to this slide. And over here, let's insert a section zoom. So let's click on zoom and let's click on section zoom. Let's select the 1 section. And let's click insert and skadoosh, here is our section zoom. Let's resize it. Let's make sure it fits inside of this hexagon. That's nice. And currently we can see this dark background on this section zoom. So to make it transparent, let's go into the zoom tab and let's click on this button, zoom background. And this way the section zoom becomes transparent. That's nice. And as you can see from this little pop-up, we'll jump into slides number 5 and 6. And after that, we'll return to this exact slide. That's nice. So I guess we can check it out on the full screen. Okay. So let's click on the section zoom and we zoom into slide number 5. That's nice. Let's click again and we transition into slide number 6. That's beautiful. And once we go through all of the slides in a section, we return to the starting slide. That's really convenient. And by the way, we can set slide number 5 to transition automatically. This way we will save 1 mouse click. Let's go into the transitions and let's check this checkbox after 0 seconds. And now this slide should transition automatically. So let's check it out. Let's click once. We zoom into slide number 5 and we automatically transition into slide number 6. And this way we get a more seamless user experience, in my opinion. And now by following the same steps, we can create as many sections as we like. So let's create a second section. Let's call it 2. And now we can copy these 2 slides from the first section and let's paste them into the second section. And let's just change up the numbers. So this time it's number 2. Let's change it over here as well. And now let's go into our starting slide. Let's go upwards. Here it is. And once again, let's insert a section zoom. And this time let's select the second section. Here it is. And once again, let's make sure that this section zoom is transparent and let's resize it so that it nicely fits inside of the second hexagon. And let me check what was the dimensions of the first section zoom so that we can use the same dimensions. And this way everything is going to be looking easy peasy lemon squeezy and uniform and balanced. That's nice. Okay, my friends, so now we have 2 section zooms. So let's check out the first one. Okay, and now here is the second one. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. And as I mentioned before, by following the same steps, we can create as many section zooms as needed. And once we click on these different icons, we land on different slides. And on these slides, we can create different starting slides. So we can go as deep as we wish. But to keep it simple, let's copy all of these elements from this starting slide and let's paste them into this starting slide. And let's change the title. In this case, it is objectives. And on this slide, I'm using the same section zooms for the same sections. But of course, in reality, you would have to create more sections so that you could insert more section zooms for your starting slides. And now let me delete this flask icon and let's insert an objective icon. So let me find it. It should be somewhere right here. We have this beautiful target icon. So let me select it. Let's copy it and let's paste it into our slide. Let's delete the old icon and let's paste in the new one. That's beautiful. Okay, my dear friends, and now let me do the same steps for the last slide, and I'll catch you in a second. Alright, so all of the 3 starting slides are ready, and let's check them out on the full screen. So here's our beautiful opening slide, and after that we can see our first starting slide. But I noticed that this hexagon infographic doesn't have any animations, so let me quickly group all of these elements into one group, and let's do the same for the rest of the slides. And we can add that same beautiful wipe and motion path animation to these hexagon infographics. So let's just select this text box. Let's use the animation painter and let's paste the same animations to this hexagon infographic on this starting slide. Let's just make sure that all of the animations are starting automatically with previous so that we don't have to use any additional mouse clicks. And now we can copy the animations from this guy and paste it into the rest of the slides. Okay, so let's check it out once again. And first of all, we have our beautiful opening slide, and next we transition into this starting slide, and now we can see some animations. That's nice. And now we can enjoy all of these section zooms that we have created. And of course, you can add as many of those little hexagons and as many of those section zooms as needed. And let's check out those icons at the top. They are fully functional. That's nice. And on each of these landing pages or starting slides, you can create different infographics with different amount of zoomable sections. And that's super duper powerful and awesome at the same time. Congratulations, my friends. Now you know how you can create this next level interactive presentation on PowerPoint with clickable animated menu and zoomable sections. Let's keep on going, my friends. You're doing a wonderful progress. And here is one more animated slide design with clickable menu and animated icons. Let's go. Hello my dear friends, in today's video you will learn how you can create this incredible presentation in PowerPoint. We'll be using beautiful animated icons, hyperlinks and Morph transition to create this fully functional and clickable interactive menu that you can use to navigate your slides. And by the way, this video is inspired by the most liked comment from my last video by Yash, who requested a PowerPoint about India. So here you go, Yash. I absolutely enjoyed creating these slides and I hope you like them as well. So please everyone, feel free to leave a comment below this video, and who knows, maybe your idea will be the topic of my next video. And now let's jump into the tutorial. And first of all, I want to say huge thanks to Lord Icon for providing these lovely animated icons and sponsoring today's video. Later on, I'll show you how you can get these awesome icons as well. And my PowerPoint version is Microsoft 365, and all of the links to fonts and photos are in the video description. And now my friends, let me show you how you can create this incredible presentation as well. So let's just scroll down and let's find a fresh blank new slide where we can start working from scratch. And first of all, let's just change the slide background fill of this slide to something dark. For example, absolutely black. That's looking beautiful. And next, let me show you how we can design this blurry section that we have here at the top of the slide. And to create it, first of all, let's insert a rectangle. Let's go to Insert Shapes. Let's grab the Rectangle tool and let's just draw a rectangle. Let's align it to the top left corner of the slide. Let's make sure that this rectangle has height of 8 centimeters and let's stretch it until it covers the whole slide, just like that. And now we'll be using this rectangle as a photo mask. So let's find a beautiful photo that we could use. Let's use this beautiful photo of Taj Mahal. Link is in the video description if you'd like to get this photo as well. And now let's just copy the photo and let's paste it into our slide. And let's make sure we send the photo to back so that we can see the rectangle. And now let's select the rectangle and let's add some transparency to this guy so that we can see the photo below it. So let's just add some transparency to this rectangle. That's nice. And now we can basically grab the photo. So let's select the photo and let's just move it upwards until we're happy with the area that this rectangle covers. Okay. So now let's first select the photo, hold down the Shift key, select the rectangle. Now let's go to Shape Format, Merge Shapes, and let's choose Intersect. And this way we have precisely cropped the photo to the area of that rectangle. That's nice. And next, my friends, let's do a couple of adjustments to this photo. So first of all, we can drop down the brightness. Let's insert -20% and let's add some contrast, 20%. That's looking good. And now let's jump into the artistic effects and let's add the blur effect. Okay, here it is. And I'll be going with maximum 100 points or 100%, okay? Because later on we'll be adding some text on top of this photo, and this way the text will be much more readable. So let me just grab this text box from my previous slide and let's copy it over here, okay? And if we wish, we can select the photo and we can adjust the photo inside of the cropping area. So let's just select the photo. Let's move it slightly upwards. And now this text is much more readable. That's looking beautiful. And the font that I'm using is called Playfair Display. Link is in the video description. And next, my friends, we'll have to insert a couple of circles. You can always hold down the Shift key to draw a perfect circle. But we can save some time over here. Let me jump to my previous slide. And let's copy these 3 little circles with those text boxes as well, and let's paste these guys into our slide. So as you can see, one of these circles is the active circle and the rest of the circles are inactive circles. And let me quickly open up the Format Shape pane so that you can see what kind of settings I was using. So first of all, I was using a solid white fill with the transparency of 90%. And for the line, I was using a solid white line with the thickness or width of 2 points. And additionally, to make this circle glow, I have added a white shadow to it. Okay, so the shadow color is white, transparency 0%, and for the blur, I have used 10 points. And this way we get that little glow effect. And for those inactive circles, I was using no glow, fill transparency 90, and for the line width, I was using 1 point with the transparency of 75. And that's how easy it is to create those beautiful circles. And by the way, for those inactive text boxes, I have added some text fill transparency. Let me check what was the transparency level. It was 50%. That's looking beautiful. And next, my friends, let's jump into the selection pane and let's make sure that we give specific names to all of our circles. As you can see, I've already named all of these circles in a specific name. Each of the names are starting with double exclamation marks. And this is just to make sure that the morph transition works as expected, because sometimes morph transition mixes up the elements that you'd like to animate, and in those cases using double exclamation marks at the start of your element names really helps to solve any morph transition problems. And next, my friends, let me show you how we can create a little arrow that will indicate the active section or the active bubble. And once again, to save some time, let me copy this guy from my previous slide. Let's copy it over here. And let's ungroup a couple of times and let me show you how this guy was constructed. And first of all, we have a couple of lines, okay, and a simple triangle. And now let me quickly show you the settings that I was using for these lines. So line color is white, line width 2 points. And to make those lines glow, I have added a white shadow with 10 points blur. And that's the whole secret. Now let's move those lines to the edges of the triangle. Let's select all of these elements. Let's group them into a single group. And now let's just position this arrow somewhere over here at the bottom edge of the photo. And let's make sure it is center aligned with the first active bubble. That's nice. Okay, my friends, so since we have 3 circles and since we want to make them clickable, let's make sure that we have enough slides. Let's add 2 more slides, and this way we'll have 3 slides in total. So the first slide is going to be for the first bubble, the second for the second bubble, and the last slide for the bubble number 3. Okay, and let's make sure that all of these slides are using morph transition, and for the transition duration, I'm using 0.7 seconds, okay? And now let's select the first circle, let's go to insert, let's click on link, and link it to our first slide, which is, in this case, slide number 15. But let's say it is our first slide, so let's link it to slide number 15. Now let's select the second circle, let's link it to slide number 16. And to make it faster, we can hit Ctrl-K to open up the link menu. And let's link the last bubble to slide number 3, okay? And now let's hit Ctrl-A to select everything on this slide, and let's hit Ctrl-C to copy. And now let's paste everything on the second slide. That's good. And on the second slide, let's do a couple of adjustments. Now let's move this arrow 1 step to the right, and now let's make the middle circle the active circle. And for that, we can use the Format Painter to quickly change the formatting of those circles, and as well as make sure that the middle text box is now the active text box. Okay, now everything is looking beautiful. And now let's do the same steps for the last slide. Let me adjust the arrow position, the active circle, and I'll catch you in a second. Alright, slide number 3 is ready, and let's jump into the selection pane and let's make sure that our circles are still using those names with double exclamation marks on all of the 3 slides, and this way the morph transition should work smooth as butter. So let's check it out on the full screen and let's see if those bubbles are clickable. Let's click on the second circle and skadoosh, the animations are working. That's super duper awesome. Okay, my dear friends, and next let me show you how we can add some beautiful animated icons inside of these bubbles. And as I mentioned before, we'll be using beautiful animated icons from lordicon.com. So let's jump to lordicon.com, where we can find more than 20,000 carefully crafted animated icons ready to use for your presentations or other digital creations. And as you can see, it has a bunch of free icons and premium icons as well. They're super duper awesome, so let's just explore the library. And over here, we can choose from 6 different types of icons. So let's go with the first one, wired outline, and let's see what it has to offer. So here on the left side, we have a bunch of filtering options. And let's just go with the free icons and let's see what do we get over here. And right away, I see a couple of icons that we could use for our presentation. And now let's just click on this home icon and let's see what kind of customization options do we get. And over here, we have this animation drop-down list where we can choose from different animations. So that's super awesome. And currently, this little house is spinning around. That's nice. Let's check out a few more of these animations. So here's Morph Neighborhood. As you can see, that little house morphs into more homes, and this is Morph Mansion. That's nice. So let's just go with this loop 3D roll. I think it fits our presentation really nice. And we can as well adjust the thickness of the lines. That's nice. And we can change the icon colors. And since I would like to make this icon completely white, let me activate the dark preview background so that we can see this icon better. And let me set both of the colors to white. That's nice. And now we can click on this button GIF to export this animated icon as a GIF. It will have a transparent background size of 400 pixels and delay of 0 milliseconds. That's nice. And now this animated icon is being exported as a GIF. So this is going to be the active state of this icon. So let's make sure we download a PNG version of this icon as well. And this is going to be the inactive state, okay? So let me choose 2 more icons and let's make sure that we download the GIF and the PNG versions for each of the icons. And then we'll jump back into PowerPoint. And if you would like to have animated icons in your presentations as well, then check out Lord Icon. Link is in the video description. Okay, my dear friends, let's jump back into PowerPoint and let's go to our first slide. Okay, and now let's go to insert pictures, this device, and let's insert all of those GIF images and all of those PNGs. All right, and now while all of these guys are still selected, let me resize all of these icons to 1.4 centimeter. Let's move all of these guys somewhere over here. And now let me just make sure that we can see all of those animated icons and all of those PNGs right next to each other, okay? So let me align these pencils as well. And once again, these animated icons at the top are GIF images and these static icons at the bottom are PNGs. And now let me select one of those PNGs and let me add some transparency, for example, 75. And this is going to be the inactive state of this icon. And now we can use the format painter and paste the same transparency to the rest of the PNGs. That's looking nice. And now let's make sure that in the same way as we did with circles, we have to give specific names to all of these icons as well. So for this home icon, let's just type in double exclamation mark and icon 1. And let's make sure that we use the same name for the inactive icon as well. And let's do the same procedure for the rest of the icons. So this spinning globe is going to be double exclamation mark icon 2. And the last icon is going to be double exclamation mark icon 3. And this way there should be no problems with the morph transition. Everything should work as expected. Okay, my friends, so now all of the icons are ready. We have the animated state and the inactive state for each of the icons. That's nice. And now let's make sure that we position appropriate icons in each of these circles. Okay. So now in the first slide, let's make sure that we move this animated home into this first active circle. Let's make sure that it is perfectly aligned. And now let's move the rest of the inactive icons into those 2 remaining circles, just like that. And now to make the user experience better, let's make sure that we select all of these circles and let's bring them to front. This way the icons won't get in the way once we will be clicking on those circles. And next, my friends, let's paste the same icons into the second slide. And this time let's move this animated globe into this middle active circle, just like that. And let's move the rest of these semi-transparent PNGs into the remaining circles, just like that. And once again, let's make sure that we select all of these circles and let's bring them to front so that all of the icons stay below. And next, let's cut all of these icons once again and let's paste them into the last slide. And now let's move this moving pen into the last active circle. And let's add those inactive icons to the rest of these circles. And as you can see, I'm using these fancy shortcuts to quickly align all of the shapes, such as Alt Control down, and all of these shortcuts are possible thanks to the free PowerPoint add-in called Bright Slide. Link is in the video description. Okay, my friends, so we have successfully inserted icons into these 3 slides, and now let's check it out on the full screen. Let's just click on this circle and skadoosh, we get a spinning globe icon. That's nice. And over here we can see this spinning pencil. That's beautiful. Once again, spinning globe, and over here we have this spinning 3D house. That's super duper awesome. As you can see, you can really take your presentation to the next level with some animated icons. And next, let's just add a bit of content to each of these slides. And to make it faster, let me grab some content from my previous slides. So over here, we have 2 text boxes and a photo. So let's paste them over here. And let me do the same for the rest of the slides so that we have some content in all of the 3 slides. And by the way, these text boxes and this photo at the bottom have some animations already applied to them. As you can see, we're getting a beautiful wipe animation effect, and if you'd like to learn more about this effect, feel free to check out my last video. And now, my friends, let's play the presentation and let's enjoy the final result. And as you can see, all of these circles are clickable, which means that all of the hyperlinks are working as expected. And inside of those active circles, we can see the animated icons. That's nice. And of course, the morph transition does all of the animation magic. And by following the same steps, you can create as many of those clickable buttons with animated icons inside as you wish. In this case, I have 10 clickable circles. That's super duper awesome. And now you know how you could create this kind of presentation as well.
Hello my dear friends, have you ever wanted to create a quiz? Well, let me show you how you can easily make it in PowerPoint. Let's go. Hello ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. My name is OneSkill, and in today's video let me show you how you can create this beautiful interactive quiz in PowerPoint. So let's just click on this button, start a quiz, and let's see what this quiz has to offer. And here comes the first question: which planet is known as the red planet? And we have 4 possible answers, and only a single of those answers is the correct one. And if we click on a wrong answer, that answer becomes red, okay? So Jupiter is wrong, Saturn is wrong. And once we find the correct answer, that answer becomes green, and at the same time we get this little button that we can click on to continue to the next slide or to the next question. So you can create as many of these question slides as you wish. In this quiz we have 5 questions, so let me quickly go through the rest of the questions so that we can start with the tutorial. Okay, so what is the capital of Lithuania? Since I am Lithuanian, it is a pretty easy one for me. It is Vilnius. Okay, let's keep on going. And now, who wrote Romeo and Juliet? So I guess not this guy. Not this guy. Maybe Mark Twain. Nope. It has to be William Shakespeare because it's the last possible answer. Okay, let's keep on going. And now, what is the largest mammal in the world? I guess it should be perhaps blue whale. Okay, let's keep on going. All right, and the last question in this quiz: what is the hardest natural substance on Earth? Not gold, not iron, not quartz. I guess it is diamond. That's beautiful, and at the same time we're getting this beautiful confetti animation. And now let's jump into the tutorial. So let me collapse this demo section. Demo. It's like a Nemo, finding Nemo. Okay, let's go to the tutorial. And now as you can see, this background is absolutely white. So let's fill it with a beautiful gradient fill. Let's click on gradient. And as you can see, my gradient is using 2 color stops. So the first color is dark blue. Let me show you the hex code. We can go into more colors. We can go into the, custom tab. And over here, you can see the hex code. So this is the hex code for the first color stop. And the second color stop is absolutely black, but it is at the position 95%. And of course, you can change the position just like that and change how your gradient looks like. But let's go with 95% position. I think that was looking beautiful. Okay, my friends. And next we have to add these kind of beautiful diamond shapes. And let me show you how fast and how easy it is to create these kind of shapes in PowerPoint. So all we have to do is go to Insert. Let's go to Shapes. Now let's go to Rectangles section. And let's use this guy, which is called Rectangle, Diagonal Corners, Snipped. Okay, Snipped. That sounds nice, Snipped. And here we have 2 yellow handles. So we can grab this guy and let's move it to the right side. And now let's grab this guy and let's move it to the left side. And skadoosh. This way we get this perfect looking kind of square diamond shape. That's beautiful. And now let me quickly jump to my assets section. We can just select this guy and hit Control Shift C, okay, to copy the formatting. And now let's click on this guy and let's hit Control Shift V to paste the style, and skadoosh, we get the same style. So let me quickly show you what kind of style this guy is using. So first of all, it is using a solid fill. So I guess it is the same
blue color. Well, it's pretty much the same as the background color. Okay. And next, it has a white outline of 3 points. And next, as you can see, it has this subtle inside a shadow. So let's go into the shadow options. And here is that bright color that I'm using for the inside shadow. Here is the hex code. And I'm just using this preset, this inside center shadow with a blur of 40 points. Okay. And this way you'll get a look. And we can double click inside of this guy. And as you can see, it is using Poppins semi-bold font. And you can just basically type in anything that you wish. But in this case, it's going to be our starting slide. So let's just type in start the quiz. Okay. Yeah, it's beautiful. And now we can select, let me just make sure that this guy stays in the center. And now we can just select this guy. Let's go to insert and let's click on link. And let's just link it to the next slide, okay? And let's just click OK. So once we will click on this start button, we will jump into the next slide where we will see our first question. Okay, my friends, and before we continue, a couple of important steps that we have to do. First of all, let's make sure that our slideshow is set up in the kiosk mode. As you can see, it is right now browsed at kiosk mode. And this is really important because once you are using your presentation in a kiosk mode, all of the usual mouse clicks won't be able to move your slides forward. You'll be able to navigate your presentation only through hyperlinks. And in this case, this is what you want. So let me just show you what happens in case we would use this default option presented by speaker. Okay, so let me just jump to the first question, for example. Okay. So once you are browsing, with the default mode, you can click, for example, over here, and you just jump to the next question, and you probably don't want that to happen. So that's why kiosk mode is important. Let's get back to the kiosk mode once again. Okay. And now, once we play the presentation, I can click around wherever I wish. Okay. And only the animation triggers and only the hyperlinks will work. And now finally, once we get this button, we can actually jump to the next slide because it has hyperlink to jump to the next slide. So please make sure you're using the kiosk mode in your presentation. So once again, you have to go to the slideshow tab, click on the setup slideshow and choose browse at kiosk mode. And at the same time, while we are on this slide, let's go to the transitions tab. And currently we have this transition set to none. So let's choose fly through transition. I think it's going to look nice in this situation. Okay, so now let's just duplicate this slide, and on the duplicate slide, let me delete this shape. Okay, and let me just jump to my assets section. Over here I have already prepared a couple of shapes. So let me just copy all of these guys and let's paste them over here. So let me just open up the selection pane so that we can better see all of these shapes. So first of all, we have this question at the top. Next, we have a couple of answers, and we have this next button at the bottom, which should appear only once we click on the correct answer. So now let me show you how we can animate all of these guys. So for example, let's say that the correct answer is answer B. Okay, so let me just type in correct. Okay. And let's say that the rest of these guys are wrong. Of course, you can type in anything that you wish. Just typing, just for illustration purposes. So let's say this answer is wrong. So let's make sure we select it. Let's go into the animations tab. We can open up the animation pane. And for this wrong answer, let's add an animation which is called object color. Okay, let's click on it. We can make sure that it starts on a click. That's good. We can reduce duration to 0.25 seconds. And now in the animation options, you can just double click on this animation to open up the animation options. Let's choose a different color. Let's go to more colors. Okay. Let's go to standard tab and let's choose, for example, this. Yeah, I think this shade of purple or red is looking good. Okay, that's looking good. And now the thing is, we want to trigger this animation not just by a simple mouse click, but we want to trigger this animation once we click on this exact shape, which, as you remember in the selection pane, let me just hit Alt F10 to open up the selection pane. Yes, here it is. So this shape is called A, A and parentheses, okay? So now we select this animation and let's go to this special button called trigger and let's choose on trigger on click of A, okay? Now, as you can see, we get this little word trigger. So now this animation will be triggered once we click on this wrong answer. So let's just check it out on the full screen. Let's see if it works. Don't worry about this next button. We will fix that later on. But now, once we click on this button, it becomes red. But as you can see, the text disappears as well. So let me show you how we can fix that. Let's make sure that we open up the animation pane. And let's add one more animation to this wrong answer. Let's add this animation, which is called a font color. Yes, here it is, font color. Let's drag it down in the same group under the trigger. And in this case, let's make sure it starts with previous. So together with the first animation. And let's make sure it has the same duration, 0.25 seconds. And now let's double click to jump into the animation options. And for the font color, let's just choose white. Because we just want this text to stay white, okay? Let's check it out once again. By the way, as you can see, clicking around doesn't work because we're in kiosk mode, so that's nice. And once we click on this wrong answer, this background becomes red and the text stays white. This is what we want. That's beautiful. And now we can basically reuse these animations from this shape. So let's make sure that this shape is selected. Let's double click on the animation painter. And now we can paste the same two animations to the rest of these diamond shapes, okay? We can click on the animation painter to deselect it. And of course, for this guy, we have to change the shape fill color. So let's double click on this animation. And instead of red or this pinkish red, let's go to more colors and let's choose, for example, this shade of green. That's looking nice. Let's just check it out on the full screen. We'll fix this green button later on. So this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and this is correct, skadoosh. And now once we click on the correct button, this next button should appear. So let's do that. So let's select this button and let's just add a simple flying animation to this guy, direction from the bottom. For the animation duration, let's use, okay, half a second looks good. And let's make sure it starts, for example, with previous or after previous. Okay, well, after previous is good. And now let's just drag it in the same trigger group, which is B. So this is the correct group, okay? And now let's just drag it below these two animations. So first of all, this button should become green, the text should stay white, and then this button should go up from the bottom. So let's check it out on the full screen. Okay, as you can see now this button is hidden, and only once we click on the correct answer, this button comes up, and now we can click on next to continue to the next question. And in the same way, we can create as many of these question slides as we wish. So now let me just duplicate this slide by hitting Ctrl D. And now let's say that on this slide, the answer C is going to be the correct one. And answer B is going to be the wrong one. So now you can either open up the animation pane and change the colors. So for example, here is the answer C, so we can click on this color and we can change it to the green one. Okay, that's nice. And in the wrong animations, for this guy, let's open up the colors. And for this guy, let's choose pink or this red. That's looking beautiful. The other option I wanted to suggest is just using the animation painter and just, using the correct animation and paste it to the correct answer. But I guess just jumping into the animation options and choosing the right color is an easy option as well. And one more thing, we have to make sure that this guy appears once we click on the correct answer, which in this case is letter C. So let's just move it in the correct group, which is over here. And let's test it out. Okay. This guy is wrong, this guy is wrong, this guy is wrong, and this guy is correct. Skadoosh. And we can keep on going. Okay, but since that was the last slide, we just start over again. So this is the whole magic, my dear friends. And of course, if you'd like to learn how to create this kind of animation, this little highlight animation, please just type in the comment section below highlight or confetti or skadoosh or anything else that you wish. And I'll do this little highlight animation. And as you can see on this slide, we have a few more of these additional entrance animations. And these are just to make sure that all of these questions and elements come in nicely into the slide. But now you know all of the essential mechanics, all of the essential secrets, how to make this kind of interactive quiz work, okay? So that was all for this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching, my dear friends. Stay happy, stay healthy, and I'll see you on my next video. Peace.
Congratulations, my friends! Now you have officially finished this PowerPoint Masterclass, and now you're a true PowerPoint master. Please let me know in the comment section below if you have managed to watch this whole masterclass. If you did, I will personally thank you. And now stay happy, stay healthy, and as always, I'll see you on the next one. Peace.